Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, guys, depending on your location. Thank you for joining our webinar. My name is Abdul. I hope all of you guys can hear me well. Someone please respond.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Audible.
Yes.
Really excited to see you guys. It's been 2 weeks we planned this. And let me give an introduction about the webinar. It's going to be completely lab-oriented session. We don't deal much of the theory, but wherever possible we need theory, I will also touch base on that. And unlike other webinar, it'll be live interactions. You guys can stop me anytime. You don't need to wait for any moment that I need to finish. You can stop at any time. Feel free to ask your questions. So I wanted to be that is interacting. So that's where it's not a webinar license; it's a one-to-one meeting license. Anybody can ask questions if you feel some questions there. And there will be a webinar guide which I'm going to post in the WhatsApp group now. That is the link, which is. Let me also open that. Which is this. I'm sorry. That is the. One moment, please. Just a moment. Let me pull that link. Okay, webinar, Webex calling. Yes. Okay. Oh, for some reason, I'm not able to do copy paste. 1 second. Okay, what happened? Only that meeting link is coming in. Okay, I will open up here. This is the link. For some reason, I'm not able to copy paste. Yeah. Okay, let me forward that to group. Yes, it's there in the group. And this is the place you can find everything, whatever configuration I'm doing, whatever screenshot, what are the lab setup I'm following. We will be actually following this guide. This will be accessible even after the webinar. I'll be going through this. So this is your only one place. This is you need to bookmark and rest of everything will be there. All right, so this will be my reference point as well. Whatever configuration I do, I'll be referring this one. So this is our go-to place for the webinar. And all right, it's going to be taking some time. Last time our webinar went almost 7 hours. And because of that, I got some other requests saying that try to finish within 3-4 hours. So since it is a complete lab deployment, sometimes it may take time, but I'm expecting it would be minimum 3 to 4 hours. So if you need break, we can have the break in between. And my name is Abdul. I'm the speaker and I have Vijesh with me. He's supporting me for the hosting the webinar and other stuff. So if you face any problem of joining the meeting or you are kicked out from the meeting, shoot a message in the WhatsApp group. He will be monitoring that. All right. So let's start our thing. There are a few things which we need to touch base on the Webex calling stuff. We should know what is Control Hub. Even if you have a new guy to the Control Hub, I'll show you where you can log in, do things. Basically, it's a management platform for Webex, the entire Webex calling suite, and as well as Webex Contact Center, completely managed by one interface called Webex Control Hub. And if you want, guys, if you're not talking, please mute yourself. And Cube will be Cisco Session Border Controller. It integrates our PBX with any other PSTN carrier, or it can integrate 2 other PBX together. It's like a Session Border Controller from Cisco. There are other SBCs also in the market, but in this example, we'll be covering Cisco Cube. Then SIP will be Session Initiation Protocol. I hope you guys are aware about it. That's how we initialize, set up, and tear down the call sessions. And some basics of cloud computing would be enough because I'll be hosting the Cube in Azure Cloud. But I'll walk you through the configuration. Don't worry about that. And basic knowledge about SIP, Cube, and call routing. This is what the expectation. It's not a friendly, freshers-oriented training. Mostly, I'm focusing on the guys who is working in the industry for 1 to 5 years of experience. Anyway, but still, no problem. Even if you're a fresher, you're coming from a different domain, you can ask question at any time. But this will be the area of technology we'll be focusing on today. And so first, let's understand a small theory portion. What is Webex calling? How it is integrated? And our primary focus would be Webex calling with local gateway. That will be the complicated Webex calling solution. So we're going to be doing that. So when you sign up for a Webex calling, like a Webex account, anybody can do a free calling, one-to-one call. That is called Webex Calling one-to-one, which is free. So anybody in the organization, you can talk to other guy in the organization, absolutely free, of course. You don't need to buy any license for that. It's available for free. One moment. Yeah, so that is the Webex calling one-on-one. Just to demonstrate that, what I'm going to be doing is I'll log into my Webex Control Hub, then I'll show you how we can do that Webex calling one-on-one. Let me open this. So I have two computers here. You can imagine these two are the client computers. The first one with this blue color background, this is a well-known actor's computer. He is Tom Cruise. So he is one of the users. And here you have another computer, which is Will Smith. These two are my lab users. And I can do calling and testing and everything from these two guys. Okay. And in the backend, if I go to my Control Hub, I need to, basically you log into Control Hub using admin.webex.com. And this will be the central administration place. Yeah, this will be the central administration place for anything related to our Webex services. So here, if I go to users, I have two users, Tom Cruise and Will Smith. And if I open their licenses, I could see that they have a basic license assigned. I can go to the licensing section. In the calling section, you can see call on Webex one-on-one non-PSTN, which is the free calling, by the way. We don't need anything extra. This will be available the moment you sign up. So let me demonstrate that, how the one-on-one calling works. You don't need to do anything. You just log into the Teams and make a call. You basically search for the other user. Let me search Tom Cruise, sorry, Will Smith here, and hit a call button. It's gonna ring the other side. Let's see. You can see that call is coming in. I can answer that call. Of course, there'll be an echo at this point. So this is basically the one-on-one calling in Webex. It's like zero-touch configuration. You deploy it, you can call. So anyone within your organization, you're not assigning any extension number. We are leveraging the name ID based calling, right? You will have an email ID when you sign up for Webex. You basically use that email ID to call anybody else. So that is available by default. You don't need to configure anything. So that's what we are talking about, the first point, which is Webex calling one-on-one free. So no setup required. Just sign in, start making calls. Is that clear, guys? I hope it is.
Yes, Agent.
All right. Now let's move on to the other option, which is Webex Calling Professional. In Webex Calling Professional, that is a license that we get from the Cisco. So you need to talk to your Cisco. Somebody is posting in the group, training started. We just should deal that, okay. So Webex Calling Professional basically is a license that you purchase from Cisco. Once you have that Webex Calling Professional, they will give you an option to dial by extension. You can assign numbers. You can integrate your solution with the PSTN carrier. When we talk about the PSTN carrier integration, Cisco offers 3 solutions. Like you are expanding your organization. Initially, you sign up for Webex and you can have the one-on-one calling. What is this? 1 second. Some Webex thing is coming. Yeah. So once you sign up for Webex, you are thinking about, okay, our internal organization calling is set up fine. So we need to think about a PSTN solution, how I can call an external number. When it comes to PSTN solution, like I said, Cisco offers three solutions. One is called Cisco PSTN. In that case, Cisco itself is your service provider. You basically create an agreement with Cisco, buy DID numbers from Cisco, assign those DID numbers to the users. So it's the easiest PSTN integration, but that is not available in most of the countries, especially in India. It's not. I think it's started getting in some location, but India is, I think it's not available. You can go to Cisco PSTN country locations, then you can find out what other countries it is covered. Basically, Cisco itself your PSTN provider. You don't need to create any connection with any other carrier like AT&T, Verizon, or Tata or anything else. No carrier communication here. Purely you tie up with Cisco, you buy DID numbers from Cisco and then assign to the users. After that, anybody from the external world, they can pick up their mobile phone and then call your means the DID number on the Teams. and still you can answer it, and the way you can call them back as well. So you are expanding the cloud telephony infrastructure to the PSTN world. That's where the Cisco PSTN coming in. Then the second solution, what they are offering is called Cloud Connected PSTN, which is a kind of Cisco PSTN, but in that case, you will have an approved carriers. So Tata is there, Verizon is there, AT&T is there. So you create an agreement with them, but you don't manage any devices. Okay, you just create and add those vendors in your control hub, and then by DID numbers from that, they will be taking care of routing the call to your control hub, and you can assign those to users. These two things are the easiest form of integration. In one, you are creating an agreement with Cisco. The second one, you are dealing with a carrier. But still, there is no SBC, no other bulky setup. It's an easy solution. Again, that is not available in many of the countries. You can refer the Cisco Cloud Connect and PSTN providers country location, then find out which country it is supported. And the third one will be the interesting one. That's going to be our webinar topic today, which is local gateway integration. That is called bring your own carrier, where you have a lot of flexibility. Irrespective of your country, if you have a CUBE device or any other SBC approved by Cisco, you can bring that SBC, connect that SBC to one carrier, bring that remaining portion to your control hub or the Webex calling backend. Then wherever that SBC is integrated, if it is integrated with a PRI carrier, you can have that PRI call extended to your control hub. If it is integrated with a SIP carrier, you can have that SIP carrier calls extended to your control hub. Usually we prefer SIP connection today. We don't deal with the PRIs and FXOs much, but those SBCs are also available with FXO. You can have a FXO call coming into your CUBE and then extend that to your Webex control hub. So we will be deploying everything related to local gateway. Now they call it as bring your own carrier. Like say for example, I am from India. I need a DID number purchased from an Indian DID number purchased from an Indian carrier. So I can go and buy a number from Tata. Then Tata will give me a connection. It can be a SIP connection or a PRI connection, whatever form. I will terminate that connection in my CUBE router. Then remaining portion, I can integrate with the Webex calling. So anyone who calls a DID number, which will be answering, it will be ringing on my Teams, Webex team side. So that is called local gateway. Local gateway is a kind of old name. Today they call it as premise-based PSTN. Both of them are same, local gateway or premise-based PSTN. In that case, you are integrating your own SBC. So I will use a generic term SBC here because CUBE is not the one. You can integrate CUBE, but also other vendors are available. AudioCodes, Ribbon, and Oracle SBCs are currently supported by Cisco. So you can integrate all these SBCs with your carrier. That will also give you a flexibility of integrating with other VoIP providers. Say, for example, you have a Webex backend here. I'm sorry. Okay. Just a sec. Imagine you have a Webex backend here, and you put your SBC here. Then you build that connectivity between your Webex and SBC. And in this side, you can have your own choice. You can have PSTN, or if you have an Avaya PBX, you can have that Avaya PBX here. Or if you have any other IP-based PBX, you can integrate all those things through the SBC towards the Webex calling, and the same way return as well. So this is the beauty of SBC. You are bringing your own connection to a cloud solution. Is that clear, guys? What is local gateway?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry about the theory, but I will be looking into the practical soon.
Abdul, coming to Cisco PSTN, who is the actual carrier?
Cisco itself will be the carrier. In the backend, Cisco got some other carrier connections, but you will be paying your bill directly to Cisco. You only need to deal with Cisco.
Okay.
Cloud connected carrier, cloud connected PSTN means you will be paying the bill, the monthly or yearly bill towards a carrier like Verizon or AT&T or the approved carriers. Local gateway means it's all your choice. Wherever you are located, you can do that. The importance of local gateway is that if you are in any country, especially like India and Middle East, we don't have Webex calling available. India still, I don't know. I have heard a news thing that India it is available, but especially in Middle East, I'm sure the local the Cisco PSTN is not available in Middle East. So those guys will be integrating the local gateway solution. And if they are lifting and shifting from on-premise solution like a call manager or another Avaya PBX, if they wanted to go for a cloud-based calling, You can bring all your IP phones and users and everything into the cloud. But how about the DIDs? It will be still a local thing, right? You cannot have a DID from a different country. So that local thing you can integrate this way. You can still leverage your existing Cisco CUBE, connect to the Webex backend instead of call manager, then route all the PSTN call towards the backend. And also any calls coming from the Webex side, you can send that call through the SBC and exiting out towards the local PSTN. So it's the interesting solution. I have seen a lot of customers are having this particular thing. Okay. Now the third.
Abdul, is there any model name for local gateway? So we can
any CUBE, ISR, Catalyst Cisco routers, virtual CUBE CSR 1000, which we're going to be using. Even that is working for our old ASR router, ISR router, then all those routers. There is no specific model. It's purely a dial peer configuration. As long as the router supports dial peers, you can still integrate that. I have done that in a 2901 router. It's working fine. So there is no condition that you have to have this particular model to do that. And any router will work in that case.
So Abdul, this third solution, bring your own area.
Yeah.
So this one is approved in India, or do we still have some?
It is approved in everywhere, right? Because here, see, what is the TRI regulation in India? Any call that comes from an external world, it has to be terminated in the external world. For example, a call coming from a US to a US number, it should terminate in US itself. But if the call is coming from US to an Indian number, it can terminate in India, right? The answering guy has to be in India. So that is approved. The local gateway is approved. There is no regulation, but still the TRI regulation or telecom authority regulation, you always need to keep an eye. What are they saying? Then you need to design accordingly. When you come to the collaboration domain or the voice over IP domain, it's all your flexibility that you can route the call in any other fashion. I can assign a DID number to a US user, an Indian DID number to a US user. So anyone who calls, it comes to my SBC and then it redirect to my user in US and he can answer that. Technically, as per the regulations, it is not acceptable. So it is up to you how you design it. But local gateway is available across the globe. You can integrate that local gateway. There is no restriction.
Yeah, so from the ISD perspective, I do understand. But let's say in India, we have kind of local areas as well, STD and the kind of local and the STD. So let's say if we have a local gateway in Mumbai, and we have a office in Mumbai only, and we have our own cluster in, let's say, Mumbai.
Okay.
And if the user is moving to another state, then there is like STD and the local calls come into the picture, right? Again, we have some complex DOT rules and regulation on that part as well.
Yeah. So in that case, you need to design this local gateway with the policy. You need to design, okay, if the user is, there are a lot of options available, right? Based on the location, we can route the call. We are not discussing that, but that is possible. If that Mumbai user is coming to Chennai, I think in India, it is still allowed. A Mumbai user, if still in transiting to Chennai, he can still answer the call. But if it is exiting out of the country and going to another country and answering the call, that's where the regulations are kicking in. So those are not acceptable. But as a design engineer, you need to consider how I design it. If the user moves out of the country, we can implement some regulation that you can restrict those calls. You can only allow the internal calls. You can disable the PSTN-based call. Those policies are available, but we are not discussing that today. We are only implementing the gateway. Those are available.
Yeah, quick question.
Yes.
Quick question. Do you need to have the license for the specific license for the CUBE in order to use the Webex?
Very good question. Yes, we will be looking into that license as well. You need to have Cisco CUBE session licenses. So today, CUBE is licensed in such a way that when an active call goes out, it will consume one session license. So you buy the session licenses from Cisco. Say, for example, if you need 30 concurrent calls, you buy 30 calls. Anyone who make a first call, it will be 29 and will keep subtracting from that local pool. Once it is exhausted, if you have 30 calls at a time, you will be left out with 0 licenses. The 31st call will fail. But anyone who disconnect in between, you can still use that. It's a session-based licensing, not a user-based licensing. We need session license for the CUBE to make that CUBE call active. All right. Another questions, guys?
Abdul, a question on the environment. So in Microsoft Teams, like we have to assign a DID to any user who needs PSTN calling capability. So is that the same with Webex?
Yes.
Do we need a DID for every user?
Yes. The local gateway solution in Cisco Webex is equivalent to the Microsoft Teams direct routing. which is exactly the same thing, but these two vendors are taking their own names. Okay. Whatever you do in the direct routing, you assign a DID numbers, as well as you have an option to assign a number also. But to integrate with PSTN, you need to assign a DID number to the user. But Cisco offers internally an extension calling as well. So you can assign only an extension number, internal extension number to a user. But of course, nobody can reach from outside to the user. If you do some translation, you can still get that user. Cisco offers these two, but in Microsoft, the DID is mandatory. Here, DID is not mandatory. To do that internal call, you can have extension numbers assigned. But of course, any call comes from external side, you have to assign a DID number for the user.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions, guys?
We use the ribbon as a local gateway, ribbon SBC instead of CUBE.
Yeah, so I will show you where you can integrate all those things. Currently, we will be working on the CUBE part. If you need ribbon or audio codes, Oracle, those are all approved. We can plan another webinars where we implement those things. Okay. Okay, moving on. The third solution, which commonly used these days, because we are living in a hybrid time, right? Things are moving from on-premise to cloud. That is called UCM calling. If you have a customer base with already installed Call Manager, Unity, IMP, forget about IMP. We don't use IMP now, right? It's all a WebEx application. So if you have a Call Manager install base, an enterprise with multiple clusters spread across the globe and local gateways and everything, for a customer like that, it is very difficult to go towards a different solution, right? So they can move the users, but how about their local calling? So what Cisco offers that, we all remember about Jabber CSF calling, right? Jabber MRA. So you can open up Jabber, then the Jabber will be connecting towards a Call Manager registered CSF. So it can register as a soft phone. Then when you dial a number from the Jabber, it hits the Call Manager, then hits the route pattern, identify the local gateway and exit out. So the same code they have copied and implemented in the WebEx application. So if you enable this UCM calling, it's like a zero-touch configuration. If you have an existing MRA setup and a Jabber calling setup, then it is easy for you to implement UCM calling. What happens when you open the WebEx application? Imagine you are sitting in on-premise. It will connect to the Cisco UDS. That means your Call Manager. We can tune the DNS configuration in such a way that it can identify you are internally sitting and you can identify the Call Manager and the WebEx application. The calling functionality will be pulled from the Call Manager if you are in on-premise. If you are sitting outside of your premise, which is like an MRA solution, again, that is not the scope of this discussion, but since it is there, I'm discussing. MRA means you are outside the organization and you open up your WebEx Teams, and WebEx Teams will understand I am not sitting locally based on the DNS tackling. And it identifies something called Edge, WebEx Edge. Sorry, what is that? Collab Edge, yeah. So you identify the Collab Edge and it goes to the Expressway Edge core and then eventually comes to the Call Manager. No matter whatever stuff happens, Call Manager is your routing decision guy. So WebEx can still utilize that. That is also a license which you can assign to the user. I'll show you that license page. If you assign that UCM calling functionality, it will always look for this MRA registration or on-premise UDS registration, then utilize your Call Manager for your calling functionality. In this situation, you can decommission all your physical IP phones, then implement WebEx application for everyone. When any user opens WebEx application, the messaging will be connected towards the cloud because there is no IMP integration with WebEx application. So the WebEx backend messaging will be connected. So you can do literally all the messaging thing. When it comes to calling, it will not look for anything in the WebEx. It will consider on-premise based Call Manager. If your MRA setup or your UDS setup is configured correctly, it can register as a CSF. You don't need to modify the CSF. It is the same CSF what you have been using for Jabber. The same thing will be registered in Call Manager and then you can make calls. So that is called UCM calling. I have seen many customers are using this because they are in the transition phase. In that case, you don't need to worry about your local gateway because inside your Call Manager cluster setup, you already have your local gateway deployed, assuming that you have all the CSS partition to make calls between all the locations and all the users. So we are just taking that logic, implementing that inside the WebEx application, and then we are saying goodbye to the physical phone and using WebEx application for calling. So that feature is called UCM calling. And again, yeah, go ahead.
After in UCM calling, so we don't need IMNP for messaging in WebEx, right?
Yeah. So first I'll answer the IMP. Yeah, I'll answer one by one. So we don't need IMP because IMP is basically used for messaging, right? So we left that era of IMP. IMP is I don't like IMP basically, honestly. So we utilize the Webex for messaging. When it comes to Webex application, we don't have IMP here. We directly deal with the Webex Cloud for messaging. And for calling, since calling is like a complicated stuff, right? You still can connect your call manager. So you don't need IMP. That's the answer. Next question.
What's the connection? The voicemail, it will work independently?
It will work exactly. It will work exactly how you receive the voicemail in Jabber, right? Jabber, you get a notification for the voicemail. So the Webex application, it is just the same Jabber configuration. So if you do that, the voicemail will also deliver to your application itself.
And another question is that when you register the Webex, you told Webex Teams, it will consume any license as like Jabber only it will consume one device per one license? How it will?
Inside the call manager?
Yes.
Yeah. So call manager licensing will be enhanced and professional, right? If you assign a CSF to a user, it will consume an enhanced license. So of course, this will be consuming the same license. It is the same Jabber setup. We are copying the calling functionality of Jabber and pasting inside the Webex application. That's it. So whatever license used for the call manager for the CSF registration, that will be still consumed in terms of call manager licensing. Yes.
So do we need licenses in the Webex for UCM calling?
No, you just need to enable that. We don't need license for Webex calling. There is a settings, you can enable that because you're already paying licenses for call manager stuff, right? So to enable that, you don't need any extra licenses.
And for users, let's say we have 10 users.
Yeah.
And we enable Webex calling for these users.
Yeah.
So UCM, we have license, but on Webex, we need any user's license?
No, we don't need. We just need to enable this. Okay. If you go to user license settings inside the calling, this is what the subscription here. I see this will be available by default. We don't need to buy anything for that. So you just enable this, register to Unified Communications Manager. Then it will look for your call manager, MRA solution or on-premise UDS solution. So you don't need extra license. Only this is the one we usually pay, Webex Calling Professional.
So we can add as many users as we want.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is what my understanding. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So in case we want to use desk phone as well, is there a way we can use Webex calling with the desk phone? Yeah,
the same UCM calling. Don't mix that. The Webex calling will be the Webex professional call. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. So whatever Jabber. Guys, please mute yourself. You're not talking. Hello. Can you mute yourself, please? All right, fine. Yeah, so the desk control will still work on Webex application. You can have your physical phone as well as the Webex application ringing, and then remote control through CSF and CTI. That is still working inside Webex application. We are just replacing the Jabber app into the Webex app.
I mean, if we have a desk phone registered to CUCM and we have a Webex calling integrated, we can make a Webex calling call from a desk phone as well.
Yes, right. Okay, so
what is here is like the Webex is replaced to the Jabber, right?
Yeah, so we are in that transition phase, right? I have seen a lot of customers who decommission the Cisco Jabber and IMP, and they are moving towards Webex application. So in the transition phase, we should not miss our calling functionality, right? That's where they are bringing that UCM calling logic, implemented that on the Webex application.
So what is the main benefit of that one replacement?
So the main benefit will be, we know that how IMP was behaving, right? We'll have a lot of, it's a sensitive product. Most of the time will be some of the other issues coming in IMP. And for external messaging, you need to do a lot of circuits. For example, if you deploy an Jabber solution, an external guy, if you wanted to call, you still need to implement MRA. But that is true for calling as well. But when it comes to the calling, you have that local gateway set up across the globe, right? Imagine like you are an enterprise with clusters and offices across the globe. You already invested heavily on the local setup, local gateway, SBC, and the terminations. When you bring that solution to the Webex UCM calling, you still can use the native Webex application and utilize your call routing logic from the call manager. You don't invest anything extra for the call routing. It will be still from the call manager side. of course, you need to maintain the call manager and everything. It can be utilized for an interim solution. And later you can migrate all these local gateways and everything into Webex calling gateways and then completely decommission call manager if that is your plan. Or I have seen a lot of customers are maintaining their call manager infrastructure and local gateways infrastructure, and they enable this UCM calling just to move out of their Jabber and the physical phone.
Thank you, sir.
No props. And by the way, you can call me Abdul. There is no sir here. Okay.
Yeah, Abdul, the one question.
Yeah.
Is extension user and the Webex user might be using the same extension and DIDs, just like we are doing in Java.
So is when I talk about UCM calling, it is just like the Jabber CSF calling, no difference at all. Instead of the Jabber application, you are still using the Webex application. That's it. You can assign extension, shared number, voicemail, all those things will be working.
Everything will be same. Right?
Yes. So that is UCM calling.
On the UCM calling, where a Webex application user call out, so it will just work like a MRA.
Yes.
It will like go through the on-premises gateway.
Yes. It will be still. It is just like how an IP phone making a call from your premise, just like that. No difference in that. That's called UCM calling. And I hope UCM calling is clear. We'll move to the other one.
And it is for only the soft phone, not for a hard phone, UCM calling.
UCM calling works for the physical phones as well. If you can, of course, you need to change your firmware, right? When you register a physical IP phone, like for example, if you have an 8865 phone, I have one here. Where is it? Yeah. Who is requesting annotation request? Yeah. If you have a physical phone, the same phone, 88 series phone, there are two firmwares, which is called enterprise firmware as well as somebody's messaging. MPP. One moment, somebody's messaging me. MPP firmware. So you are planning to register your IP phone from your call manager to the cloud. You need to convert that firmware from enterprise to MPP. You can convert using a license, or Control Hub offers a free license migration. You can do that. You can register. And if the phone is on-premise,
that IP phone will be directly registering.
Yeah, that directly register.
Webex,
yes.
Not UCM.
Yeah, there is a small settings which you can do over there. I don't think. No, that's a good choice. Yeah, I don't think that will work for UCM calling because it will be directly registered in cloud. Yeah, that UCM calling most likely won't work on that.
Abdul, one question, and I come across that the normal phones, especially 8800, when you upload the MBB.
Guys, 1 second. Guys, if you're not talking, please mute yourself. Others are asking questions.
Shaha, who is the Shaha there? Can you just mute?
Shaha, can you mute Shaha?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
When you upgrade in the firmware to MBB and firmware, can you use both Teams and Webex in the same firmware, or one you have to dedicate one specific phone for Webex or Team? Because I come across this similar issue.
In the conversion strategy, it is MPP, Webex requires a specific kind of MPP, and the other calling like Microsoft Teams calling or other phone, you need a different set of MPP. It's a different, they call it as 3PP, third party call control. So it's a different firmware. I haven't tried. You can use it, you need to convert that. Yes, you can use it, but you need to convert. I personally tried from enterprise to MPP for Webex calling. I haven't tried registering the same phone in Microsoft Teams backend, but that requires a specific firmware altogether.
Okay, thanks.
All right, guys. So let's
one question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
Let's say I register a Webex calling, Webex app using the UCM calling, and I register one IP phone directly with the Webex.
Okay.
So then these two devices need to call each other. Then we need to implement the local gateway.
No, one device is registered. Okay, when you register any device in the cloud, basically you are attaching that device with a user or a space. Okay, so that device, for example, in our case, let's take an example of Tom Cruise. So Tom Cruise, when you're assigning a physical phone to Tom Cruise, that physical phone and the Tom Cruise mail ID will be connected. So if you want to make a call from your Webex application, that one-to-one call option will be still available, right? You are making a call from, let's take that as a different example. Okay, so I have a user here. Okay, this user is tom.cruz at something.com, and he is using the Webex application with UCM calling. So of course his phone services will be pulled from on-premise UCM, right? And his question is, when this guy calls another user called Will Smith, he is a pure native Webex user. He does not have anything set up. It's just one-to-one setup calling option. And when this guy calls this guy, what are the ways you can call him? You can call him using an email ID. Okay, let's take it to reverse. Okay, this user calls this user. Will Smith is calling Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is having UCM calling, but he still has the Webex application logged in, and this will be connected to your one-to-one, right? 1:1 calling. As long as this is active, you can simply search for Tom Cruise and then hit a dial. That is one-to-one dialing. That will land here. And if you want to have if you want to call that CUCM extension, then you need to implement either UCM calling here or integrate some local gateway and do a customized call routing. But I haven't seen that kind of deployment. No, some users will be in purely on the cloud, some users will be in the on-premise. We implement UCM calling. The moment you implement UCM calling, all the call will be working well for all the users.
So let's say if Will Smith is not a soft phone user, just a physical phone user, okay?
Yeah.
Registered on the Webex, and he want to call the UCM line, then local gateway should come in.
So you're saying this is the physical phone. You're still calling Tom Cruise, right? So if you want to dial the extension, local gateway you need. But if you're simply dialing the name, you can still dial the name. You don't need any extra setup for that.
Okay.
Abdul, one question. If you enable the URI dialing?
That is enabled by default, right? That's our first option, which is one-to-one calling. That is the URI dialing option.
If in my cluster, I have a URI dialing as well enabled, I have a GDPR.
Okay.
And it's a Webex user aligned to me. And if I'm making a call to him, do I really need to have an extension? Because in that case, the URI dialing would work, right?
Yeah, looks like a complicated question. We can park that question there. I will answer that later. You are Shamsi, right?
Yeah, man, that's me.
I can recognize your audio. Yeah, we'll park that out question. Okay, well, I'll come back to you.
Hi, Abdullah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sulfi here. I just want to ask one question. For example, in the previous window, right?
Yeah.
For if someone calling an incoming call to Tom Cruise from outside world.
Okay.
So since this device or whatever things he's using is registered to the cloud, right?
No. So
But
let's
if
imagine he's coming. Call is coming from an outside world. So of course he will have a local gateway, which is your voice gateway or cube, which is in on-premise. The call will be hitting on that first, right? It comes here, and then it goes to the CUCM, and then CUCM understand where the CSF is. CSF will be connected here, so that way the call will be handled. If it is UCM calling enabled user.
No, the CSF is not registered to the CUCM, right? The CSF is registered to the cloud, correct?
No.
I mean, the Webex is registered to the cloud, right? Webex app.
Webex app is registered to the cloud, but the calling functionality, the moment you enable UCM calling, it will be registered to the CUCM.
Okay, so there will be two registrations.
Yeah, the messaging and other messaging meetings functionality will be towards cloud, but the phone registration, the SIP, literally the SIP registration will be handled by the CUCM. So take it an example of Jabber without IMP. So Jabber soft phone without IMP, the same way.
Yeah, the same way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will be using two authentication. One to log in the Webex app, which will be through cloud.
Yes.
Then another authentication will happen
on
to
the
log in the
CUCM
CSF on the CUCM.
Yes. So in this case, when you log in to the Webex application, first time you will be entering your email ID and password. You're logging into the Webex services. Then you will get a warning that please log into the phone services, which is your call manager user ID and password. So there'll be two login here. You have to log into the application as well as the calling separately. But if you enable SSO, single sign-on, SSO on the Webex side, SSO on the CUCM side, there'll be seamless login. You just need to log in one time. The cookie session will be maintained. You can automatically log into the call manager side as well.
Similar to how we log into Finis, likewise we are logging similarly, like if we need to log into Jabber as well as log into Finis, similarly what we are doing.
Finis is for the contact center solution, right? If the agent wants to be logged in and then if he wanted to make the calls, he will be logging into the Finis application. But I'm just talking about the call routing only here. Yes, you can utilize that. Instead of Jabber, you can utilize your Webex application.
Just a quick question. So how can we get the
yeah, go ahead.
Trial, how can we get the trial license for that?
Yes, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. 1 second.
Jasim.
Yeah.
Jasim, this phone, this Webex, we can see under CUCM under device. We can see as a CSF profile which is registered.
Yes, correct? You can see that a CSF registered, which is CSF profile, which is registered. And if you look at that CSF details, you can see that Webex application. It wouldn't be like a Jabber application. You can see the firmware, right? If you have a registered CSF, if you go to there, you can see the firmware of the Jabber or the Webex. If it is Webex, Webex will be written there. Webex app will be written there. You can see that, yes.
Okay.
So AJ, at which version we will see the Webex onto the UCM?
All version supports that.
All version.
Yeah. No specific version requirement. I hope the UCM calling is clear. We'll go to the next one. Guys, once you're done with talking, please mute. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please. No question.
For the voicemail, we still need Unity connection, right?
Yes, we still need Unity connection. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So any key point, sorry, quick question, AJ. Any key point for as perspective of Webex calling here, like, do you have anything recommended, like what key point we can see?
So like if you, it's up to the customer strategy. Guys, please mute. Vijesh, please control.
Vikas Jadhav, can you mute?
Guys, kind request, if you're done talking, please mute yourself.
Is this possible from your end? Mute this guy, please.
I have a lot of screens here. Okay, so that's why I allocated Vijesh for managing the session.
Talking and nice classes going on and messy.
It's okay. They might miss even we do that. It's okay. So Vijesh, please take an eye on that. You can mute.
Yeah, back to my question, Ajay.
Yeah. So recommendation, I'm coming to that. So when it comes to recommendation, imagine you are a new fresh customer. Okay, I would directly tell you, go to the Webex cloud calling solution. Don't implement anything locally. But if you are an enterprise with all global footprint with clusters across the globe, gateways across the globe, then if I go and recommend that Webex calling directly to that customer, they'll say, okay, we cannot implement that right away. So in that case, you pitch in with a UCM calling solution. They can still leverage their call manager setup and everything. Then they get used to the Webex native interface. Once they are familiar with that, gradually you can migrate some set of users from the UCM calling to local gateway calling. So like you pick up that gateway from there on-premise, register directly with your Webex setup, then call will be coming from PSTN, Webex, and the user. So you are bypassing the call manager. So gradually you can move towards the other option. So then our end goal will be pure cloud, right? That's where everything is going. So the final solution will be sitting in the cloud itself.
Do we have any trial regulation on this probably?
No, as long when it comes to the voice over IP telephony, it's up to the implementation architect to decide whether I am in line with the TRI regulations or not. I can have a call manager set up here, and then I can have a VPN connection towards a different country. That is possible today, right? And register another phone. Then I can make free calls, which is as per the TRI, it is not accepted. But I can still design that as long as they are not coming and cache me. I can still design that. So while designing, I need to be verifying, okay, that country's TRI regulation, how the call routing should be. And there are mechanisms to implement the location-based calling. You can disable, enable, all those options are available today.
Thank you.
Okay, so regarding the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Abdul, when we are talking about bypassing CUCM, are we talking about solution such as multi-tenant solution from the Webex?
Yeah, the Webex calling local gateway is a multi-tenant solution. So that will make more sense when I explain this particular topic, which is Webex dedicated instance. Okay, then we'll come to that question. Regarding the lab question, so we have a section here, how you can set up everything on your own. So if you go to this page, which we will be doing, don't worry about that. Where is my lab guide here? Yes, the end-to-end solution which I'm going to demonstrate today, which can be done for anyone with absolutely $0 cost. So I'll be using Webex Sandbox. There is a link, you can go there. I'll explain about this. Then Azure free trial, because I need a CUBE, right? CUBE can be hosted in Azure. It's again free. And a Twilio, which is a SIP-based internet PSTN. You can literally buy DID numbers from Twilio and route those DID to your CUBE and then make calls from your mobile phone itself, which we will be doing today. So the entire stuff you can also do on your own. You don't need any extra bulky investment for that. It's all available today for free. Okay. Now, where are we? About the Webex calling dedicated instance. So that's the fourth option that Cisco is offering. Webex calling dedicated instance is nothing but it is Cisco call manager itself hosted by Cisco. So when I ask a question today, if you are coming from a CUCM customer, where the call managers are currently hosted, the customer's premise data center, right? You are shifting the data center from customer premise and then bringing that inside the Cisco data center, then building an MPLS connection between these two data centers. Let me just draw that, how that the UCM dedicated instance work. So this is dedicated instance. I will draw a customer. He's having a location in US. This is my call manager, publisher, subscriber. And so he has some presence in the Middle East, in UK. One call manager, CCM, publisher, subscriber, and in Asia also he has some setup. Okay. What Cisco has done that Cisco set up their own Webex calling data center in most of the places. We can go to Google and type for Webex calling location. You can see those data centers. Imagine they have a data center here, another data center here, and another data center in Asia as well. So they have pretty much presence in all places. Then they will tell you, right now, you guys are managing the call manager. You are hiring engineers and you are managing that. You are doing the lifecycle management, like upgrading of the call manager, all those things. Instead of you are doing this, we will do it. We have a dedicated team. They will host a call manager for you, a dedicated call manager for you, a CUCM, UCM. Of course, there'll be publisher, subscriber, and based on the customer endpoints, you can have that. So they will dedicatedly create a call manager cluster inside Cisco data center. So this yellow box is basically Cisco data center. And what they do is, from your on-premise data center, from your on-premise, you build a VPN connection towards us. Okay. So it is just like, imagine you are sitting in India, your office in US, how you are currently, your IP phones are registered, right? Through a VPN, it is registered. And forget about that on-premise data center of your customer in US. Instead, it goes to the Cisco data center. This is how they are acquiring the data center, the cloud market. Cisco has not released an image of call manager, which can be freely deployed in any of the public cloud. That is one of the limitations, I would say. Cisco would have done that. But we cannot host call manager on our own in a cloud setup. When I say cloud setup, Azure, GCP, or AWS, we don't have an image where we can deploy our own call manager in cloud, but we can deploy in VMware stuff that is on-premise, but the cloud is not available. The strategy behind that is this. Cisco will say, okay, if you're looking for a cloud solution, you don't do anything, we will host it. You just create a VPN and BGP peering. This is BGP. You create a BGP peering from your data center, and we will give you the routes. You allow all the routes, and any IP phone that you connect on your premise, which is here, this is one IP phone, this is another IP phone, they will effectively have a TFTP server IP address from here, okay? And it goes and register on the cloud. Of course, you need to have this BGP peering because your phone will be connected to your office network. Then from the office network, it will be going towards the Cisco network. So you are like shifting a small portion of your data center and putting that inside the Cisco data center. The benefit here is you get the same pretty native interface of call manager. You can access it. You can do pretty much all the call routing configuration, dial plan configuration, CSS partition, phone registration, MRA, and all of that. except the upgrade, restart, and reboot, which will be managed by Cisco. Say, for example, you got a REB replication issue. The Cisco team will be responsible for that. You don't need to worry about it. Cisco, they have a dedicated UCM call, dedicated instances team. In that team, they will take care of maintaining your call manager. They will also maintain your SSL certificate. So you don't need to worry about managing your Tomcat certificate and all of that. The Cisco team will be responsible for that. Of course, they'll be paying some extra amount for that. It is like a cloud calling solution, dedicated solution from Cisco for IP telephony solution. So since this is called dedicated instance, which is like for each customer, they are building a dedicated cluster inside Cisco data center. They call it as this is like a dedicated instance. The other normal WebEx, if you are registering the phone directly on WebEx Cloud, like a normal thing, right? We are using the control hub. Here, when it comes to dedicated instance, there is no use of control hub. Everything will be another call manager. You don't know where it is. It is not in your data center. It is in somebody else's. It's Cisco's data center. But you have the same call manager interface, same route patterns, device pool, all those things will be exactly the same. And they offer N+2 versions. Like for example, if call manager 15 is running, you can opt dedicated instance in 15 or 14. So that's how they offers. Once that is set up, the major thing will be the connectivity from your premise to the Cisco data center. That's the only hurdle there. Once that is established, you change the TFTP servers, IP phone will go and register there. Of course, you need to build your dial plan, phones configuration, everything on the UCM cloud. Sorry, dedicated instance. That is how it is. Previously, they call it as UCM cloud, and now they rebranded as WebEx dedicated instance, like a dedicated call manager cluster for each customer inside Cisco data center. Because they use a dedicated, I'm sorry, yeah.
PSTN, for this option, PSTN gateway will be in the customer side.
Well, let me ask the same question to you. Okay, I'll just draw one image here. Okay, you have your call manager. Why this is too big? Okay. This is your CUCM cluster on premise. Okay. Of course, gateway will be on premise again, and you have your PSTN carrier. Okay, how these two guys are talking? Purely based on IP, right? So you literally configure the IP address of a gateway so that CUCM can talk. Of course, there'll be a routing back and the gateway can talk. And imagine you moved this data center into inside of Cisco. Now this is inside of Cisco. And you already have this connection in the form of BGP. So they still talk each other. The location of the gateway will be in customer premise. Just that the data center of the Cisco CUCM will be moved. Imagine today you have an office in Mumbai where you have CUCM cluster and another users are or gateways in, let's say, in Bangalore. So the gateway will be locally present in Bangalore and it will be talking to a call manager which is in Mumbai through your corporate WAN network. Okay, the same concept here. And it goes to the Cisco data center, not to the Mumbai data center of your company. It goes to the Cisco data center, which is available in Asia Pacific. That's how it is. But the local gateway location will be still local to the customer. Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. But the IPs of the gateways will be the private IP.
Yeah, of course. That's why I said this, right? It's a VPN connection. As long as you build that VPN thing, what is it? Yeah. When you build a Cisco data center on your data center over an MPLS BGP peering, you can have a private IP address here like 192.168.1.1 and you can have another one here 192.168.2.1. They still talk each other. You don't need a public IP address setup here because it's a VPN tunnel. Okay. Think about it. Okay, you have an office in Mumbai, you have a call manager setup in Mumbai, and you have a remote office in Bangalore. How the setup is working today? So the Bangalore gateway will be still talking to a Mumbai call manager over a tunnel with a private IP, not a public IP. Same concept. And now you shift the data center in Mumbai to Cisco and provider, you have a connectivity. You're creating a local VPN connectivity towards Cisco. And that's a major hurdle when you're going towards dedicated instance. It'll take some time. You need to work with your networking guys and then implement that connection, a peering connection. They call it as peering connection from your data center towards that Cisco data center. Of course, your InfoSec team and the firewall teams will be getting involved. So that is their major network task. Once that is implemented, you can think that it is just like exactly your CUCM. You don't need to worry about where it is located.
So, Abdul, it's a way you can and migrate from on-prem CUCM to Cisco Webex dedicated instance?
Yes, there are manual options available. You can do an export of your existing cluster, like a DRF backup, and then restore that backup in the UCM dedicated instance. That is possible. Or you can do some bulk export, like a portion by portion. You can, for example, you need to export all the translation pattern in the bulk administration of your on-premise call manager. That is available. You take that. You ideally get a zip file. You can import that in the dedicated instance. And there are other tools, third-party tools available like Yarn Lab, and so many things are there. They will also do this kind of shifting for you. Like they read all the call manager cluster on-premise, then you can decide, okay, what are the things you need to be replicated to the dedicated instance side. So that is also possible. Multiple vendors are available, but without any vendors, with the bulk administration itself, you can move that from the dedicated instance or on-premise call manager to dedicated instance.
Excellent, thanks.
Okay, so when they use the dedicated instance name for the UCM cloud, or the dedicated name for that, the other solution, the native control hub interface, they call it as multi-tenant. Multi-tenant means everybody will be accessing admin.webex.com, which is the Webex control hub. So you don't have any specific call manager. I will be accessing my admin.webex.com. When I log in, I will see my own specific configuration. When somebody else's log in, they will see their set of configuration. But still, we are accessing that admin.webex.com. That's the reason we call it as Webex Calling multi-tenant, which is like bringing your IP phone from call manager directly to the control hub, Webex control hub. So that is called multi-tenant. Another one is called dedicated instance. Dedicated instance is itself is CUCM. You can right now itself, you can add a Webex dedicated instance inside your resume, because you don't need to learn anything for that, which is the same call manager, same interface, same serviceability page. Everything will be there, but hosted by Cisco and managed by Cisco. If you want to restart, reboot, or upgrade, Cisco will be responsible for that. You are actually offloading that task to Cisco, but the call routing algorithm, like design, implementing the call routing, all those GDPR stuff and everything will be up to you. And you need to pick which data center you need to go for. There are a lot of data centers. So for example, if you have a New York office in New York and a data center in New York, you decide, okay, your nearest location for Cisco data center is again New York. You have a location, and you talk to Cisco, ask them, please deploy the cluster for us in New York location. So based on the global availability, they have presence in everywhere. If you are a multi-cluster user, customer, you can talk to all these guys and then implement the respective cluster in all those areas. Who is requesting annotation control? 1 second. Yeah, you can deploy the clusters across the globe. Then they also offers SME, which is Session Management Edition cluster. That is again another call manager cluster. If you have 5 clusters with the dedicated instances in different locations like Asia Pacific 1, Australia, US, and Middle East, and you decide, okay, I also need a SME to decide all the routing. Cisco offers another cluster, which is SME cluster again. It's again call manager, and you can pick which location you need the SME cluster to be deployed. They will deploy it for you. Then you can build the dial plan based on that. So it is same old CUCM setup. Instead of you are hosting and managing it, you are giving to Cisco, and Cisco will host it. And keep in mind, Cisco will never offer an image for cloud. The call manager image is not available for a public cloud. That means you cannot deploy the call manager solution in any of the public cloud. That is still not available today, even in 15 version. All right. So we are done with Webex calling dedicated.
Yeah. One question. When you say the dedicated instance CUCM, right?
Yeah.
Cisco will take care of. What will happen during the survivability if I want to, have the enhanced future? I need to install the CUCM in the local premises,
yes.
right?
So they call it
So another question. CUCM, the Cisco is taking care of the licensing, but how this licensing will cost me when I deploy a dedicated instance in my local premises? Will the licenses will cover, or we need to purchase additionally the licenses?
Good question. So first question, let me answer. How about server availability? For that, you have to install another node inside your premise. So it's like a cluster over IP WAN. Cisco will give you the credential for adding one additional node, which is like a call manager node, but you install that on your premise, then create a call manager group based on that, so that if the cloud thing is not available, the phones can still register to your premise-based CUCM. It's a one node will be available. They call it as SRST call manager node. Instead of the gateway SRST, you can have a dedicated node virtual machine inside your data center as an SRST. Plus, you can also offer the same SRSD feature, right? Anyway, gateway will be on-premise. So if you enable the normal SRSD feature with the gateway, the phones can use that gateway to make calls, and those options are still available. But Cisco recommends having a dedicated survivable node for UCM dedicated instance location. And the second question about the licensing. So there is no change in the licenses. Whatever license you manage here, it's purely through the cloud license manager. The same cloud licensing manager you will be linking in the dedicated instance side as well. They talk to the same licensing manager. As long as you have licenses available in your cloud license manager, things will be taken care of. Say, for example, you are moving one phone from your on-premise to the dedicated instance on-premise, and you connect your on-premise call manager to the cloud license manager. You have 10 licenses there. You also connect your cloud license manager with the cloud dedicated instance. You are shifting this phone from here. You are reducing one number. So you have 10 licenses now. That is reduced into, and you got another license saved, right? 11 licenses are there. You go and add the phone there. It is also still consuming the same license from the cloud license manager. So that license will be utilized there. So you don't need to worry about those licenses. As long as in the premise, if you have license, that will be taken care. Is it clear?
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Here, I have a question. So here the PSTN option is only local gateway, right? For the dedicated instance?
Yes, Cisco will not offer you. You can have local gateways, or the gateways are now available in public clouds, right? I can have my Cube hosted in public cloud. So I can choose that if I don't want anything, which we will be doing today. I'll be using Azure to host my Cube. Though I have a Cube sitting here, but I don't want to use that. I will use it in the public cloud. So, but answer to your question, gateway will be still local. You still need to manage the local gateways. Or if you are planning to have a fully cloud solution, Cisco will not offer any gateway solutions. Okay. In that case, you have to find out a data means public cloud, then move your SBC there, and then go towards the internet-based SIP calling. So that that will be taken care of. One more question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Abdul, just wanted to know, like, so the Webex calling professional, or like the 3 option, it comes into play when in a call manager free environment, like
yes, exactly. Yeah, your understanding is right. It comes into play only in multi-tenant. They call it as multi-tenancy call, Webex calling. So the UCM calling, dedicated instance, all that comes with the native UCM stuff. Webex calling is purely, we will be managing everything in admin.webex.com, the Webex control hub. So all those professional licenses are coming into picture in that particular context. Here the licenses are our traditional license, like a professional license, enhanced license, cool license, those kind of stuff. Okay. So I hope we understand all the possible calling scenarios in Webex.
For the dedicated instance, right? The customer need to pair BGP.
Yes.
So where the Equinix part comes, like
on the
diagram.
Good question. Okay, so that is more into the what do you call? Okay, so let me go to. This is your data center. Let me draw your data center. Let's say it's here in New York, and there is another Cisco DC. So when I draw that yellow color line, it is not actually the line. In between, there are a few guys working. So the Cisco delegated their connectivity partner as Equinix. So Equinix is like another kind of cloud networking provider. They have data centers across multiple regions. So what you need to do basically is you need to contact your Equinix. It's like I said, the dedicated instance deployment time, most of the time you will be spending inside the connectivity. So you talk to your nearest Equinix provider. Then they will offer you something called Equinix Cross Connect. Again, that's a BGP connection between your premise and the Equinix data center. I don't know how the configurations are, but we usually engage the networking team and then they take care of that. So they will have some portal access where Equinix services are there. Then you can build a connection towards a cloud-based their data center. And Cisco have their own Equinix peering already configured. Cisco data center, they have their own cross connect. That is Cisco responsibility. They already configured. Then we should publish something like autonomous number, right? And the BGP, we call it as AN number or something. Then through this cross connect will make sure your BGP circuit is up between these two. So that's how the Equinix are coming in. But that is purely on the BGP and networking configuration. I haven't got an exposure that even if I get an exposure, I will not be able to understand what those guys are doing. I'm purely from a UC domain. We usually work with the networking and firewall team when it comes to the BGP peering stuff. You connect Cisco team and then let them work together. Eventually, what you do is if you're sitting at your office with a laptop connected, you try to browse your call manager IP, which is sitting here. The moment you get a call manager web page, you can say that, okay, the Equinix peering is done. Okay. Until that point, you need to follow up with them. That's how it is connected. Clear?
Yeah, it will work.
I'm sorry?
It will work through autonomous system. Different layers will be there for BGP peering. So it will go through the autonomous system.
Yeah, so my knowledge is limited in that case. I'm not a routing switching guy. So, but we can refer that. If you search for Webex dedicated instance peering, there are a lot of articles they are talking about how you integrate that connectivity from your premise to that UCM cloud.
Abdul, once again, can you explain the first one, Webex calling 1 to 1 free?
Which is the free URI dialing between users, right? I have 2 users in my control hub, which we have seen last time. These are 2 users, right? Where are they? One is Tom Cruise and another one is Will Smith. If I call Will Smith by simply searching the name, this is called Webex calling one-on-one. You don't need any extra license for that. Simply dial. This will be ringing on the other end. You can see that.
Yeah.
This is within the organization or
between
the organization can be possible?
Outside also working because you can enable external calling. For example, can somebody give you a mail ID if you have Webex? Anyone?
Yeah.
Give me. You should be logged into the Webex application. So within my control hub, there is an option called external feature, external communication. It is enabled by default. That's the reason I'll be able to message an external guy and I can call them as well. So that is possible without any extra licenses.
Should we need to enable any specific domain and restrict some other domain that also we can do, or you can allow all the domain at once?
We have multiple options available. You can allow all domain or allow all domain except few domains or allow only few domains except all other domain. All those settings are available in Control Hub, which you need to tune yourself according to your organization requirements. Okay, anyway, I'm not discussing that, but you can chat. You can search for tom.cruise@ajcollab.com. That's my mail ID. And send a message, hi, I can reply and then call you. So we can have a call.
Abdul, one question on licensing.
Okay.
So let's say we purchase 10 meeting licenses, okay, and we set up the Webex. So then I create 100 users, okay, and I use them with the UCM calling,
yeah,
and also give them free calling. That's possible.
Yes, that is possible. Within the organization through that one-on-one thing, I can call. Yuvraj just called me. It was ringing, right? Yuvraj, you have seen that. I can call him back again. So this calling is
but I only purchase the 10 users.
It will work for all users. You don't need any extra license for that. Yeah. Yuvraj, are you there to answer the call? Anyway, it's okay. It's okay. So it will work since I have enabled that external communication. I can chat with anyone, and then just imagine if it is an IMP situation, you have to do a lot of circles to chat with external. They call it as there's a name for that, right? So yeah, if it is an IMP, if I need to chat with somebody else outside, I actually lost that track. Federation. Yeah. You have to do federation, but in Webex you just allow that domain, then things will be sorted. So that's where easy the cloud solutions are. Okay, so let me move forward. Okay, 1 hour over. We are done with our first slide. So I hope you guys are clear with the solutions offered by Webex. And out of that, our focus will be this specific local gateway. The reason I have put this slide because when I talk about Webex calling, there are a lot of guys usually ask me a question, okay, what is Webex calling? What is local gateway? They confuse about all these calling functionalities. Once we understand, okay, what are these all flavors, then we can decide the solution, which one is suitable for the customer. So in this case, I'm going towards fully cloud solution, which is multi-tenant. Our Webex Control Hub will be focusing, registering my IP phone there from Call Manager. I will shift my phones towards direct cloud. I don't have any UCM calling function. I don't have any dedicated instance. Purely, I'll be working on the Webex side. So for the Webex user, that same two user, Tom Cruise and Will Smith, they wanted to make a PSTN call. That's where my problem description today. They wanted to make a PSTN call. How will I integrate a PSTN solution and give a DID number for them? So of course, I have to go with any of these three solutions because I am in the Webex calling feature. It's not like UCM or any other things. It's purely a multi-tenant solution. So I can go with Cisco PSTN or Cloud Connected PSTN or local gateway. Cisco PSTN is simple. You just buy direct DID numbers from Cisco itself. Cloud Connected PSTN, again, similar to Cisco PSTN, but you are creating an agreement with the carrier. Local gateway is your place. You can decide whatever thing you want. So which we're going to be doing today. All right. So I hope no questions in the calling options. We are good with the calling. Let's
one question before you move into gateway.
Yeah.
And I set up the buy license for professional license for internal calling, and what I find out when I add the users on the professional license, I still am not able to dial extensions between the two, although I enable the 4-digit call in between the two. Okay. But it's not. Is there any step which should be done? Is there something which you can show us?
If you want
maybe
to,
later,
yeah, we can do that. If you wanted to enable that extension-based calling, a location has to be added in Control Hub, and a primary number has to be assigned for the location, which we're going to be seeing now. Then we can have that. I'll also demonstrate extension calling.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So this will be the lab topology which we're going to be discussing today. Is there anything happening in the group or nothing? Okay. All right. So this is our lab topology. We have the Webex Control Hub with a few users registered, and I will be hosting a virtual cube in Azure. We will cover the entire hosting. And then there is a service called Twilio. They offer something called Elastic SIP trunking PSTN solution. Basically, it's an internet-based SIP solution. So they can send the SIP invite messages to a public IP address, which I'm going to give. So then they will give you a DID number. Anyone who calls that number, call will be landed on my cube. From the cube, I will route that call to the Webex backend and eventually ringing an ringing a Webex application logged by the Tom Cruise user. So the lab setup I'll be using is Webex Sandbox, Azure free account, and Twilio free account. So let's see what is Webex Sandbox. All those links are available in the portal, which I shared in the group. If you go to the lab building section, build your own lab free, Webex Sandbox. If you go there, you just need to enter your mail ID. That's it. Wait for 15 minutes. Your control hub will be ready. Cisco will send you a demo, not a demo, a fully functional control hub. With that, you can do all these settings, which is what I have currently. I'm not from the Cisco official thing. I'm just like an external customer. You just enter your mail ID and then you can get a control hub. You get a user ID, something like this, which I have been using, right? Admin AJ collab. This is what you, they will send you an email. Okay. Then based on that, you get this one. Then you can log in to the same control hub, admin.webex.com. And then there'll be only one user, that is the user which they send you as an email, and start creating additional users and configuring all of them. So it's totally free. You will get 10 licenses, professional calling Webex license. So that is enough for us to practice, which is a good place to go. So that is one of your area to develop the lab. You get the complete control hub access. Keep in mind the Cisco PSTN or Cloud Connected PSTN's option won't be available in that because that uses a lot of country regulations and other things. So that won't be possible, but the local gateway, which we are currently discussing, that is possible inside that. So that is one thing. Then Azure free trial, which is a cloud account. So anybody who is signing up for the Azure for the first time, the Microsoft will offer you $20 credits. So if you use a gateway for a whole month, for your practice, you will be hardly paying 300 or 400 rupees from the $20 credit. Again, that is free. So you can build your Azure account for free. Then the third one will be Twilio, which is here, the Twilio solution. They offer something called Elastic SIP trunking. The moment you sign up, they will give you $20 credit. For each call, they're going to charge some $0.001 or something. So that is still fine. You get the $20 credit. You can make calls, receive calls. You can do all sort of things. But the trial account of Twilio will have a small limitation. You need to authenticate your caller ID first. Not everybody can call that number because they will say, we will only allow if the user is already registered in our Twilio account. That means when you sign up for Twilio, you'll be entering your mobile number. Then any DID that you purchase from your Twilio, you can make calls only from your mobile number. from my mobile number, if I make calls to that DID, call will be working fine. If somebody else make the call, it will fail. That's only for a restriction, the compliance restriction. If you pay $20 extra, means you need to go for a fully functional Twilio account, then that restriction will be waived off. But this is still okay to do that testing. Say, for example, your friend is asking, okay, I also wanted to test call. Then you can add his number as an authenticated caller ID inside your Twilio, and that user can also make calls. So you can keep on adding numbers, but any unknown number, if you try to make a call, that call will be rejected by Twilio. But in my case, I don't have that limitation. I have a fully activated Twilio account. You can pay $20 and keep it there. That will be a fully functional Twilio account. You can practice all your SIP trunking scenarios with Twilio, because to get a SIP trunking from a carrier, it's really hard, right? They have to install the modem and all those things if it is a local-based SIP trunking. This is an internet-based SIP trunking. That means the Twilio guys will send a SIP call to any IP address which you give. If you give a public IP address, as long as the public IP address is reachable, they can extend that call. That's the beauty, right? So you don't need to have any physical bulky modem setup or anything. You just say to Leo, okay, this is my DID. Any call comes to the DID, send it to the public IP address, which happen to be your CUBE router. Since your CUBE router is sitting in the cloud, getting an public IP address for the CUBE is also easy. You don't need to do a lot of circles to get that public IP address. Whereas in an on-premise CUBE, if you deploy that in your VMware, you have to work with your internet carrier to get a public IP address for that. So I am going for a fully cloud solution, which is easy for us to set up with existing resource available today. So there is no investment, no money for setting up the lab. You can literally do all the callings. Okay.
And for Twilio pricing, it charge per call or also charge as a monthly?
Monthly they call, but minimum payment investment will be $20. You have to, it's like a recharge. You recharge for $20. Call will be costing you like $0.001 or something. You can see their charts. I used it for $20 and I've been using that almost 3 years. Yesterday I recharged. Yesterday I was doing some test call. They're saying, okay, you're exhausted with the balance, and I added another $20. So it is okay for us to practice.
There is no like fixed charge per month, like they will be
no fixed charge.
If you call or not.
Based on your calls only, they will charge from that $20. Okay. So these are the 3 solutions which I'll be using today. The Sandbox, Webex Sandbox, which is free. Azure free trial, again free. Twilio, free Twilio. But my Azure free trial is also exhausted, because when you sign up for Azure account, they will give you that $200 for 3 months, I guess. 3 months or 6 months. After that, that will be waived off, and then you have to add your debit card or credit card, then keep using that service, which I'm using it. So this is my setup. I hope you guys are clear with the setup. Then we'll go towards one by one. All right.
A quick question: in that Webex Sandbox, do you also get the contact center?
That's a good question. It was available in the past, but recently they removed that option. I don't know why they removed it, but today the answer is no. We don't get the contact center there.
Thank you.
Abdul, once I created trying Webex Sandbox, it only gave me like 3 days or 4 days to create.
No, 90 days they are giving.
Okay.
You try once again, because I've been using that for a long time. Where is it?
Because when you say request a Webex, they ask you for how much time you need, 4 hours, 12 hours. And
that is dcloud. Okay. I'm not talking about the dcloud solution. I'm talking about purely dedicated Webex Sandbox. So you follow that link, which is there in the portal, Webex Sandbox. Follow this link, then you sign up. It will be 90 days. Okay. And moreover,
why?
Go ahead.
Well, why do I need to buy? Can I not create the dummy numbers on a WebEx, for example, international numbers for +1 or 44 +44, any number, and then I can route out to the local gateway to the BSTN, and vice versa? Why do I need to buy the numbers from the external provider?
Okay.
I know that, but for practically for the lab. Why do I need to have actual?
How do you replicate? So my target or the end goal will be, I need this Tom Cruise user, which is there in this user to have a DID number, and that DID number which you can also call. This is what my end goal. So I need to buy a DID number from provider. Cisco cannot give you a DID number. They can give if it is a Cisco PSTN solution, but I'm going for a local gateway. My local carrier is Twilio. From Twilio, I'll buy a number, then configure my CUBE router, and then attach that number to this Tom Cruise. Then anybody else in this call, we can all call this number and see it is ringing. That's where the target is.
Yeah, but the same thing. What I'm saying, for let's say you assign a DDI number for that dummy DDI number which is not routable outside, but still, if I call from the BSTN into one DDI, my call manager, and then route to my local gateway, and then route it to the SIP trunk to Webex, that call will ring on the dummy number, right?
Okay, say that again. Let me draw that. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
So my thing is like anyone who joins, I need to clear everyone, and then I'll move to the next topic. Okay, I'll just draw this. So you tell me what's the setup you're looking like?
Let's say I have a call manager with a DDI number.
Okay, so CUCM. Of course, when you say call manager with the DDI number means you have a gateway.
With a PSTN connection, or with a DDI number, one DDI number.
Give me a PSTN provider in UK, which is Orange.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I have got local gateway, connected local gateway, which has got a SIP connection to Webex.
Okay, so currently when you call this DDI number, it comes to the local gateway and it goes to the CUCM and IP phone will be ringing, right?
No, but I can route that call. I can create the route button and route that call to the local gateway.
Yes.
To the Webex.
Webex, you can do that.
So the number on the Webex, that will be dummy number.
Not the dummy number, right? It has to be, means if you are modifying the number and sending that number to, let's imagine this number is +441234, okay? And you're going to be assigning the same number for the user, +441234. And you're saying, we don't need this, you need to assign some dummy number, 123. Of course, you need to do a transformation, right? From this call hits the gateway, you need to convert that 1234 and route to Webex. Why do you want to do that conversion? You can directly route that call to the Webex and assign the same number to the user. This is possible. You don't need to do anything extra for that. But we usually assign, you're talking about the call manager perspective, right? We assign the internal extension number and then, But when it comes to the cloud, it's a common practice that we assign the number directly to the user, the DID number directly to the user. But
it looks like
you're talking
stopped.
Sorry, somebody stopped. So you can do that, but for that you need to do the transformation here, right? The DID to this transformation. In that case, you can do it. But in my case, I'll just redraw this into my scenario.
Sorry, Abdul, sorry. Can you guys please put it on mute? I think it's totally mess up. Can't able to hear it properly.
Vijesh, please.
About the surrounding area.
Who is that?
Who is that?
He got expired by you, AJ. As you're teaching us,
he's teaching back. Okay, good. So in my case, what I'm going to do is, instead of this orange, I have my Twilio provider here. Okay. Then I don't have my call manager, no call manager setup, no IP phone here, nothing. Okay, I have a DID, which is a US DID in my case. That DID will be routed to my Webex and I can answer. Your question is still valid. I can route to a dummy number and ring that. But usually we assign a DID number itself, because when you assign the DID number, you have a central control of the DID from the control hub itself. You can see how many DID numbers are there. Whereas in call manager, where do you keep the DID numbers? In an Excel sheet, usually.
The reason, sorry, take long. The reason I was asking, actually, I set our lab at home. So what I have created the dummy PSTN. We use the call manager, which has got international numbers, and I created SIP to my call manager. So I use those numbers as a DDI numbers as a BSTN simulation. Okay. Then I call those to the call manager, and then I create the dummy numbers. So in the Webex, so I don't use any money to buy any numbers.
Now I got it. Okay. His requirement is he created a CUCM here, keeping that as a PSTN. It can generate SIP calls, right? and then he's assuming that he's creating a number. When somebody calls that number from this phone, it goes to the local gateway and it goes to the WebEx, which is possible. You can do that, no doubts about it. It is absolutely possible. But I wanted to have that real experience. Okay, you go and buy a number from an actual carrier. Twilio is actually a provider carrier. Buy that number from them, implement that, and then integrate it. So we'll leave it to you. You can build this one as long as you can integrate with this cube, and then cube can to the towards the WebEx. That is possible. You can do that calling between all these two guys. No restriction. You are taking a PSTN as a simulated, CUCM as a simulated PSTN. In my case, I have an actual PSTN where all the enterprise will have the real PSTNs, right? Just like that.
Abdul, we can get this DID from AWS Chime also, right?
Yeah, I haven't explored that, but it is. I think it is possible. Yes. Twilio, AWS Chime I haven't explored much, but Twilio I was testing for all the SIP trunking. Even in on-premise scenario, you can route those calls to on-premise. For example, you're learning about CUCM and CUBE CUCM, CUBE and PSTN integration. You can buy a DID number from them and route that to your on-premise. But for on-premise, you have to do some ideas for public IP address. Twilio, I have been working with Twilio for a long time. It's happened to be a simple choice for replicating the scenarios. And I'll leave it to you guys. You can integrate any other provider. If you find another provider who can offer you a SIP trunking connection, feel free to implement that. You can refer the documentation and then implement that. Cool. I hope the lab scenario is good. We're gonna implement.
Twilio provide the free of the DID, like the couple of months or like that.
Yeah, like the $20 when they give you first time when you join. When you buy a number, they will deduct $1 from that. So one DID will cost you $1. So that is still okay. You have $19.
Yeah, and you put it your cell phone number. Just you explaining that one, because like just allowed your cell phone number or whatever number. Because they send it SMS.
Yeah, I have fully activated Twilio account, so I paid the $20 from my pocket itself. I'm not using the free account. In my case, anybody can call this DID number. So if you look at this DID, this is what my number, which I purchased from Twilio, 214-888-3759, which is a Twilio DID number. Since I paid for that $20, anybody can now make a call to that number. Now the call will fail, but once we complete the integration, things will work.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So we are done. So we are done with our lab topology. We know what we are going to implement. So first, let us head over to our Azure hosted virtual cube. The cube is not hosted. Initially, I thought of I will host the cube when I come to the session, but I thought a lot of guys said that, okay, we also wanted to see how we can host a cube in Azure cloud. So that will be a little more interesting. So we're going to do that. So let me open my Azure account. Around 10 o'clock, we'll take a break for dinner and then we'll rejoin back again. How many guys we have, by the way, right now? I'm not seeing that participants group. Can someone tell me?
247.
Wow, that's still interesting. Okay. All right. So let's go back to our Azure portal. So to log into Azure, we use portal.azure.com. And I will also bring my reference document here. This is what my reference document. So when you take the configuration side, configuration step inside the Azure, we need to go to Marketplace. Then Cisco Virtual Group Controller, we need to deploy. So this section I'm currently doing. After the deployment, I also need to configure network security group for my SPC or the cube. So let's do that. Guys, please mute. Before that, I'll just clean up few things. I need to delete few things here so that we can again reconfigure it. That will make more sense. This is the kind.
Ajay, just one question. In Azure, right? Instead of Cisco Cube, we can buy other like audio code or ribbon as well, right?
Yes, I'll get into that as well. Since you asked, I'll show you a few things. I'll just delete this, then I will explain a few more stuff about the cloud stuff. Okay.
There is
go ahead.
Can you show the first slide as well, because that slide is not in your reference thing.
First slide means this?
Yeah. No. The second one. Sorry.
You want to see my picture and Vijay's image?
No. The second one. This one, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is there in the reference, right? Which is there. This is the same topology I have hosted. Yeah, this one.
No, not this one. The one before.
Okay. Webex calling options. Okay. Don't worry. I'll place all the images, all the slides in the portal after the class. Okay. All right. So, okay. What I was saying is, yeah. So since you asked, okay, let me quickly talk about myself. I didn't give any intro. I'm working as a UC architect. If you go to the bottom of this section, you can understand, catch me where I'm coming from. I'm basically from Kerala. I work in Cisco TAG for last 5 years, and I'm currently not with Cisco now. I've been working on Cisco and Microsoft UC solution, deployed many solutions for customers across the globe. My primary focus and primary skill will be Microsoft Cisco UC, and I also do some extent of automations and coding. I have pretty much all industry standard certifications starting from CCI, CCNP, all, then Teams Voice Engineer, and then VMware, Kubernetes, and other stuff. If you guys wanted to meet me, this is my WhatsApp number. You guys, I always keep close collaboration with others. You can ping me, and then this is my LinkedIn profile, and this is my YouTube link. You can go there. And few other things which I do is I also offer trainings. I started my career as a trainer. So initially we started on 2020, we started about Cisco Advanced Collaboration Training. This is what that particular training, in that we cover pretty much everything in Cisco, like Windows AD, DNS, CA, VMware infrastructure, ESXi, CUCM IMP, UC6 not there, ILS, SSO, CUBE HA, then Expressway, B2B call, MRA, all those solutions, then Webex Team Suite, Control Hub, SS, and all of that. If you wanted to have a customized training for Cisco, I offer this training. The training charge will be again available in this document itself. You can refer that. It's like an 80 hours of video recording. So every year I conduct one training. So this was happened in the past, but all those recordings are available. Once you are a student, you get access to this all on-demand videos. Plus, you get access to my community where all others are collaborating. We help each other and grow each other. I always believe in learn and earn together. So whatever I know, I used to explain. There is nothing hidden. Whatever knowledge I acquired from Cisco and other companies where I'm working, I gathered everything into this training. So if you look at the training syllabus, this is what the training syllabus, which again, you can download from the same portal link. If you go to the link, you can see one section here. Called courses offered by me. One is Advanced Cisco Collaboration on-demand video training, which covers pretty much all Cisco Cisco technologies. You can see the topic summary here, syllabus, and free ebook here. Let me open that free ebook, which is this, which I hope many of the guys have downloaded this. And if you look at the training documents, you can clearly understand how far I used to go. So for example, if you take any of the section, we go and dissect into deep technology and then study. So this is a customized training where we cover SIP log reading and understanding SIP messages. There is a section I cover about all SIP headers. So if you wish to study that, we have special trainings available. You can reach out to me after this. Then you can enroll for that. 1 second. There is a section I cover the entire SIP messages. Okay, 1 second. Just a sec. Yeah. For example, this is one of the questions usually I get from students. Will you be able to tell us what are the headers, how the headers are used? So all those things are available here. We deploy CUBE HA, troubleshooting of CUBE calls, everything within the Cisco. Purely Cisco training. That is one track which I handle, but no live training, which happened in the past. You have the recording, plus you have a portal access where you can download all the images, ISO files, and everything and build the lab on your own, which is one training which I offer. The second training which I offer is cloud collaboration, which is this, which is again the trending in the market. In that cloud collaboration, we talk about VMware, Windows, AD, DNS, Azure Cloud, Azure Compute, Azure AD, which is a hot topic today. Most of the customers are using Azure AD-based SSO authentication, right? Whatever is there in the identity and access management of Azure, we cover everything. Then PowerShell as well, and far extent of PowerShell. So once we learn that basic data center and cloud, we move into the Teams administration course, which is MS 700. In that we cover all Teams administration policies, configuration, one-to-one, B2B, all those things. Then we also implement direct routing using audio codes. In that case, the audio codes can be again deployed in Azure Cloud. So there was a question just now, right? How we implement. So all the SBCs like audio codes, Ribbon, Oracle, Cisco Cube, all images are available in Azure Cloud. In this specific example, we implement our audio codes in Azure and integrate the PSTN carrier. We'll be using the same Twilio carrier and routing to the call towards the Microsoft Teams side. Then we also cover CUCM Teams integration. But by the way, that CUCM Teams integration was my previous webinar, which is available in YouTube. Just go and search for CUCM and Teams integration. You will find that webinar. That is also a part of the training. And then the third module will cover about Webex Control Hub, licensing policies, administration, SSO with Azure AD, Webex Calling, which is the topic we are discussing today, like Webex Calling local gateway, and few things about, again, UCM calling and cloud registered IP phones, how to migrate IP phone from on-premise to enterprise. All those topics will be covered. This is the topic summary. If you wanted to see the syllabus content, this is the topology we will be having. Like all those things are hosted in Azure, like your web server, audio codes SBC, and Cisco Cube SBC. And we have the provider and carrier integration. This is the syllabus. Again, it's available in the same link. You can go there and download it, which is this. Advanced Cloud Collaboration Training, topic summary and syllabus. This also having a detailed ebook, which you have seen for Cisco, but it is only for students. Once you're a student, you get access to that. And this year, I'm also planning to have my new training, which is Cloud Contact Center training that covers Genesis Cloud CX, Amazon Connect, and Webex Contact Center. So I believe in cloud because that's where the future is going. So we also need to understand, instead of spending time today for learning UCCX or UCCE, which is like not a cloud-friendly solutions, anyone who is working the contact center domain, they will have always a wish towards going towards a cloud solution. That's where the market is going. That's where everybody is going. So this is going to be coming after 2 months. So we initially planned on April 15. It is subjected to change, but I'm planning to start on April 15. But again, anybody is interested in this topic, you can reach out to me or message in the group. I will get you added to a group. This will be a live training if you wanted to attend the live. Rest of the two, Cisco and Advanced Cloud Collaboration, those are already happened in the past, but you get exactly the recording plus a portal access. When I see portal access, you will get access to something like this, where you will see all the recordings. These are the recordings available. You have the whiteboard links and then all the tools, whatever you need to install as part of the training. All those tools will be available, especially on the Webex, the cloud collaboration. You don't need to set up anything on-premise. You can build everything in the cloud with absolutely of no cost. Then again, getting a domain mapping, all those things we will learn in this course. We also offers some final of the last section of the class, we'll be talking about a resume preparation and LinkedIn marketing. So that is also available there. So any one of you interested in learning all those things, few things again comes as a webinar like this, but in webinar, it's not a small portion we are covering. We are covering the entire section. For example, in this training, if I take the cloud collaboration, the entire session we are covering here, the Webex calling stuff. Where is it? Yeah. Webex Calling local gateway. This topic is a part of the training, but we are covering it as a webinar as well. I feel that's an interesting topic. That's the reason I have selected. So any one of you interested after the session, you can reach out to me. We'll guide you through the process. You can enroll yourself. There are a lot of students learning, and you will be a member of that group, and you can reach out to me for help. For example, you're deploying something, you're stuck at some point. I'll be available. You know how to catch me. I'm available over WhatsApp or a call. You can call me and I'll support you once you're a student. All right, this is what I do apart from the other thing. So anyone who is interested, reach out to me. And I also do corporate training. If you have any requirement which comes under my scope, I can deliver corporate trainings as well. But nothing new. I'm purely a collaboration guy, on-premise, Cisco and Microsoft, which I can handle, including cloud Cisco. So reach out to me if you have any specific requirement. So that's about me. And again,
Sorry, do you have got that slide where you have got a list of the training you provide somewhere we can access to see exactly where they are? Can you share on that link?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, on the list of the training you provide.
Yeah.
Where can we find it at?
Yeah. So I shared one link in the group. You can see this link in the WhatsApp chat, WhatsApp description as well. It's a GitHub link. If you go to that link, whatever I covered today, entire topics and the configuration will be there. In that last section, you can see courses offered by AJ Labs. These are the place you can see all those topics, topic summary. There are links available. You can just click and understand those things. And no problem. You know how to catch me after the class as well. Just reach out to me. We'll discuss if you're interested. All right. And I am basically from Karuvarakund, which is a village in Malappuram district of Kerala. So, but I always traveling between Bangalore and Kerala. So if you are there, we can catch up anytime. And I'm available anytime if you feel like discussing something about UC and future of UC. Feel free to call, message me. We can have a discussion all the time. Okay. That's about me. We'll go back to the configuration again. So I'm taking this image because here it is nothing integrated, right? So we build one by one. So first thing will be our Cube implementation. For that, I'm selecting Azure. How to sign up Azure, which is free. You can click that link, which is again in the portal, and create an account. That's it. Once you sign up the Azure, you need to build something called your subnet, which I have already created. You can search for subnet here. With the default configuration also you can work. So subnet is basically a set of IPs. My subnet range, VNet, not subnet, okay, VNet, sorry. So my VNet is 172.16.0.0. Again, how to configure this VNet and all will be discussed in the class, or it's available in YouTube. You search somewhere how to build a VNet, you can clearly see many videos. But this is a part of our cloud collaboration training as well. So 172.16x.x will be my VNet. VNet is the bigger envelope. Within the VNet, I create something called subnet. So I have 5 subnets here, I guess. Yeah. Or subnet 1, 2, 3, 4. Each subnet will have a small portion of the IP. For example, if you look at this one, it will have 172.16.1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. So the reason is if I deploy a virtual machine, my cube will be a virtual machine, or audio codes SBC will be a virtual machine. I need to pick one subnet to deploy. When I deploy in that particular guy will be getting a private IP address from this range. So I'm going to be deploying our virtual cube in the subnet 1. Then I'll be getting an IP address like 172.16.1.10 or 1. Something. That will be my local IP address of the cube. And I can also request a public IP address because I need the public IP address so that I can give that IP address to Twilio to send the calls to me. We'll discuss about it. Don't take too much tension about that. So that is what currently configured because this is my lab. I don't want to delete and reconfigure this. So I have a VNet and I have a subnet. Within the subnet, we call something called network security group. That's your cloud firewall equivalent, where you assign, allow, disallow ports. Like for example, we need to allow SIP port numbers, media port numbers, and few other ports. This is like a default network security group. None of the ports are allowed here, which we will be configuring as part of this. So there are 3 predefined configuration in my setup. One is my VNet, another one is my subnet, and a network security group, which I demonstrated now. But I don't want to delete this and recreate because I have been using that for something else. Then when I come home, let's go and talk about resource group. If you go to resource group is nothing but it's an envelope or a folder where you put all related components. Say for example, I am deploying a cube. The cube configuration, cube will have multiple configuration. A VM will be there, an IP address will be there, a network security group will be there. It's like a folder. You attach everything into that so that it's easy for management. So I have a couple of folders here like audio codes, ribbon, SBC, resource group. For specific to the cube, I'll be creating a new resource group. That's going to be a resource group for cube SPC. Okay. So let us create. And when I create anything in Azure, I have to attach with a subscription. When you guys create the free trial, you will get that subscription for $20. You need to select that. In my case, I have added my Canara Bank card there. So any amount which is used for the VM will be debited directly from my card. It's going to be a small amount. It's not a big deal. So my resource group name will be RG04 Cube SBC. It's all to your choice. I usually use this kind of nomenclature. RG means resource group. We do that in Call Manager as well, right? Device pool, DP, that kind of stuff. Then you need to pick one location. This is cloud location, data center location of Azure. I go with East US. You can still select an East US resource group and deploy Cube in Chennai. That is still possible. But the only reason that the metadata, the details or the text data available to the resource group will be stored in East US data center. That's the only meaning of resource group location here. Okay. So go to tags. You can click review and create, but let's add a tag as well. I will name it as what happened to my keyboard? Sometimes it moves. Okay. Then review and create. So I'm just creating an envelope, a folder kind of structure where I can keep my configuration related to the cube. There's something happening in the group. Okay. Guys, during this session, if you message me, I'll not be able to reply you. I will answer all your queries after the sessions. Okay, so I got my cube envelope created or the resource group created. Now I can go and deploy the image for our cube. So all the images are available in Azure Marketplace. So search for Marketplace here. Okay, in the Azure Marketplace, there was a question like, how can we deploy audio codes SBC? Just type SBC here. You can see all the market available SBC images. You can see your Mediant, audio codes SBC, Oracle, Cisco, Ribbon, and all SBCs are here. Our interest would be Virtual Cube, Cisco Virtual Cube Session Border Controller. Again, if you wanted to learn about audio codes, which we're going to cover in the training, cloud collaboration training, you can refer those materials. But out of today, the interest would be Cisco Cube Session Border Controller. So I'm going to select this. And usually they will offer multiple versions. There's the iOS image version. And currently it's only, this is the validated tested one. If they offer something new, you will see one below and the new version there. So you can pick any of those. Currently we have only one version, which is 1709. BYOL means bring your own license, because this cube has to be registered in the Prime Smart License Manager. So you need to bring your license. Azure will not offer you any licenses. Whereas in some of the other images, they will also offer the licenses. For example, audio codes will offer you 3 licenses along with the time when you deploy it. So there are multiple flavors available in Cube. It's up to you to pick one. Sorry, multiple flavors available on the SBCs. It's up to you to explore that image and deploy it. So our interest will be Cube. I'm going to select this and let's see. So once I select the image, it goes to the virtual machine creation wizard. This is VM creation wizard. This is equal to your VMware or vCenter interface, similar interface, but in a different fashion. You select images, configure the networking, and deploy it. That's it. So here they're saying subscription. So when I power on a VM in a cloud, irrespective of any cloud, that will get charged. They call it as pay as you go, like pay the money when you utilize it. I power on the VM or the cube, it will be getting debited from my account. So I need to select a subscription there. So this is what my Canara Bank subscription, it goes there. Then the resource group, I will attach the new resource group which we created, which is RG4 Cube SPC. And then virtual machine name, Cube 01. It's all your choice, you can deploy. Now they are asking you to deploy which data center you wanted to deploy. So Azure, it's a cloud provider, right? They have data center across the globe. I can decide. If I'm a customer from US, of course, I will select East US data center, which is close to my users. Or if I want to select something else, I can select that. It's available across the globe. So I'll go with East US, that is still fine. Then availability option, availability zone is another concept of redundancy, which you are not covering in this because it's not a cloud training. That means availability zone means nothing but it will deploy 2 virtual machine in the 2 data centers, just like an active stuff. Then security, you can go with standard security. Then image, by default, it's already selected. Don't modify that because we went to marketplace and selected that image and brought it up here. Then rest of the things you can ignore. There is something called run as a spot instance, which is good for lab, but I don't enable it. The reason is that the spot instance means in Azure data center, there'll be some data center of the data center rack, which is not overutilized. That the resource utilization of that data center will be very minimal. In that case, you can put this VM there. But if other paid customers are using it, they will shut down your VM. That's it. They will shut down your VM. You need to power on again. When it power on, it goes to a different rack. That's called backend vMotion kind of stuff. It's not exactly vMotion. They use something else for that. That is what spot instance. The amount of spot instance will be very minimal. If you see here, how much I'll be paying, this is 53.29 per month. Okay, for this particular cube image. If I select spot instance, you can see that goes significantly low, which is 0.000744 an hour. It's small again, rather than 52. So if it is in a lab setup, you can do this, but it may shut down unexpectedly. There is no guarantee. Anytime it will shut down. They will not delete it, but it will shut down. So I don't want to shut down my cube during the webinar, so I don't select that spot instance. So I'll go with the default settings. Now, user ID. So after the cube deployment, we need to log into the cube using SSH user ID and password. So you can log in with the key SSH keys. but symbol one will be using a user ID and password. So let me gonna configure a user ID here. I'll put user 01 always. The standard accounts like admin, administrator, root, those will not be working. You have to use a non-standard users, like you can put your name as well, no problem. So user 01 will be my SSH user ID, and I'm going to be configuring a password there. Okay, so first portion is done. I'll click next, and then I'll configure the disk. So just like in cloud, they offer different, just like in on-premise, they offer different kind of disk. Premium SSD, which is costly, standard SSD, standard HDD, which will be slow. Standard HDD will be slow, but still that is okay for the lab setup. But if you want like lightning speed kind of stuff, you go with premium SSD, and you can always calculate your pricing based on an Azure calculator. If you go to Azure calculator, you can see how much they're going to charge for each services. So it's always a good practice when you're deploying something. If you're confused about selecting what, you can go there and identify the services and see how much it will cost you for a month. Okay. So here you can build, for example, in my case, I'm deploying a virtual machine. Then that virtual machine, these are the options I have. So which data center I need to choose? I choose East US data center. The image will be Linux, because CUBE is a Linux one. And you can go to that image and identify what backend they are using, this CentOS or Red Hat, whatever. Then they select something called, this is called instance type. Based on the RAM, CPU, and hard disk, there are different instance type. We use some instance there. I don't recall what was that instance. Our instance is this image type is this, see all images. Okay, it's a predefined image. It is not modifiable. Okay, I'll come back. Okay, where is cancel? Yeah. Gen 1 Cisco vCUBE. Yeah, you can, if you go to the image in the marketplace, you can see how much CPU, RAM, and storage it has. Fill all those sections, and then you specify how many hours or how many months or how many days you want it. Then they will give you how much dollar it's going to cost you. So that's where you can understand how much it will cost you. In that, there is a section to select the type of hard disk as well. If you select premium SSD, which will cost you more. So I'm going to go with standard HDD, that is okay for lab. Then go to networking. In the networking, we select the subnet and VNets, right? So I have a VNet. If you see here, they call it as new and cube VNet. This is something they are trying to create new. I don't want to create new. I need to use my existing thing, which is VN1 East US, which is like a VNet in East US data center. And within that East US VNet, I have a subnet, which is subnet 1, VNet 1 East US data center, which is 172.16.1.0, which I was talking about in the past, right? So there is a subnet as well. So this is a subnet I'm going to be selecting. Then public IP. Yes, I need a public IP address because by default, the cube will be getting 172.16.1.x IP address, which is not accessible from my home, right? So I need to get access to that. For that, I need a public IP address so that anybody in the world can access it. So I request for a public IP address. This has to be new and cube IP. Don't modify anything there. Then moving on, here if you see network security group, they are creating a network security group. I will explain network security group after the wizard. But right now, they are creating something new. But I do have one network security group already. Let it be there. Let them create a new one also. And there are two ways you can assign the network security group, which I'll show you after the deployments. Then there is a checkbox here, delete the public IP address when the VM is deleted. It's okay, because when you delete the VM, public IP address itself is another resource that will also get charged in a different way. So if you delete the VM, that will also make sure that will delete the public IP address as well. So these are the three sections you need to focus on: basic, disk, and networking. Rest of the things you can ignore now. So I'll just click next, 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 and finally reach the place where review and create. And so they will summarize what we're going to deploy, how much it's going to charge. All those things will be there. So the price will be subscription charge 0.0730 USD per hour. But if you are using it in a free trial account, you have $200 in the Azure free trial account, right? So it will be negligibly small for you guys to practice. For me, it's okay. I'll pay all this amount in every month, like a 300, 200 I used to pay. for my lab building. The benefit of cloud is that you can build any images. You don't need to worry about license and all of this. You can deploy Azure audio codes, Ribbon, Oracle, or XYZ product. As long as an image is available, you can easily implement. It's available over the internet. You don't need any extra setup. You don't need any highly spec laptop as well. So we configured everything well, and then I'm going to click create. That will deploy my cube image in the cloud. All right. Are you guys still with me?
Yes.
Am I going too fast, or it is okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's fine.
Okay.
Yes,
Cool. So it's going to take a few minutes, like 4 to 5 minutes, depending upon the VM. A cube I have seen within few minutes it get deployed. Once it is deployed, we need to think about logging into the cube. So for that, I need to explain what is network security group. So I'm going to go to my whiteboard. Okay. So let's imagine this scenario. So we have our Azure here, and I deployed my cube inside Azure. Okay. And when anyone, they also give me a public IP address, right? Naturally, I will be getting a private IP address, which is 172.16.1.x. Let's assume it is 10. That is based on the subnet configuration within my Azure. Nobody can access this, right? Only guys sitting in the Azure data center can access it. How I can get access to this cube? Of course, along with this IP address, they will also offer me a public IP address. So let's go to the Azure portal and see what is the public IP address they offered. Cube IP. So it is still getting created. You can see the deployment process here, but I can go back to the home, then virtual machine tab, and see. This is the cube, right? Currently it is getting created. You can see that status is creating. If I go inside, I can see the public IP address. Let me just write it down here, which is 52.192.53. And this is another beauty of cloud, right? It's easy to get a public IP address. If it is on-premise, it's too hard. So this is the public IP address I got. What naturally Azure will do is they will bind these two things together. So anyone who comes to the public IP address, they will internally one-to-one NAT it. We don't need to do anything for that. They will take care of that. They will do a one-to-one NATing. Anyone who accesses public IP address, it'll be get forwarded to the private IP and eventually reaching the cube. But before accessing that, you have two borders or two gates. One is called the NIC level gates, which is NIC level NSG. Another one is called your subnet level NSG. So what is that? So all these things are deployed. So let's remove the envelope. That does not make sense. Yeah. So all these cube is deployed in a network called VNet. I need a bigger one. Sorry. Okay. So everything will be deployed in a larger envelope called VNet. Okay. My VNet is 172.16.0.0/16. That's my IP range or CIDR range for my VNet. And then this is my subnet 1. Subnet 1 will be 172.16.1.x/ means 1.0/24. So all the VMs, when I deploy anything inside, I'll be getting an IP address of this. When a traffic comes to an Azure, it has to go through two boundaries. Okay. So I imagine you are sitting here with your laptop and you wanted to access this cube. That's what we're going to do, right? So when I send my traffic, it has to pass two gateways. One is called NSG in the network security. NSG means network security group in the subnet level. And another one is called NSG in the NIC level. Of course, the cube will have a network adapter card, a virtual NIC card, right? So the NSG can be attached to two places. One is your subnet level, another one is your NIC level. So my traffic, when I initiate an SSH traffic, which destined toward port number 22, the traffic will come and hit the NSG first. Then if the NSG denies my traffic, I'll not be able to access it. Imagine you create a rule here, which we will be doing. We create a rule to allow port number 22 in the NSG of subnet level, it passes here and get inside. And then it comes towards the NIC level. So in the NIC level, if you deny the port number 22 or the SSH port number, you again kicked out from the SSH session. So the condition is that both places you have to be, you have to allow that port number 22 so that you can get access to SSH. Or you can optionally delete this particular NSG. It is not mandatory to have NSG in both places. Either you can have a NIC level NSG or a subnet level NSG or both. In my case, this is already deployed. It was there. I showed you in the beginning. And there was another one which created by the wizard by Cisco itself when I deploy the image. Any question? Okay. So in both NSGs, I need to allow certain port numbers. One will be, of course, port number 22. Then when anybody else, let's take an example of Twilio, they will be sitting here and they wanted to send SIP traffic to this, right? So SIP traffic will be 5060 if it is normal SIP or 5061 if it is secure SIP. So in that case, let us create the security firewall rule here. I need to allow port number 22. This is SSH. Okay, that's for us to access it. When a Twilio or anybody else in the world wants to access the SIP services inside the cube, they will be coming from an IP address of 5060 to 5090. So it can be customizable, but this is what I have seen in the documentation of Cube. They say you allow all these. This is your SIP traffic. Then how about media? When we are talking, we also need to establish a media towards the cube and then connecting towards the Teams user. So for media, we need the RTP port range 16,384 to 32,767 or 766. This is for media. These are the ports we need to allow in both NSGs, in the subnet level NSG as well as the NIC level NSG. Are we good about NSG? What is network security group?
Yes, of course.
All right. So, by the way, a few guys who joined the classes, they already attended my trainings in the past. So they are pretty much aware about all these things. So sorry guys if it is a repetitive things for you. Okay, so once I deploy the virtual machine, I can go to Azure portal virtual machine section and I can see my cube is there and it is in the current state of running. And they also offer, yeah.
Yeah, Abdul, just can you tell me one thing that this NSG is basically the resource group where we can add the ports, right? Because I saw in like few minutes back you shared that screen where you're adding the ports. Right?
Yes, I just showed you to delete the port. I will show you how to add the ports. It's not a resource group. It's a kind of firewall. You can imagine it's a cloud firewall which protecting the virtual machine. So VM will be 2 times covered by the firewall. Okay, first you need to get into the network firewall, then you need to get to the vNIC level or NIC level firewall. So if I go to my VM and open the VM, I can see the public IP address from this. This is my IP and there is a small copy button over here. If I copy this and go to PuTTY session, I don't have access, right? Because it is blocking. All the traffic will be blocked by default. So to allow that, what I used to do is I'll go to the networking section. Inside the networking, you can see this is the network interface card, virtual network interface card, which got an IP address of private IP 172.16.1.10. Public IP address, if you click on this, it will open the public IP address. If you scroll a little down, you can see that particular NIC is inside a subnet, which is subnet 1, VNet 1 East US data center. So this is a subnet which was a network security group, which was already present in the in my account. I have configured that already, which was already there. And if you scroll down again, you can see network security group Cube1 NSG, which is created by the Cisco image itself. I haven't done that in the wizard itself. They created themselves. Then they automatically allowed a port, which is port number 22, right? So you can see that network security group attached to the NIC interface. Here, network security group attached to the subnet. So that's the 2-layer stuff, right? One is subnet, another one is NIC. On the NIC interface, they have allowed SSH, but still I'm not able to access because my first gateway will be the subnet level, right? So I need to get allow from here, then get access to that. So to modify the network security group, you can either do from here or click on the network security group, then you will be in a different interface, but it's almost similar. You can add from there. So for the simplicity, I'm going to do from here. I'll click create the rule, inbound port rule. So I'm going to allow SSH. So you can select that service from here. If you know the port number, you can type it out here. So I selected SSH here. Then priority, you can ignore the priority. Source any, source port range any. So that means anybody from the world they can access. If I know my home public IP address, I can put that here. Then only from my home IP address will be allowed. But I'll leave it to everyone because I have anyway password there configured. As long as nobody's having the password, nobody can reach it. But based on your scenario, protection level, how much ever you want, you configure it. Then I will put a name here called SSH. So basically, I configured my built-in firewall, which is network security group of Azure subnet, allowed to have port number 22. So port number 22 allowed in the NIC level as well as in the subnet level. So at this point, I will be able to access my cube with SSH. Of course, right after saving this is the problem with the cloud, right? Anything you implement, it wouldn't be like so quick. It may take maybe 5 to 10 minutes or maybe more than that. But network security group I have seen within few seconds will be reflected. So you can keep trying SSHing to that device again. So this is the same thing. I will right click and restart the session. If the configuration is fine, I'll be able to access it. I'm getting a warning. That means I can log in. Then type user 01 and my password. So I logged into the cube. So I can minimize my, where is it? Azure window and maximize the cube thing. Okay, this is the virtual cube. If you wanted to know what's version and other thing, you can type show version. And this is the 1709 version.
How will you be getting the credentials?
Yeah, in the wizard I configured, right? When I was using the Azure wizard, let me show you that. For example, go to the marketplace. This is how I started, right? I search for SBC, or you can search for cube as well. In the first page, there is a section where you can add your credential. Let me select this and create. First page, I can quickly show you that. Here, authentication, password, we configured. I was talking about that user 01 here, right? I configured a user ID here and a password here. I'm going to be using the same thing to access it. Clear?
Yes.
Abdul, the NSG group, right? The one from the subnet level, is it creating automatically when you're adding this from the marketplace?
No, it will not create automatically. That NSG I had already in my account. That's the reason beginning of the session I showed you what is already present in my account. I have a VNet present, I have a subnet present, and a network security group present, which I configured on the NSG. When I create using the wizard, we'll see what are the things they created. If I go to my resource group, and we create a dedicated resource group, right? Inside this, using the wizard, they created these many things. They created a VM, they created a public IP address, they also created a network security group, they created a virtual NIC card and a virtual hard disk. These are the things created by the wizard. The other one, the subnet level, which was already there in my account. But if you're a fresh new user into the Azure, when you click the image itself, they will create the VNet and subnet, everything for you. You can go ahead and deploy. But of course, you will get IP address, which is specified by the default, which is 192 range. If you wanted to have a different range, you need to create subnet and VNet separately. Just Google or YouTube it, how to create a subnet and a VNet network security group in Azure, which is pretty straightforward. You can do that.
So the NSG we are seeing now, is it the NIC level?
Two things, right? The one that we are seeing on the resource group, inside this one, right? You're talking about cube 01, which is created automatically. That is attached to the NIC card. Okay, how do I see that? I can either go here, or I can open my SBC, go to VM virtual machine and go to SBC and networking. And if you scroll down a bit, you can see this network security group cube 01-NSG attached to network interface. This is my network interface card. Okay. Whereas the first one shows attached to my subnet. Make sense?
Okay.
So I allowed the ports and now I'm able to log in. And if I show version again, I can see that it's virtual cube CSR Cisco C800V, which is Cisco Cloud Service Router, which is exactly like your cube router. You can play around with this. Okay, so to configure further things on the cube side, I have a configuration guide here, which can be available on the same document. This thing, go down and you can see cube configurations. All right, cube side configuration. We have to follow in this order, but since we need to activate few things and reboot the cube, I'll do that now and then I'll come back. So copy this, you have a copy button here and paste it into a notepad, which I have already done. So let me bring my notepad here. Okay, this is the same configuration, guys. I just copied whatever is there in my notepad. Then I will place this notepad in my right-hand side and the putty session in the left-hand side. So putty or putti in Malayalam, when we say putty, it is called dog. So I usually say putti, but the right pronunciation is putty itself. So that is still fine. So the cube is ready. First thing, you don't need to worry about all those configuration. I will now dissect that into pieces. We need to activate the licenses. By default, when I go to the config terminal, config T, I will not be able to configure any voice configuration. Like for example, if I type dial PO, I'll say unrecognized command, because we need to activate some voice licenses inside the cube so that I can use the voice commands. That's a trick for activating that. You actually need to contact Cisco and get the license added in your smart licensing account and add this cube into the smart licensing account so that things will be sorted. But there is a feature called DNA Premier. DNA Premier is another networking related protocol suite and features. Once we enable that network Premier, they will offer you 90 days of cube license as well. It's absolutely free. You can have 10 sessions there. That means you can have 10 calls with that cube licensing thing. So the way I implement the license in the lab, it's only for the lab. If you are doing it in the production, you need to talk to Cisco licensing team. Make sure they assign proper licenses. There is a process. You can register this cube in a smart licensing manager. You can refer that how to register cube in smart licensing manager. Then follow that step. Make sure your cube is properly licensed. But in my case, I'm going to use this command, license boot level network premier add-on, DNA Premier, then write and reload. Then I'll be able to get access to voice commands for 90 days. That is enough for me. I'm going to copy this command, then paste it over here and reload. Confirm. All right, so the cube will reload and come back with the voice configuration, other things. Meanwhile, let us talk about the Webex configuration thing. Okay, it's 10:12 now. We'll do one thing. If you guys are okay, I am okay to continue just like this, or if you need a 15-20 minutes break, we can have it now. I will leave it to you guys. What do you think? No response?
Let's take
I think we can take a break. Yeah. Or else,
Andrew is like, I'm so hungry. I'll take a break. Yeah. So let's do one thing. It's 10:12 now. 10 till 10:30, we'll take a break. Okay. Exactly on 10:30, we'll start. Welcome back, guys. So
AJ, I have a question as well. If I started, if I use do it from scratch, the Azure thing, then it will require me to configure all of these things by my own, or it will do automatically.
If you select the image, the cloud cube image, you see that there is some predefined configuration attached to it already. I just modified it. Go with all default configuration. They will create a subnet for you, VNet for you, and then deploy everything on its own. You don't need to do any extra configuration from your side.
Thank you so much.
And Abdul, the IP like 172.16.1 which was given, it was by DHCP. Can we also like make it static? Like this would be IP of my cube?
Yeah, I'll show you that. So in Azure, I think it's all recording, right? Yeah, recording. Yes. In Azure, when we create a VNet, so we need to think about when we are moving towards a cloud, irrespective of Azure, GCP, or AWS, the layer 2 segment is already done there. Okay, you don't have any layer 2 networking inside cloud. We are assuming that layer 2 is all layer 2. When I say layer 2, it's like the switching, like cable connection, all the physical first layer and the second layer. Those two things are already taken care of. So we deal with the IP level. So we create a network in the Azure. That's the first thing when we create, when you sign up for any Azure. That is called VNet. So let me show you where is the VNet configuration. Just search for virtual network. By the way, this is not our cube section. I'm just talking since you asked. You need to create a VNet. And in that VNet, you specify something called IP ranges, like 10, 10. This is the place you need to configure that. So VNet will be the large envelope and subnet will be the smaller envelope inside the VNet. That's how we create the IPs or network segments inside the Azure. It's a segregation. So for my case, I have created a VNet and a subnet before even joining the sessions, right? I had that already in my account. So I use it. If you want to use your own, when you create a cube in Marketplace, the default configuration will let you to create on its own. Let me show you that as well. You select cube and go through the deployment wizard option. It will create something on your own. It will have its own network, IP and other thing, but it is, or go to networking. I need to fill the remaining portion. Okay, there will be a new in the bracket coming up here. So that means it's creating new. When it creates new, it will take the default configuration, maybe 1010 or 192.168. In my case, when I create my VNet, I specifically configured address space, which is this 172.16. And I configured subnet. In subnet also, you need to mention what is the address space, which is a subset of the VNet. So that's the reason here I have /24 in the subnet. And in the VNet, I have /16. And my SBC is lying here in the VNet subnet 1. So of course, it will get 172.16.1.10. That's the IP address what we have seen. How did I get that? So the Azure will have a native DHCP running in the backend. Any VM that you deploy in the subnet, they will be automatically assigned with the free IP address range from that pool. That's how when you go to the VM, you see that private IP address 172.16.1.10. Let me open the cube and you see the private IP address 172.16.1.10, which came by default on the built-in DHCP server. We don't need to configure anything for that. It is how the cloud stuff are working. But if you want to change that behavior, you can do that. And this 1.10 will be hard-coded with this public IP address as well. For that also, you don't need to do anything. Any traffic go towards the 52.192.53, that's the public IP address, will be mapped to the private IP address of the cube, which is coming from my subnet range. But we usually do one more settings here. I'll talk about that later. But this is how it is. You guys can deploy it, but the IP address coming from my subnet space. Okay. So let's.
AJ, one question.
Yeah.
How we will get multiple public IP inside the VNet, or only one, only one public IP?
You can, by default in the wizard, you can get one public IP address. But if you want additional public IP address, what you do is you can search for public IP address here. And public IP on its own, it's a resource, Azure resource. You can buy one public IP address. Then there is an option to attach. So there are.
Okay.
Yeah, there is an option.
So means, okay. So, but we will get per VNet per subset we will get one public IP, right?
Yes, right.
Subset
free.
Okay.
Yeah, it's free means of course it is chargeable. You can go to Azure calculator and search.
Understand. Yeah.
But for doing the lab, if you have a free account, that is taken care of with that $200 credits. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. Thank you. So we have the cube here, cube ready. We understand the network requirements. We allowed the SIP port, SSH port number. And we also configured the basic DNA Premier license, which is this DNA Premier. Then we reloaded it. We'll log in the cube again and see whether we have the configurations are correct. And then we'll get started with the Webex configuration side. Okay, so I will restart the session again. Yes. User 01. Oh, sorry. Let me reset this here also. So I logged into the cube. Right now, if I try any of the voice command, let me try that. Config T. Dial peer. I can see that, right? Dial peer, it is coming. Previously, it was unrecognized command. Now it is coming up. So that means my initial license assignment is right, but do not use this licensing for your production cube. You need to work with Cisco licensing team and then get this thing registered with your smart licensing manager. Now, at this point, it's a good practice that you take a backup of the current configuration because there are a lot of configuration we'll be doing as part of the Webex registration. If you mess up something, you should have a good starting point again to reconfigure it, right? So you can do copy running configuration to flash and just type a file name for that, base config. So here all your routing Yeah, by the way, when you deploy a cube in the Azure cloud, they have implemented a basic routing inside. For example, I can ping the public DNS, for example, ping 8.8.8.8. That means I have internet available here, then ping google.com. All those things are there. If you type show run, I haven't done anything, right? I just configured DNA license, but they pre-configured with some of the routes like the 0000 all. It's done by the image itself, because there is a condition that when you create an image, any vendor creates an image for Azure or any other cloud, they have to follow some guidelines, and these are the guidelines points. So when Cisco publishes an image for Azure, they maintain all these predefined configuration inside that, then they push that image to the cloud. So as a customer, when I deploy, I can get everything working without no time. So basic routing is already there. So I can reach internet, I can access that, all those things are there. Okay. Now we copied a configuration backup as well. If you type dir command, directory command, you can see your configuration backup here, base config. So I'm good here. The router cube is ready, and sorry, my backup is also ready. Now, what is clear? Now, what I'm going to do is, we were talking about that NSG and few other ports, right? There are SIP ports which Twilio will be initiating. Let me go to the diagram. So here in the image, this Twilio guys will be sending SIP traffic on 5060 port number. By the way, I can opt for 5060 or 5061 with Twilio, but 5061 requires a proper certificate installation. But in this case, I will be using plain SIP between my cube and Twilio. So inside Twilio, I can instruct when anyone calls the DID number. I'll also show you the Twilio interface, no problem. When someone calls that the DID number, send that call to this public IP address which we got from Azure. So currently we only allowed port number 22, right? We still need to allow the SIP numbers, SIP port numbers and media port numbers, which is 5060 to 5090. But again, people will ask, okay, why are you configuring 5090? I can customize the SIP ports, right? Usually I have seen with this, which is coming in the range of 5060 to 5090. So anytime when Twilio customizes, or as an administrator, when you wanted to customize that, you can still do that. So I'm giving that range. Or if you're sure enough that, okay, only 5060 is needed, then you only allow 5060. Then your media port number, this is 16,384 to 32,767. So these are the port numbers you need to allow in the subnet and subnet level NSG as well as a NIC level NSG. Let's do that. Again, go to the cube, go to networking, and we see that our only SSH is currently configured, SSH on the subnet, SSH on the VNet. By the way, the NSG configuration also given in the portal. If you go to the portal, there is a link. You can see that this is my network configuration. I have a VNet and I have these subnets. And within the subnet 1, I have a network security group. And this is the network security group configuration for SIP ports as well as media ports. Okay, so if you are referring after the webinar, go to this one and then replicate that same. So let me configure now the port numbers. So I'm inside the cube network section. Then this is my network security group assigned to subnet. Go ahead and create new. And this will be 5060-5090. That means the entire range. So the protocol can be TCP, SIP work on TCP as well as UDP, right? So I select any here. Then this is SIP TCP UDP. Okay, that should be the name. So it will allow inbound traffic from any source towards 5060 to 5090 port numbers. Since I have done that in the subnet level, I need to do the same thing on the NIC level NSG as well. 5060 to 5090.
You have to do the same for the outbound traffic as well, right?
Outbound is allowed by default. Yeah, I'm coming to that. SIP TCP UDP. I added. So if you look at the network security group, there are two sections here in every network security group. One is inbound and another one is here called outbound. There are predefined rules to allow all outbound traffic. So anything outbound, you don't need to worry about that in the image itself, or when you create any network security group in Azure, the default outbound port will be added there by default. If you wanted to deny that, you can delete that rule, but that will be there by default. So I don't need to configure anything specific to outbound. Okay. All right. So 5060 is port number inbound is created, and now create another inbound rule for the media, which is our media port number 16,384 to 32,767. And this will be UDP. Media, of course, will be UDP. There is no TCP media, right? The UDP port. Then I can name it as media. All right. So I added that media port number in the subnet level NSG. I'm going to be doing the same thing for the NIC level NSG. So my cube will be ready to accept traffic. And the NIC level NSG will be the same 16,384 to 30,767. UDP media. So with respect to Azure, the configurations are done, but we also need to do a few more fine tuning. So like there was a question, right? How did I get that IP address 172.16.1.10, this IP address for the NIC, which comes by default from the built-in DHCP. But there are chances when you reboot the cube, it may get a different IP address, right? That time there'll be a problem because your public IP address, they NATed to this private IP address. And if you have something running internally, like if you have another server, which is sitting in 172.16.1 range, talking to this cube with a private range, if this cube changes its IP address by reboot, that will create some problems. So to avoid that, which is very likely to have very less chances are there to happen, but if at all it happens, that will create some problem. So we can hard code that IP address to this cube router itself. So for that, go to networking again, then click on the cube. This is the network interface card, virtual NIC interface card. Click on that virtual NIC interface card. Then go to IP configuration, IP config. Here you can see the current IP address allocation is dynamic. Set that to static. And then you can decide what IP address. I don't need to modify that. I'll just leave it 1.10 because initially I got through that as an DHCP. Then I will maintain that IP address. Now if I click save, irrespective of what reboot, whatever thing happens, this IP address will be 1.10 will be always allocated to this cube. So this is also a best practice to maintain the same private IP address for the cube. Okay. So pretty much we are done with the Azure side of it. Now we'll be moving towards the Cube CLI and the Webex control hub. Guys, please mute yourself if you are not talking. So within the control hub, okay, I logged out. I am registering this cube. So when I say registration, there are two things. We'll go back to the diagram again. Here we understood, inside Twilio we understood, okay, we have a public IP address here. This is our public IP. And I will inform Twilio. I haven't done that yet, right? I will inform Twilio that you send the traffic to this public IP address. So I'm done. And I allowed all the required traffic here, 50, 60, 60, 61, and also media ports. How about these two guys? Between the cube and Webex, that is our interesting traffic here, right? So here they use 50, 61 by default. That means it's a secure SIP. Here also you have an option to do 5061, okay, but whenever you have a 5061, you have to deal with the certificates. You have to install the certificate and configure the router with the proper certificate. But in specific cube scenario, let me ask one question. This cube can send a register request to Webex, just like how our IP phone sends a register request, right? That register request will have a credential, a user ID and password. If that is already configured, I'll show you how it is configured. If that is already configured in the Webex backend, they will send a 200 OK back to the cube. Then they will maintain a session, okay, a session between the cube and Webex. And through the session, a traffic will be, for example, if I send an invite, it will be using the session, send invite, and I can receive responses back. The beauty of this session is that this does not require any public IP address. That means you can host your cube inside your premises with a private IP address. You don't need any public IP address. With a private IP address, then you can talk to Webex by sending a register message and getting a response back. As long as that register is successful, the Webex knows where is your cube through the private IP address. Then you will ask, okay, how is it possible? Imagine when you have a public IP address or only private IP address situation. Okay, we'll take another sample here to draw that. I will take a simple example of a laptop, okay, which is having 192.168.1.10 1.10. That's the IP address of a laptop. If I have internet, of course, I will have a router, right? I will have a wireless router. This is connected. This guy will get a dynamic public IP address. Without that, nobody can able to reach internet, right? Then this is a home internet scenario. When I go out, if I send a traffic to, for example, YouTube can respond me back through the same thing, right? But anybody from the world, for example, a user is sitting here, will he be able to access my laptop? Either with private IP address or with public IP address?
No. Unless you allow them their port or the IP address they're accessing from inbound.
Yes. So of course they can reach out the public IP address, dynamic public IP address. Then you need to configure something here to allow that traffic towards this particular IP. Then only it is possible. Okay. So your cube, imagine now this laptop I will replace with your cube. This is your cube. Forget about it is in Azure. It is sitting inside your premise. Of course, it has an IP address. In that case, 172.16.1.10. No public IP address. It's only a private IP address. And here you have your Webex. And then you are registering this guy to the Webex. My question is, will the cube will be able to initiate a traffic towards Webex? This one. Yes or no? Can I ping google.com from my cube?
It can. It definitely initiate a traffic.
So it is a cube is initiating a traffic towards Webex. Since Webex is in cloud, I can reach, right? No problem. But how about when Webex is initiating a traffic back? First question, where it will go? Where should a Webex will send a traffic, return traffic, or if not return traffic, initiated traffic? Where does it go? It does not have any place. Of course, there will be a built-in router here that offers the internet router, right? It can reach till here, then it drops from there. Whereas in registered SIP scenario, Webex will never initiate an inbound traffic. Okay, Webex is not going to initiate any inbound traffic. Instead, what happens here is, the moment these guys are ready, I will send a register message through my internet router, normal internet router, and reaches Webex. Webex responds. It's a replay traffic, right? Replay traffic can still come to the same path. Then the register channel will be up. As long as the channel is up, you can imagine it's like a tunnel. The cube can initiate new traffic towards this channel. As long as the channel is active, they can send. If the channel is gone, then cube will not able to initiate a traffic. So this is in the case of Webex calling. Whereas if you compare the same solution with Microsoft direct routing, the same thing, cube will be here. You can use cube, by the way, for direct routing. Direct routing is Microsoft equivalent of the same solution. Then you go to the internet. There is no registration stuff happening here. They initially maintain a connection called TLS connection using certificates. So in that case, this requires a public IP address. Microsoft will initiate a traffic. This is MS Teams backend. They will initiate a traffic directly towards the public IP address. They cannot go through any of this and then session maintenance. Those options are not even available there. So if you're deploying the cube for Microsoft Teams direct routing, the public IP address is a mandatory thing. But if you're using it for Webex calling, you don't need a public IP address. You can use your existing cube. It's just that cube should have an internet access. It should be routed towards internet. Then Webex, it can send a register message and receive a 200 OK back, then maintain that session. And at any given point in time, Webex will never initiate a new traffic towards the cube. If it wants to initiate a new traffic towards the cube, then you need a public IP address. But in our case, it will never initiate. As long as the channel is active, the channel is activated only when the cube initiated the traffic, right? This direction. If the channel is active, Webex can talk to the cube through this channel. Okay. In that case, we need to configure a user ID and password. When the initial register message goes to the Webex side, we actually send the invite or the register, sorry, not invite, a register message with a credential, user ID and password. Webex accepts it and then they maintain that channel. As long as the channel is active, you can see that status as well. Then they can initiate the traffic. And in that case, if you are using the credential, you can use self-signed certificate. So So usually in Microsoft Teams case, you need to go and talk to a certificate provider. It's a real public CA provider. Get that certificate installation. It's another complicated process, which you don't need to do here because the CUBE will use a credential to register, and then you can enforce 5061 port number still in that case. Of course, you need to import a small certificate there, which I'll show you. But the TLS connection does not require a proper public signed certificate to be installed. We can still utilize the CUBE private certificate, self-signed certificate to maintain that session. Okay.
Can you deploy Microsoft local gateway and Webex local gateway in the same device?
Yes, we can.
Possible?
Yes, possible. So it's up to the routing decision using dial PS, right? Which route you wanted to dial towards Webex, which route you want to dial towards Microsoft Teams. That is possible. Okay.
Because there's some under voice services, there's some configuration which disconnect the one another if you configure.
Okay, for that we use something called tenant. We'll discuss that. What is tenant today? Voice class tenant, which is like a predefined set for a specific entity. We will do that. We'll cover that. So this is again answer to your previous question. We still use 5061 here. But using the existing certificate, you don't need to install anything extra. You are passing a credential there that will take care of maintaining that system.
Can you just explain why you use a tenant over here? What is the scenario behind that?
Okay, so tenant means, imagine his requirement was he has a CUBE, and one side he has Webex, and he also have Teams. He also has CUCM, just imagine. And you need to route, for example, one DID comes, you route to Teams. Another DID comes, you route to, sorry, this is UCM and Teams. And another one comes, you route to Webex. So there'll be a lot of configuration like voice class codecs, SIP profile configuration. There are a lot of minute configuration inside the voice service VoIP as well, right? Voice service VoIP is basically a global command for CUBE. But when you do that global command, what happens? It is applicable to all the scenarios. It is common for all these vendors. But these guys will have a specific set of implementation. They will say our invite should be in this format. Teams will say, okay, we need this kind of format. Webex will say we need that kind of format. So you can create 3 tenants here, then call that tenant inside the dial peer so that when that dial peer get hits, whatever configuration you hard coded in the tenant, that will be applicable. It will be untouched for the other calls. And in our case, also we are doing this because in our CUBE, what we're going to do is in our CUBE, we have one side is Twilio, right? Another side is Webex. When I configure the dial peers between these two, Twilio is expecting some XYZ format. Okay, so all configuration related to Twilio, I will create a tenant. Then I'll call it as Twilio. All configuration, whatever Twilio documentation says, I'll put all those things inside the tenant so that it will not affect other call routing. Then inside Webex, I will create another tenant and I'll call it as Webex tenant. And all those configurations related to Webex will be in that case. Then there will be dial peers in this direction, right? So in the dial peer, I will call this tenant, which we're going to see now. Okay, this is basically the tenant, but you can utilize a single CUBE for multiple VoIP entities, or this is applicable if you're working in a service provider and you are using in the service provider side. Okay, if they are using a CUBE for their call routing, they will have multiple customers, right? For each customer, the implementation would be different. So they create tenant for each customer. The settings related to that particular customer will be added in that particular tenant. Make sense?
Is there any limitation for creating tenant?
That part I don't know. I haven't seen that. We usually create 3, 4. That is still fine. I haven't seen 1,000 or I don't know. I don't know. Few tenants are possible, but I don't know the limits. We can probably Google it and identify.
AJ, I missed few part in between. Will this be available on YouTube or your channel?
This will be available in my channel.
Okay.
AJ, can you go back to that register part?
Okay.
You mentioned that the registration, right? Every time the first communication should come from the CUBE, right? Then only that session will be active, right? In case someone is calling from Webex side.
Yeah, interesting.
Right. I don't know whether the question is right or not.
This is right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but then that invite is coming from the Webex to the Cube, correct?
Yeah, true.
So in that case, how it will work? Because you mentioned that this Cube should initiate the connection, then only that session will be up.
Yeah. So before the call comes in, there is a registration process happens, right? You need to register the Cube inside the cloud. So the channel will be active. They maintain a kind of tunnel. Okay. As long as the tunnel is active, a new connection can be made through this tunnel. So invite can still come from Webex to Cube. But if the tunnel is not there, then Webex cannot initiate the traffic. In that case, even in that case, if you want to initiate a traffic, you need to go for a public IP address based deployment. So when we deploy the Cube or SBC in Webex, they will say two things: registration based SIP trunk or TLS based SIP trunk. Registration based will be easy because you can add a user ID and password to maintain that session. If it is a TLS based one, there is no session at all. You need to have a public IP address plus proper TLS certificates has to be configured. So again, to know how to implement a proper certificate, if you're interested to check out, there is a link available in my channel. It means portal itself. Install SSL certificate inside Cube router. You need to follow that. You need to request a certificate from a public CA vendor like a GoDaddy or DigiCert somewhere. Then you install it. Then you also need to have a public IP address for that. So when you select a trunk configuration inside Webex Control Hub, they will prompt you which type of trunk you want. You need a registration-based trunk or a TLS-based trunk. TLS-based trunks is available for all other vendors like Ribbon, Audio Codes, and other stuff. The registration-based is only for Cube. That's what I understand. We will check that again. Okay. So that's how it is. With that,
so whenever there is a traffic coming
TLS
from
base,
Microsoft Teams or Webex side, we need to have a certificate or this TLS configuration.
If it is TLS based trunk in Microsoft Teams, of course, you need to have a certificate and public IP address. But in Webex, that is a small advantage of Webex. You can utilize your existing internal Cube with directly talking towards the Webex. You don't need a public IP address for that, as long as you are utilizing the registration based SIP trunking, which I'll show you how to do that. Next question.
So in the TLS base, so the scenario would be same as Twilio and Cube.
Okay. Yeah, good question. I'll park that question. Okay, I'll come to that. Another question?
And AJ, just a small question again. So when we can expect this to get uploaded in your YouTube channel? Because I missed some part.
Yeah, right after this, I need it will take some time to upload. That's the only thing. After completing this, I will download it. Download will take some time. That means it has to be available, right? Then I will upload. Maybe tomorrow or day after. Within a day, it will be available.
Okay, thank you.
So when you say the registration base, so that means you still using the certificate, although you're not using the certificate.
I'm using the certificates, the self-signed certificates.
What's the difference? Registration based.
So in the registration based, I am using the self-signed certificates of the Cube. I am making a connection that the Cube will trust Webex with the self-signed certificates itself because I have a user ID and password already in my place. So that is acceptable. Still, I need a certificate because it is 5061. 5061 always uses certificate. So I will use the self-signed certificate. I don't need to work for a CA and get a public CA installed. Now, the question is, this is the same case for Twilio as well, right? When Twilio initiated traffic, how that is going to work in this case. Okay, so will they offer something kind of a register message here and creating the channel? Yes, they do. They also offers that. But in my case, what is my scenario? I have a private IP address 172.16.1.10. Also a public IP address which is 53 something. I don't recall exactly what it is, but this is the public IP address. In the Webex side, I still use that registration-based SIP trunking. Okay, in the Twilio side, I can go with registration-based SIP trunking, but since I have this public IP address, when you get a public IP address, it is easy. I will say the Twilio that, okay, I'm not going towards any registration-based trunking. You just send the traffic towards the public IP address. In 5060, okay, so in 5060 again, I don't need any certificate. of course, it'll be normal SIP traffic. If you again wanted to implement 5061 and all, you have to go and identify how to do that, because there is a certificate installation process which is explained in that video. Then you can also instruct Twilio saying that, okay, you please send the traffic also in 5060. There is a flip button there in Twilio, which traffic you want, 5060 or 5061. So in my case, this section will be normal SIP, okay, which is 5060. This section will be secure SIP with a registration based trunking. This is what I'm going to implement. Is it making sense?
Yes, it is. So for TLS base between Webex and CUBE, it has to be public sign certificate.
Yes. So yeah, the reason I am implementing this one here, because if I want to make this as 5060, then I can still utilize the public IP address on these things. But Webex won't allow 5060. They will only allow 5061. When I go towards 5061, there are two options. One is with a proper certificate that is called TLS based trunk. For that, I need a certificate, but I don't have it. So I go with the registration based trunk. For that, I don't need any external certificate. I will still utilize my internal self-signed certificate to establish that trunk. That's the reason I went for this particular scenario.
So we cannot use
for the testing purpose, right? In a lab scenario?
Not only lab scenario, this is heavily implemented, because all we care about the Webex traffic and the CUBE traffic between the Webex and CUBE, because this is going through internet, right? Usually the SBC will be on-premise and you have some kind of integration between your carrier. I am using an internet carrier, so I can use 5061 here. That's the best practice. But this won't be the normal case. You will have a normal AT&T kind of modem installed and connected here. So you don't worry about this traffic. They will anyway reach the traffic to your CUBE. CUBE to Webex will be always 5061.
Got it.
Yeah. What is the other question?
Yeah, the question was between Webex and CUBE for TLS base. There is no option to sign by the enterprise CA and upload the root certificate.
It is. So when you create the trunk in Webex, which I will show you right now, they will ask what kind of trunk do you want? You want a registration based trunk or a TLS based trunk? If you choose TLS based trunk, then of course you need to have a public IP address, then you need to have a domain name like sbc.ajcollab.com, and a proper certificate has to be installed. So these three additional things you need to do when you opt for a TLS based trunk. But if you pick for registration based trunk, you don't need any of this. So this will be the easiest one. Okay.
Yeah. My question is the certificate. Can I sign that certificate by Microsoft, so enterprise level CA, or it should be by GoDaddy or some public CA?
It should be by GoDaddy, public CA. Because no, you're talking about the corporate internal CA. No, that is not possible. It has to be a paid external certificate.
Okay.
So when I was talking about the same topic in Microsoft Teams, that was a part of our training. We did that last time. So if you go to the YouTube and search for CUCM and Teams integration, we utilize the same CUBE for that. In that, the certificate installation is actually covered, because they don't accept that registration based, means Microsoft Teams will not accept that registration based thing. Okay.
AJ, if we are going for DLS based on how many certificates we require?
Only one certificate. That should be issued to that SBC. For example, sbc.ajcollab.com. It has to be issued to that. Sorry, my scribbling pad went offline. That's okay. Got it back. All right. So I hope the registration part is clear, how I'm going to create the trunk. So let's head over to Webex and Webex Control Hub and actually see where exactly it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, from CUBE to Twilio, there will be PSTN trunk, or which trunk will be there?
Trunk in the sense it's a SIP trunk, right? There is nothing like a PSTN trunk or non-PSTN trunk. It's all SIP trunks. Wherever you create, we name it. If it is going towards a PSTN, it is PSTN trunk. If it is going towards somewhere else, it's that kind of trunk. We will come to that.
How does the session will be active?
Which session?
Like Webex to CUBE. How does the session will be active?
Webex to CUBE. CUBE will initiate a register traffic, and in Webex side will configure some credential. If the initiated traffic is having that credential, then the registration will happen. You can see the SIP trunk status in Control Hub, which I will do now. Let's see that, then we'll ask questions. Okay. Yeah. So in the control hub, so right now I have my cube ready. Cube is happily sitting in cloud and it has all the commands. I haven't configured anything, but the cube is ready. So first thing, I need to add the cube inside my control hub, Webex control hub. So to do that, first we need to add a location. So let's go to the control hub and then location. Currently, I have a location called Texas Regional Office location. That is for testing a PSTN access. Let's create a new location here. Add location, create manually. And I need to supply an address here. I also copied a kind of address here. I can reutilize that. It can be any location. I can add my home address also, but I have a specific address here. Let us use this. It's again United States address. I will name it as Texas Office 2. I have a headquarters in Texas and there's another office. United States. And address gonna be this. Okay. That's it. Just add a site, create it, because all the callings and everything will be based on the site. So you don't need to set up anything now. Just add the site and click close button. Then when you come to the locations, you can see that office got added here. Okay. And if you go to the calling section of that, you don't see any options here. You can set up the calling. While setting up the calling, they will ask you what kind of connection you want. And then I was talking about the three choices, right? Cisco PSTN, cloud connected PSTN, or premise-based calling, right? Formerly known as local gateway. This is what we're going to do. So when I select the third option, which I need to select now, they will ask, okay, what is your trunk? And we haven't configured any trunk, right? So after adding the site, we need to add the trunk, come back here again and configure the trunk. So let us go ahead and add that trunk now. So go back to your calling in the Webex control hub, then go to call routing. By the way, there is a number. 1 second, what is that number? 3888. That number is not here. Okay, fine. So I need to come to the call routing section, which is here in services, calling, call routing, trunk, route group, dial plan. These are the three things which I'm going to configure now. So I'll add a trunk. Here is the catch. It is saying trunk type registration based or certificate based. Okay. So if you select registration based, you don't have any other choice. But if you select certificate based, you can select what vendor, Cisco CUBE, Oracle, audio codes and ribbon. All these things are supported for TLS. But in registration based, as long as the device can initiate a registration like a SIP registration with a user ID and password, anything will be supported. It can be any other XYZ SPC. Shouldn't be CUBE or any other device. Okay. So I will select this CUBE will be for Texas Office 2 and I need to name it as CUBE 01 trunk. You can go with any your own name. I will use it CUBE 01 trunk and the trunk is based on registration. And the moment I click save, I get some information, though those information highly critical in my case. And this comes only one time. That's another thing. So they will give you a data, add trunk details. There are so many information here, registration information, authentication information. In this information, the password will be only visible at this point. If I click close and go back to the cube again, I can see all other information, but I will be never able to see the password. If I want to see the password, the only option is I need to reset the password and copy the new password. So this page is important. When you see this page, take a screenshot, keep it somewhere, also copy it to Notepad. So in my Notepad template, if you see at the beginning, I have some details here. Details copied from Webex Control Hub. These are some previous configuration. I need to clean that up. Now I will paste all this information, whatever is available here. Okay, first section I copied. Then second section copied. Make sure you copy everything well. It's not small spelling mistake can cause registration unregistered. I copied everything. To understand well, I'll put some spaces here. Outbound proxy address, fine. Registrar name, fine. Line port, fine. Authentication information. I don't need this stuff here. Okay. Code your username and password. Yes. So I formulated this way. So this is the easy way of configuration. You have your own wish, however you can configure. You copy it somewhere and use it. I found this is the easiest way. Or you take a screenshot. I usually take a screenshot and keep it myself because I don't want to reset that password again. But no problem. Even if you close this and you wanted to see the CUBE password, you can click on that then go to trunk info. You see all other information here, trunk type, device, all those things, but retrieve the username and reset the password. The moment you click here, you get the username plus password will be reset again. So imagine you completed the CUBE configuration because you are entering all those information in the CUBE CLI. Then if you do this, the CUBE will unregister. So keep that inside your notepad and then go to the CUBE. So I copied all these things. I'm done with it. Now let us go and configure a route group. If you look at the CUBE status, it is offline because I haven't done anything on the CLI, right? I have to do that. Then this becomes online. We'll wait for that. It's okay. So let's go ahead and create a route group. Route group is nothing but a combination of multiple trunk. Imagine you have multiple cubes. Cube 1 for active and cube 2 for standby. You can keep adding all those cubes inside your route group. Okay, just like same call manager route group logic here. So create a route group. Route group will be cube.
Do I need to have a route group if I don't have a multiple trunk?
You can go with only trunk. You can go with only one trunk, but the best practice would be route group because it is easy to modify. Imagine you wanted to replace one cube with another one. So here, if you have a route group, it's easy to flip those. Otherwise, because you're hard coding that trunk into one place, which I'll show you, that moment it becomes a problem. But you can do it. It'll work. You don't need to have it route group configured. It's just like a best practice. So you select your trunk. So you select.
Abdul, one question. So when you added the trunk, it was showing dual ID support. There was one checkbox. Is that play any part on the trunk addition?
That is for. I think that is for 1 second. I have a screenshot of that here. Where is it? Oh, can I answer that after the session? I am not sure about it. We'll cover that.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll add one thing in the same section, webinar unanswered question and answer. So if I don't know any answer, I will capture all those things here and I will add it here so that anytime in future, if you refer, those answers can be fine here. Or if I miss something, you message me one-on-one or in the group, I'll be able to answer.
Sure. Thanks.
No problems. So we are here in the control hub. Yeah, so I am adding a route group, which is cube RG, and added the trunk. If I have additional trunk, I can keep on adding, then give the priority, and the call routing will be purely based on the priority. There is no round robin stuff here, but I have only one trunk. I'm good. So route group is added. Now the next thing is called dial plan. Dial plan is your route pattern in call manager. If you're correlating with your call manager and this, dial plan is nothing but your route pattern. Create a dial plan, and then here I will call it as so I'm going to be testing a call to an Indian mobile number. So I'll call it as, okay, 1 second. Is Texas Office 2 dial plan. Okay, so this one going to be for Texas Office 2. Then select routing choice. You can directly select trunk. This was the question you asked, right? Can I select trunk directly or route group? So you can go with it, but I'll go with route group, and route group is already having the trunk. That is fine. Then here, this is the pattern section. However, you configure the route pattern, right? Where exclamatory, dot, all those things. But Cisco will not accept all those regular expression based or heavily used wildcard. They accept dot, star, and exclamatory. So you need to define your the pattern, the calling pattern based on that. So since I'm calling India, I'll be dialing E164 format plus, yeah. Okay. So plus 91, oh, sorry. How will I use that? Yeah, plus 91 exclamatory, plus 91 exclamatory. This means beginning with plus 91, which is Indian country code, and any digit of numbers followed by that. Okay. You cannot use dot star here. With the specific to country, you have to configure all these things manually. And again, if you wanted to see how I configure the dial plan for countries, there is a link in the helpful link section, Webex dial plan by country, and Webex has listed all the countries and how their calling plan should looks like. Okay.
So if we know the total number of digits, and we don't want to use exclamation,
yeah,
like
yeah, you can
would
use
be
it.
plus 91xxxx.
Yes, that is possible. Say for example, if I take Hong Kong for an example, These are their dialing habits. So you can refer this. This is Webex on documentation and build your dial plan. Since my particular scenario, again, dial plan can be always complicated, right? It's not, shouldn't be like how I create. It is specific to the customer and the location, however they wanted to dial. But these are the options available. You can use XXXXX, that format, that is still working. Then this is like, parameters are not allowed. Okay, so there are a few conditions here. Okay, again, if you go to dial plan configuration, Webex dial plan configuration, they are saying some rules. You cannot mix this with that. We cannot mix with this with that. Those kind of restrictions are here. This is the wildcard X in the middle of the number. For example, this is not possible. You cannot use it. Then wildcard exclamatory when the wildcard X is there. So there are some restrictions. Guys, please mute. So there are some restrictions which Webex offers. You need to follow that. We don't have any other choice because it is really managed solution. It's not call manager where you can create everything on its own. They may add regular expression. I was waiting for a situation where they come up with a regular expression based pattern here. Sooner or later, we can see that this is what I'm expecting, because all the routing places like SBC or anything, if you take, they work based on the regular expressions, right? If it is regular expression, you can, it's a standard way of creating wildcard. We can have any kind of a complicated dial plan easily configured. But for this example, I will use +91 and exclamatory, or if I want to make a call to US, because we have guys from US as well. So I'll type +1 and exclamatory. So +1 and followed by any number. So 2 dial plan I created, 2 pattern I created, and I'm forwarding all those patterns to my route group, and route group is already having my trunk created. So it'll extend to that trunk and then call will be going out. This is how an outgoing call works. There is no CSS partition kind of stuff here. The next thing which I need to do is enable the calling inside the location. So we just added the location, right? Texas Office 2 we added. We haven't configured anything, how the calling should be working inside that location. So let's go back to the location. By the way, are we good on the call routing section?
Yeah, AJ, one question. So this local gateways in the premises, and if we have CUCM there, we need to add the extensions pattern there as well.
Here, no, we don't need to add away. Okay. So if it is a CUCM Webex, we don't usually do that kind of integration, right? Because Webex offers UCM calling. UCM calling is another way of integrating with Webex and your call manager. It is easy way of integration. You don't need to create a call manager here, a cube here, and a Webex here. That is possible, but it will be complicated. In that case, answer is yes, you need to create that patterns here. Okay. All right. So I added it here.
Quick question, I'm sorry. Since you mentioned there is no CSS on the partition and this stuff, so is there any like, do we do any sort of restriction? The way we use
nothing specific, like we cannot fine tune like call manager. You can either allow national, local. There is a way, I'll show you that part. Okay, there is a section where you can do that. But based on the location, it works. If you wanted the user to be away from that, you create another location and don't enable any calling in that location. Or specific to calling international, all those things, we don't have such a restriction in Webex.
So is that a location more like a device pool?
Kind of, yes.
In context of call manager?
Yes, you can relate to that, yes.
Okay.
And inside
one quick question. If we don't configure any dial plan, the call means routing will not work?
Yeah, it will not. Next question. Okay.
Just go to the dial plan.
Okay.
I noticed somewhere that there was where you can upload a file. Is that correct? If you go to the actions.
Where is actions?
Just down below a little bit in your left hand.
Okay. Yeah. This is your CSV file. If your patterns are, you need to download. There is a dial plan option, import dial plan. Yeah. You can download a template from here. Then if you have a lot of pattern, you fill that out and then upload it. It will also create a route plan. I haven't done that, but it is possible. You can upload that.
All right. And just to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
So basically what you're setting up right now is just basically the dial plan from Texas to reach out someone in India. Is that what you did, right?
Absolutely right. Yes.
All right. So is this cause any kind of problems if you're dialed 911 locally in Texas?
because the emergency response location.
But you're going to be dialing 911, right? It's not plus 911. Okay. So to route that emergency pattern,
here is a E164 is using plus sign.
Yes.
And 911 is a particular like the
for that I need
number.
to have that 911 also here. So this is for Texas users. When they dial 911, I always route the call to the SBC. From the SBC, I'll take a decision. Okay, if it is 911, let me route to my emergency location services, E911 services. Or if it is something else, I can route to my PSTN. So it is the decision that I need to take from the CUBE side or the SBC side.
Okay, thank you. CSS partition, how does restrictions work here? Calling the system.
Can we discuss that later, that restrictions, because it'll be too much of complicated. Yeah. Yeah.
Does this dial plan also support like SIP route pattern kind of?
No route pattern here. This plan is basically means the dial plan itself is like a route pattern. If you correlate dial plan, in call manager, we say dial plan is for including all these things, translation, all those things, we call it as dial plan. But here dial plan is your route pattern itself. That is what the dial plan.
And the way we have like SIP route pattern for the domain routing.
That is for SIP route patterns, right? So URI dialing. So this is purely the digit-based calling.
So that is supported, right?
Yeah, that is supported because when you add
part
here,
of ILS, right?
Yes, kind of ILS. They're saying dot star.
No, let's
star
say
dot.
you're dialing to a different domain through the expressway.
Yes, yes. This way.
That is there.
Yeah. So you can do that. They're saying star dot, which can extend the call to the CUBE. And then if you are looking for URI dialing, that is still possible. Like a ILS kind of dialing, if you wanted to extend that to CUBE and sending to somewhere else, that is still possible.
Gotcha.
So in our case, we have not created any dial plan, but it's the caller is still working. So is it like
outbound calling is still working?
Yes.
You need to check that once again. Maybe you are not routing through the CUBE. You will have another PSTN solution like Webex.
That is ribbon. We are routing the call through ribbon.
But of course, there should be a way that you send the call to ribbon. Otherwise, how the call will understand I need to send to the ribbon? So there will be a way. There will be a configuration for that. So the ribbon also, if it is a cloud connected PSTN, they also offers ribbon. The routing happens in a different way. If it is a local gateway, of course, you need to have a pattern where you are pointing. Otherwise, how the SBC will get to know if somebody dialed this number? So you have to link those things together. So this is that link. So anyone dial this number, you send it to the route group. The one that you see on your setup, we'll discuss that maybe after this. You can reach out to me. We'll discuss why it is not available there. But normally when you route the call, you have to have a dial plan here. So I'm done with dial plan. Let me go to the number section. So when
one last question.
Okay.
So if we are not routing through CUBE,
what happened? Hello?
Sorry.
Yeah.
So if we are going with cloud computing PSTN, so there is no required of dial plan, right? Am I right?
I haven't deployed any cloud connected PSTN for any customer. So my knowledge is limited. You can refer the Cisco documentation, how that implementation goes. And I haven't tested that because I cannot get a labs instance of cloud connected PSTN. They require minimum 20 DID numbers that will cost you around $500 in a month. I'm not that much rich, so I haven't tested that. Anyway, the routing for cloud connected PSTN, I am not sure how that is done. But if it is a Cisco PSTN, you don't need anything here. You just buy DID number from Cisco, assign to the user. That's it. No other configuration. Okay. I hope this is, let us finish the questions here in the trunk part because we are in this section for a long time. But I'm not stopping you to ask questions. Feel free to ask, but in the next sections. So trunk configured, route group configured, dial plan configured. Now let us think about the numbers, the DID numbers. So how do you get your numbers? So you need to reach out to your service provider. In my case, Twilio is my service provider. So I'll reach out to them. Okay, hi Twilio, this is my Twilio account. So when you create a Twilio account for free, this is what the interface that you see. In the interface, if you don't see the elastic SIP trunking here, you can go to Explore Products and then create, there is a link over there. Search for Control F, elastic SIP trunking, and click the pin button here so that it comes here and attach. So here is the place I need to go, elastic SIP trunking. If I go to the trunk, I can see a couple of trunks I have created for different scenarios. All I need to do is create a new trunk. then put a name there. Okay, I'm not creating it because I have already one. Just click a name, and then you get something like this. Imagine how I would have given Webex calling cube trunk. So this is what I created in the Twilio side. By the way, this is not a Webex calling configuration. This is literally what your service providers are doing. When you can take a SIP connection from a service provider, the service provider engineer will be doing this task. Since we are setting up all alone, implementing everything alone, I just show you a PSTN side configuration as well. And it is similar for AT&T or Verizon or any other trunk provider. If you choose, they will have their own interface. They will provision the DID numbers and route the call to you. They will have different set of configuration there. So that will make sure they will extend that call to your particular device. So within Twilio, this is how the interface looks like. There are 3 sections here, basically 4 sections here: general, termination, origination, and numbers. In the general, this is some settings for the SIP. So here you can enable or disable secure SIP trunking. It is disabled because in Twilio and Cube, I am using just 5060. I'm not utilizing 5061. So this is disabled. That's the only thing you need to configure here. And there is a new feature here in Twilio called symmetric RTP. What symmetric RTP does is, when you establish a call, there is something called SDP, session description protocol. We all know that's how we establish the media IPs, right? But if you're in Cube scenario, when you deploy in cloud, there are a lot of cases when they send the invite to outside. Now itself we have 2 choices, right? It can use a private IP address or public IP address. In any case, if the private IP address is exchanged in the session description protocol or SDP, Twilio can intelligently understand, okay, from actual media is coming from. If actual media is coming from a public IP address, they will ignore that SDP thing and use it for the media IP. So it's like an intelligent mechanism within Twilio. So if you have a one-way audio issue or something, you can fix that one-way audio issue from the Cube itself. But if you wanted to have a quick fix, you can enable this symmetric RTP inside the Twilio. Again, this is not Twilio class as well, but these are the 2 things I have enabled in the origination. And in the termination, we need to attach our Cube public IP address. For that, go to our Azure portal, go back to virtual machine and pick the public IP address of our Cube, which is this. What is this? Yeah. Now I need to tell the Twilio guy saying that when you get a call for a DID number, you send that call to this IP address. That is in the form of origination. Okay. Termination means if I go to the termination, there is something over here. I'm talking about origination, okay, but I'll show you what is termination. I need to configure a URI here and an access control list here. So first let us see the access control list and then we'll talk about origination. So in the access control list, Twilio will say, okay, we will only accept the call when the call is coming from this particular IP address. Of course, when the Cube is initiating a call, the call will be going out with the Cube public IP address, right? So we need to tell Twilio that you take the call when the calls are originated from this particular IP address. So there is a list, which is access control list. That's something we need to configure. So we need to come back from here, then go to IP access control list, and then pick up the access control list. Or you can create a new access control list as well. So I have created already, which is called Webex Calling Cube IP. Select that, then add an IP address here. For some reason, Twilio is a little slow. I'm sorry, guys. Come on, don't do this at this time. Yes. So here you can see this was my previous IP address. So you can keep it there, or you can add a new, means delete and add a new. You can have multiple IP address here. The only thing for the access control list is that Twilio will accept the call from all these IP address. So I added here, and you can put a description also here. That is fine. I just copy paste the same IP address. So now Twilio will understand, okay, the source will be my Cube. This is a Cube IP address. I added it here. So that is for inbound direction when Cube is making a call towards Twilio side. Now, once you create this Webex Calling Cube IP access control list, you need to go back to your trunk and hard code that list there so that this particular trunk will understand that. Okay, Webex Calling Cube trunk. Go to termination. Oh, don't do this. Go to termination, and here in the access control drop-down list, you need to select that Webex access control list. That means any calls come from that public IP address, please accept it. So I have added it here. If it is something else, you can select the drop-down list and add it. Then you need to configure, this is done, then you need to configure termination SIP URI. This is nothing but the SBC inside your Twilio. So when your CUBE is initiating a traffic, let us go to this. When the CUBE is initiating a traffic towards Twilio, we need to have a destination IP, right? Or session target, we call it as in CUBE scenario, where I will be sending that call. I need an IP address or an FQDN or some sort of things that will be a SIP device or a SIP gateway or a kind of SIP device within the service provider network. It happens in real time as well. When you get a connection from AT&T, they will say, okay, you send your call to this particular IP address or a domain name. So this is what that domain here, that's called termination URI. You can see the same URI inside our CUBE configuration when we are extending the call towards Twilio. In the dial peer destination, I'll be using this ajwxcall.pstn.twilio.com. This is customizable. You can put your name there. I just put ajwxcall, which is Webex call.pstn.twilio.com. Nobody else can use the same thing because it's only one time available. If I use my name, Abdul, if somebody else is using Abdul, they will get a warning saying that it's already used. So you need to add some numbers here and there. So this is how you customize the Twilio side SBC. So this is nothing but your SBC inside Twilio, means where you are sending the traffic towards Twilio. Making sense? Termination stuff. Two things we configure. One is the access control list where the Twilio will be receiving the call. Another one is the termination SIP URI that will be used by the CUBE to send the call to the Twilio. Okay. I hope it is okay.
And this ajwx call.pstn.twilio.com, you're going to configure this in the CUBE, right?
Yes, exactly. And once I configure this, they also give load balancing FQDNs. Okay, if I need to send the call to a North America data center of Twilio, I can use this. Or if it is something else, Dublin, I can use the subdomains of that. But only one would be fine. But if you wanted to have redundant dial pairs, you can configure all those things. So it's a mechanism within the data availability mechanism within the Twilio data centers. Okay, now let's go to the origination. So origination is the place where Twilio will be sending the call. Okay, so that will be your CUBE public IP address again. So you need to inform the Twilio that when somebody dials the DID number, you should send the call to this particular IP. This is my old IP address. I need to change that. Again, go back to my CUBE Azure, copy the public IP address, come back to Twilio, edit this. Instead of SIP, the IP address, this should be the format. This is the syntax you need to follow, SIP colon and the public IP address. So now my inbound will be also working. So that means now the Twilio will understand, okay, when I get a call for a DID, I'll show you where is the DID. But when I get a call to that DID, where should I send? So I'll be sending to this public IP address. So my CUBE, which is sitting and sleeping there, will be responsible to accept that call and send that call accordingly. So Twilio side configuration pretty much done. Now we need to think about the numbers. So you can go to numbers and buy the DID numbers from Twilio. You can click on the add number. And if you have some numbers already purchased in your account, you can use add an existing number, or you can buy a number. Buying a number will cost you $1 depending upon the location. It's again very easy. Just click buy a number. You will get a new wizard. You just mention the location. By the way, India is not available. So select a location, then you get a DID number from that location. I have done that already. Then in this page, I need to come to add an existing number and then pick one number. Usually this will be empty page when you select this first time, but I have added two numbers already here, which I don't want to modify. So my DID will be +214 888 3759 and one more DID. So anyone who calls this DID, the Twilio will make sure they will accept the call, then extend that call towards my CUBE IP address. Is that clear, guys?
AJ, that $1 call is for lifetime to purchase that number.
Yes. $1 for one.
Here you are doing your cell phone number. Suppose you are in North America, so just put it your number. So that is, you don't need to, like the free version you are buy, right?
Free from version.
The Twilio, and you put it, and then you put it your cell phone number. So that is not chargeable.
Okay, you're talking about the free Twilio thing. Okay, free Twilio account also you can buy a number just like this, but the limitation.
Otherwise, you use no. That is I'm saying like you are putting your cell phone number for the testing purpose.
Yeah. So where will I put my testing number? So I'll show you that as well. If I come back to phone numbers, verified caller IDs. Where is it? Yeah, verified caller IDs. If you are using a Twilio free account, you need to verify your caller ID here. That means this is my mobile number. I can remove this. Even if I remove also, my call will work. But a free account will have a proper caller ID here. Then I need to make a call to that particular DID from my own phone number. Then only the call will be working. Otherwise, Twilio says you are unauthorized. Either you get an activated account, free account, that's the limitation. So if you guys are trying, when you create an account with Twilio, by default will be your mobile number will be authenticated, will be available here. But if you want to make from one more number, means the source will be another number, then you need to add that number here. Just add the number, enter the mobile ID. There is an OTP verification.
Technically, those numbers are dummy numbers and hosted by the Twilio, right?
Not dummy numbers. This will be the caller ID, right? If I get a call to that DID number, which is here, where is the DID number? So if I go to my trunk and 1 second. Webex calling trunk. Come on, dude. Yeah. Webex calling trunk. Numbers. This. I'll just finish this. You can hold your question and then ask after this. So these are the two DID numbers which I procured from Twilio. Who else in the world can call these numbers? Only me can call if it is a free account. Okay, because my mobile number is already a validated account, which Twilio knows. So you need to add your number as a authenticated number. But mine is a completely activated account. So you guys can also try calling this number. That will be routed. Okay. That's only a limitation of Twilio account. All right. What's the next question?
Yeah, I was saying when someone dialed for that number, so the calling ID will be your mobile phone, as you say, right? So how, if I wanted to make it unknown or restrict on the call, where should I able to restrict it? Do I have to delete? Because I can't delete my mobile from there. How could I hide the calling ID?
No, that understanding is not actually right. So the reason I'm saying is when you buy a DID number, who else can call this DID? Anybody can call, right? I can call, you can call. But the difference between when you call and when I call, what's the difference? When I call, my mobile number is 9495860708. That will be the caller ID. Twilio knows that, okay, because that caller ID is already added in my authenticated numbers here. Then Twilio will say, okay, I am receiving a call which is coming from, think about the source number, coming from Abdul's mobile number. So let me accept that call. The Twilio data center will accept that call. Then whatever the destination number dialed and wherever the public IP address pointed, it will forward. But if you call, your caller ID, your mobile number will be something else. The moment Twilio sees that something else in the caller ID section, they will reject the call only when if it is a free account. Mine is not free account, so I don't have that limitation. After the configuration, you can also call the same number, same DID number. If you're still having confusion.
So is it those DID numbers are dummy numbers or
no, it's a real number.
Proper DID
numbers. Okay, it's a proper DID number. It's a valid Texas DID number I purchased from Twilio. I will force you to make a call if you're from US.
I make it confusing because I'm using the dummy one, like my cell phone.
Okay.
Can I try to make a call now?
Yeah, please go ahead. Okay. Of course, it will be rejected because it comes to my cube. It will reach the cube and then we'll terminate from there. Once we complete everything, you can make a call.
Then we can try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so these numbers are actual DID numbers. The reason it is getting confused because these are the PSTN side configuration, which we voice engineers usually don't handle unless you're working for a provider.
Correct.
So they get the numbers. This is a valid Texas number, 214-888-3759. It's a valid Texas phone number. 1 second. Yeah. Valid Texas phone number. The second number as well. When somebody calls that, it look into this configuration. Okay, where is my origination? Let me send that call to the cube. It will reach the cube. That is the task of a PSTN, right? When you sign up a number with a PSTN, you usually say, okay, when somebody calls, give me a DID. When someone calls a DID, send the call here or send the call, whatever place I decide. So I have given my public IP address. Then I bought 2 DID numbers. Okay.
So which means the number DID which you are
owning it, your mobile number should be authenticated to call out.
Yes.
Not for call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me copy this number, and this is the DID, right? So when I get the DID, I need to configure that DID within my control hub. That's where I reach here, then a discussion go into a different direction. Anyway, if you're only working on a Webex calling side, forget about all these things, okay? You speak your, the DID vendor or the PSTN, tell them, okay, what are the DIDs? And they will give you an Excel sheet, which is having all these numbers. In that way, I'm assuming I got an Excel, which is having this number. So I'll copy this number, go back to my control hub, then go to numbers, okay? Within the numbers, I add a number here. The location I need to select Texas Office 2, then PSTN number. Okay, so I need to do a small thing change here in the site. Okay, so hold the number there. Okay, we done the routing, call routing.
Calling is not added.
Yeah, I'll add. So trunk is there, trunk group, route group is there, and dial plan is there. After that, you need to enable the calling inside the site. So let us go back to the location and select the Texas Office 2. Then go to the calling. Currently, there is nothing selected here, right? There is no PSTN connection choice. So click manage. These are the three things we discussed in the beginning. Cisco calling plan, you directly buy DID numbers from them. This is like cloud connected PSTN. Another partner will be giving you the numbers. They will host the SBC and everything. Third one will be our interesting stuff, which is premise-based PSTN. So let us select this. Click next, and they will ask you, okay, what is your premise-based PSTN? So you need to select your route group here. So this is your route group for the location, and select this. Click next. And you will be reaching a page where you can add numbers now. Okay, so you can add numbers from the numbering page, or you can simply click here. It will be navigate to that place where you need to add the numbers. Okay, so I click add the numbers. This is the same place we reached in. Then Texas Office 2, PSTN number, premise-based cube. So this is the location calling solution I have selected. And click next. And I'm going to be adding the number which I got from Twilio. So it's an actual valid DID number. Who is the owner of the DID number, which is Twilio. They will take care of that number. When somebody calls, I can decide, okay, what to do for that number. So add this number. Can also add other number. There is one more number which Twilio gives me, right? So copy this and come back here and add it. So two numbers got added. Hit save. So if I summarize now what we have done so far, we added our trunk, we added the route group, we added a dial plan, then we added a +91 exclamatory stuff that will take care of routing the call to Indian numbers, +1 exclamatory that will take care of routing the call within US itself. If we need 911, of course I can add 911 that will hit the router, the cube. But from the cube, I need to decide, okay, where should I send this? Should I send to my service provider or should I send to somebody else? All those things are in the dial plan. Then I went to the site or the location, I enabled. After enabling the site, I also need to configure a mainline number for the site. That is also mandatory. So if I go to Texas Office 2, go to calling again, now you can see there is a premise-based calling. Mainline number, that is also mandatory. So two numbers I have added, right? So I can keep one number as mainline number. It can be assigned to user as well, but this is mandatory. You need to assign one number for the site. Okay. Usually people will assign an unused number for the site. But since I have a deficiency of numbers, I'll be utilizing the same number for a user as well. Okay. So these two things are required at this point. Hit save. So configuration related to the cube addition and number configurations are done. Now let us assign this number and the PSTN calling to a user, which is our Tom Cruise user. So go to Tom Cruise and go to edit his license. Currently, he is having only one-to-one calling options, right? We need to enable Webex Calling Professional for this particular thing. So edit licenses.
Is there any purpose of assigning a main number to location?
That's how they designed. Without that mainline number, and their call will be failing. They're saying that it is mandatory to assign a number. Purpose is there. The same number will be used for cloud voicemail. But I haven't tested that. That is one thing. And if you make a call from an extension only number, that number will be your caller ID.
Even we are using the local gate, still we need the calling license.
Yes, we need this. Yes. Otherwise, the dial pad on the, where is it? the dial pad on this guy will not be available. Let me show you that.
So I believe that local gateway is a part of this Webex calling professional, right?
Yes.
That's why we need that.
Yeah. So if I sign out and sign in, currently I don't have the license, right? Let me sign out and sign in. I'll show you the difference when you assign and not assign that. Currently I haven't configured. I didn't hit save button, right? So I'm here. I didn't hit save. So this user is not having Webex calling license. So the behavior when the user logs in without a Webex calling license, let me show you. Go to tom.cruz@ha.com.
Even we purchase the PSTN option from Cisco, still this license will be the same.
Yes, right. So I'm logging in as Tom Cruise. This user is only have that free one-on-one calling. If I log in now, when I go to my calling, okay. So
I have one question.
I need to well, I'll just reset this, guys, because it is taking some cache configuration. Yeah, go ahead with the question.
Yeah, so this VMware workstation, how you have set it up for like two endpoints, you have set it up, right? The two clients.
Yeah.
So how you set it up and how it is talking to the, the control hub?
This is purely just want to replicate two users, right? So I install VMware workstation and install two Windows 11 images there, and which will naturally have the normal internet connection. So they can talk through that internet connection. It's just like how you open your laptop, connect to internet and log into the Webex Teams. That's it. No extra configuration. I left it for DHCP. So from my internet, means from my local router, it'll get an IP address and it can talk to internet. That's it. No extra configuration.
Okay. Thanks.
That is only for demonstration. I can open the Tom Cruise in my mobile as well.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Abdul, I have a question.
Yeah.
When you added a trunk in the control hub for CUBE, did you define any IP address for CUBE?
No. This is what the important thing for a registration-based thing, right? If it is a TLS-based one, I need to tell where should I send the call. But here, as I said, Webex will never initiate a new call. Webex will never initiate a new signal towards the CUBE. It is up to the CUBE. It sends a register request, discover the Webex services, and inform the Webex, hey, I am here, I am the CUBE. Okay, then we establish a channel.
So when CUBE will send a register message to Control Hub, it will have a username and password, right?
Yes,
so
of course.
Does Control Hub does not need to have that password to authenticate?
Control Hub is already having that password, right? That's why we copied it here. The moment you add the trunk, they gave me a password, which is saved in the Control Hub backend. This is the user ID and password. You remember, you remember, right? I took a screenshot of one session. The moment I add the trunk, they gave me all this information from the Control Hub side itself.
Yeah, thank you.
You are saying a couple of DIDs under the locations, right? So those DIDs you will be assigning for the users or the user. Right.
Yeah.
And what if you want to add a range of DIDs under that location?
I think CSF import is option available. CSF import option is available. Not CSF, CSV file. You can import in one go.
Okay, correct.
So for some reason, I still see the dial pad here. So if you don't have the the Webex calling professional licenses, you will not be able to see the dial pad. That means you cannot use any extension-based dialing. But this user is a test user. I have assigned multiple times or disabled multiple times. So because of that, it is still showing. I need to uninstall and reinstall so that it will not be visible.
Can you check in the control hub? There you can reset the license also.
It is having the user, if I click cancel, which is having only Webex one-on-one.
User and calling.
Some time, like about 20 to
scroll down
minutes to kind of reflect on the Webex.
Yeah, on this page, scroll down and there is a reset button.
This one? Reset access?
Yeah, reset access. You can even do that.
This is disabled.
I think you'll have to remove the call and Webex license as well.
Can you go to calling part here? This user's calling part. And see if that is. No, it's, I don't know. I mean, it does not have all the options.
That's okay. That's okay. Fine. We'll come to that point later. So the behavior will be when a user logs in without a license, without a professional license, he will be literally without a dial pad. Okay. He can see the calls which is happening one-on-one. That URI call he can see, but he will be never able to see the dial pad. To enable that dial pad, you must assign that particular calling license to the user. and also assign a DID number to the means DID or an extension number to the user. So let me go to the select licenses, edit license, and then go to calling, enable Webex calling professional, hit save. Then this is the place I need to assign the DID. So based on the location, so I will use this, I will assign this user into Texas office location. Then I have the DID number, 2 DID numbers here. I'm going to select the 888 number. And here I can assign an extension. It is optional, the DID. If I don't have the DID, I can select none and then assign it a normal extension number also. Call will be routable within the organization with a digit dialing. This was one question asked in the past. But here I will assign proper DID as well as an extension 1001. 1001 is my extension. Hit save. Now only when the user logs in, he should supposed to see the dial pad. In my case, it is still visible, but if I uninstall the Webex and install it again, I will not be able to see the dial pad if it is only one-to-one calling option. Right now, I have Webex calling also enabled. Then I would be able to see the dial pad. So one user is configured. For testing, one user is enough. Any questions here, guys?
Yeah, one quick question there. As I asked you earlier, if I assign a number, if I assign the main number to the BSTN, and also give professional Webex calling professional, and also calling on Webex one-to-one, and assign that numbers as extension and the DDI number, and still they're not able to call. Is there any other reason why they're not able to call each other internally?
Internally, so you mean to say, you mean to say
you
assign it
by extension, for digit extension.
Okay, I'll configure an extension here. There is another user called Will Smith. So tell me what I need to do. What are the license I need to enable for this user?
Yeah, like professional, like same.
Okay, you need professional. Okay.
Yeah.
And when I hit save, so I'll move this user to Office 2. No DID number and
no DDI number with a number as well.
Okay, so I'll configure only extension, right?
No, with the DDI number as well.
With the DDI number as well. Okay, so I have one more DDI. So second DID number, I used it here. I also assign the extension. I hit save. Now, what is the thing which is not working for you? Digit dialing between these two users?
Digit dialing, yeah, for digit dialing between the two.
So let us test it and come back, because for that we don't need any extra setup. I will log out from the Tom Cruise account.
Abdul, you assigned same DID to location and to also a user as well.
Yeah, I told you I have deficiency of DID numbers. So if I have 3, I would have assigned 1 number to the location, 2 numbers to the user.
So it should be different. Main line should be different, should not be assigned to the user in production.
Yeah, usually it shouldn't be assigned to user in the production.
Because if you want to have auto-attendant functionality.
Yeah, auto-attendant, or when somebody calls outside, if they are only having an extension, these are the number which is demonstrated for caller ID for external. So dedicate 1 number for that site location, then assign other number for the user. In my case, I have only 2 DIDs. So I assigned 1 number for the user as well as the location. That still work, no problem.
The 1 DID and make it the extension.
Yeah.
Range.
Yes. So this is Tom Cruise, and here is my second user, which is Will Smith.
So one question more. So the professional license only will enable the dial pad.
Yes.
Okay. And so this location is configured for local gateway. Okay. So for the users who are assigned to this location will always be dialing out through that local PSTN gateway.
Yes.
So if we have another location which is using the Cisco Webex plan, so for that we will be using the same license, and that user will be utilizing the Webex plan, not my local gateway.
Right, exactly right. I have the similar setup in my account. So if I go to the location, if you see this other location, Texas Regional Office, which is Cisco PSTN, in the calling section, if you see, this is using Cisco calling plan, Cisco PSTN, and I bought this number separately from Cisco. That is another topic of discussion, but still that user, if I assign a number from Cisco calling plan to the user, they'll be using the same licenses, Webex calling professional licenses. Answer is correct. But I don't want to get into that discussion now because it's another scope of topic. Okay. So I logged in with 2 users. This is Tom Cruise. You see that? See, there is a number thing assigned. Some messages coming in. This is Will Smith. And his question was, can I dial extension? So I go to the dial pad, then simply dial 1002, which is the number of my Will Smith. And I can see that the call is going. Call is coming up here.
Any reason why it doesn't work?
That is something we need to troubleshoot. Right?
Maybe the location is different for you. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only one location. I create only one location. It has got the main number. It has got license.
Okay. That we can discuss after the webinar. Okay. That's where we have jobs, right? We have working as a support engineer. Something should not work all the time. Then we'll have the job. Anyway, but for that, you don't need any setup. You don't need cube setup. The calls are not going through the cube. It's a user in the same tenant, so they can call each other with extension. All right. So I'll just quickly summarize because we have discussed so many things in between. So we added trunk, route group, dial plan, then pointed the dial plan into this trunk. We added the site, enable local PSTN calling in the site with premise-based PSTN solution, added a mainline number, edited the license for the user, added the DID, then assigned the DID for the user. We are good. We have seen that those DIDs are actually displayed when a user logs in. So this is my one user, this is my second user. Both of them got a DID number when they go to the dialing section. Okay, so our major component is still there, our cube. We haven't touched the cube, but we have done with the Webex configuration, we have done with the Twilio configuration. Now up to us to tune the configuration for our cube. Are we ready for that? Then we'll jump in.
We have a break of 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. So, how many guys are currently in the session now?
Around 1:37.
Oh, very good. Okay. So you guys need a break. It's 12 p.m. in India, 12 in the midnight in India. So we can take a break of 7 minutes if you want. I'll be here. If you need to take a small break, you can come back. 7 minutes, guys. It's 11:59 in India. Exactly, we start in 12:05. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Hey, Abdul.
Yes.
Shamsi said, man, I got dropped in between, so I've rejoined again.
Okay.
So one thing I wanted to understand is we are discussing the
web-based does not support calling.
It will. Let me. Yeah. So let me repeat that because we started recording, right? So the question was, what is WebRTC phone? In Genesis, we see WebRTC phone. The same thing when you log into the web.webex.com with the credential of Tom Cruise at hgcollab.com. This is basically a WebRTC phone itself. It will work. The calling will work.
You're joining.
Okay.
Jasim, you're joining, right? You should sign in.
Oh, sorry. Then what is that? Joining the meeting. What is sign in? Yeah. Sorry. Tom.Cruise at hgcollab.com.
This question because I'm 100% new. This is my first class or whatever at see the WebEx.
Okay. Yeah, so they offers, this is the web application. In the backend, it uses WebRTC itself. When you log into any meetings today from Zoom or WebEx or any other meeting solution, if you're joining only from the browser, in the backend, they use it as a WebRTC itself. That's the protocol they handle. Okay.
So WebRTC is basically over your HTTP.
Yeah.
Which is on 8443 or the other one, right? The other port.
Okay, so here, excuse me, guys. Let me dial 1002. Okay, where is the calling option? Yeah.
I think it's not spotted in the web.
It's support. Okay.
You don't see the DID.
Okay, it's not supported. How about the one-to-one call? If I call the Will Smith directly over here, that should be supported. But in Teams, it is supported.
That's what.
Yeah. Okay, I can do a video call. Okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys.
Can you please show us creating the virtual lines?
Guys, this meeting is not for that. It's another feature which we can discuss later. Yeah. Normal call is going. Video one-to-one call is going. But yeah, it's a new information for me. The web interface will not have the DID option. Okay, but in Teams.
Sorry for that. Yeah, Thank you for that. I'm just divert to you.
No problem, no problem.
Thank you.
But in Teams,
I
it
will
is available. If it is Microsoft Teams, we log into teams.microsoft.com. In that, the calling feature is also available. Anyway, Cisco would implement that soon, I believe. All right. The feature, guys, the feature options are, I'll come to you. The feature options are available here, but this is not the right time to discuss all those features. We'll cover that in a later webinar, or you guys wanted to explore separately the entire WebEx course. You come back to me after the webinar. All those things are covered in that training. Question? Anything? Okay.
Yeah, from an
okay.
Cube, right? Registration based Cube, right? From a capacity standpoint, so it will be support maximum of 250 concurrent calls, right?
Yes, there is a limitation. Yes.
Okay. If I need more than that, do I need to go for an certification based registration, or is there any way to do it on a registration based as well?
Yeah, registration based Cisco says that there is a limit. I think it's 250, and another one is for maybe more number of that, more than 250. It's possible on the TLS based, but in registration based, that's the limit which Cisco enforces. That's the only thing we can go for, and then it has to be a separate discussion with Cisco if they can offer more. But I don't have the answer, but 250 is the maximum limit. Concurrent sessions, right?
Okay. So is it possible to create multiple trunks towards from WebEx Control Hub to an Cube with different credentials?
Yes, we can. You can add additional trunks there, and that's how you can leverage the capacity.
Okay, so I can configure multiple username passwords, right?
Yes, when you add the trunk, you basically get this thing. If I wanted to add one more trunk, they will offer me another trunk details like this. So I need to configure those things in the CLI.
Okay. Cube is also will support that credential, additional credentials.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Not the same Cube. It has to be a different Cube, right?
No, I'm talking about the same Cube. Whether it will be support or not, I don't know. That's why
I haven't tested that. So it is possible because we are adding this credential inside the tenant. Okay, that's something good thing to be explored. I'll test that out. Okay, same Cube we can add 2 trunks to increase the license capacity. Good points, but I need to test that out. It is possible or not possible. Anyway, we have a group created, right? That is for future collaboration as well. So any doubts which I'm not able to answer in this webinar, we can collaborate through that WhatsApp group.
Okay, thanks.
No worries, guys. Anything else?
So, Abdul, like in Microsoft Teams, do we have any like concurrent call capacity to 250 or more than that?
No, they are not saying that. As long as your SBC supports that, they're okay.
More than 250, right?
Yeah. But
okay,
SBC has to handle that.
Okay, and can we add the desk phone on Microsoft Teams with the direct routing without call manager?
Yeah, so do I have that phone here? Yeah, there are phones manufactured by Microsoft approved vendors. Like
no, not that one. 8888 series, like.
Yeah, you can convert that into a 3PP firmware and then you can register there. Cisco phone itself in Teams.
Same as in Webex Contact Center, we can add the IP phone, right, without call manager?
Yes, we can without call manager. It will be purely registered on the cloud, Microsoft Teams cloud itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so guys, out of discussion topics, we can hold it for some time because it's getting late, right? And others are actually waiting. I got some one-to-one message saying that if it is relevant to the topic of discussion today, we can discuss that. But I am happy to discuss anything as long as it is not getting late for you. Any other questions, you can always reach out to me in the WhatsApp group or WhatsApp number. We will discuss. So let's finish the questions now. We'll go to the Cube and you can ask questions related to the Cube configuration when I start. So our Cube is happily living there, happily sitting in the Azure cloud. Let me just re-log in there. User 01. Okay. So Cube is ready. Now it is my task to configure the Cube with all these credentials and other thing which I got from the WebEx. Excuse me, plus some additional call routing configuration. So again, guys who are looking for the configuration, this is the link which I have already shared. In that, if you come to the Cube side configuration, you can see the entire configuration. It's a template. And I'm going to start copy pasting from here. So we'll also explain. I'll not be able to explain all the commands because it may take a long time. But wherever important commands are there in the Cube, we will do it. So license thing, we have done that. After installing the license, we rebooted. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. So how high availability works say with Cube here?
So CubeHA, if you wanted to learn CubeHA, that's another topic which you can see in my advanced collaboration ebook. Go there and CubeHA. High availability of cube is configured here. This is one of the scenario we are utilizing. You need to implement the cube in this way. You have to have 2 cubes with 3 interfaces. Then you configure something called HSRP pair and then add the cube application there. Then you can do it. Again, it is another set of configuration, which this is not the right time, but you can refer that. This link is there in the webinar section. If you go to the documentation, courses offered by me, free ebook. In this ebook, you will find CubeHA configuration. The same HA can be applicable here as well, but in the demo example, we have only 1 cube. Okay. All right, guys. So let's get into the cube, and then we also done the configuration backup. So till here we have completed. Now, one thing here is we need to encrypt the password which is given by the Webex Control Hub. So when I add the trunk in the Control Hub, they gave me some set of things, right? Including a user ID and password. And I'll be utilizing this password in a future configuration. But before that, I need to put an envelope for that. That is what the encryption of password, which is in this format. Key config key password encrypt and the password that you received from the Control Hub. So let me copy this password, come back to this, replace the password. So this is your command, which will encrypt this particular password. So any other place, if you enter this password, if you type show run, that won't be exactly like this. That will be an encrypted format. So this is needed in the beginning. So let us configure that. All right. So the password encryption is done. Now,
but this is optional if we want to do it or not.
It is not optional because when you enter the password on its own, it will say unaccepted password, please encrypt it. So you'll get a warning at that point. Again, you have to come back here and configure it. So it's all the configuration which I'm explaining here is based on the best practice. So you can follow that. And by the way, if you ask me, okay, how did I derive all this configuration? If you refer the vendor documentation, nothing against Cisco, you don't have the full information there. This is the official Cisco document install. Yeah. Install Cisco Webex calling with the local gateway official documentation. This is the guide which I referred, but I added my own other configuration. If you blindly configure this, 100% sure that things will not work. But you have all the configuration available here, how they configure all this voice class, other thing. But still, you need to spend some additional time for troubleshooting it and tune your configuration well. And those tuned configurations, you can get it. If you wish to follow Cisco's documentation, feel free to follow that. No worries. Okay, so at this point, this is self-signed certificate for Cube. If you remember our topology, the Cube and Webex talk HTTPS. For that, we need to have the self-signed certificate configured for the SIP UA application. So this is what that configuration. This is creating a trust point. Trust point is like a folder where you keep the certificates, and you are adding some certificate into that trust point. So this configuration is also available there in the same document which I was talking. Configure registration based trunk. I don't know exactly that point is coming in somewhere here. It is there. You can find that. Anyway, you will be able to find that TLS. I copied from there itself, but I fine-tuned in my my own style. Okay, so copy this, paste it here. This will take care of having the proper certificates inside the cube. The import command, right? The import certificate trust pool. This will import a lot of certificates from this particular URL. This URL will hold many of the Webex certificates as well. So now at this point, the cube is already knows about Webex certificates. So Webex, when I initiated traffic towards Webex, Webex will be sending its certificate. That's how the TLS handshake process works. For example, I am accessing something outside. I'll be the client, other guy will be the server. In this case, Cube will be the client, Webex will be the server. When Cube initiated TLS traffic, Webex is the one serving the certificate. So Cube should understand, okay, I know the certificate. To do that part, I imported those certificates here. Okay, we are good with that. Now, this is the global configuration for voice service VoIP. IP address trusted list means the Cube by default will reject all the call, irrespective of what. It will reject all the calls. So I need to tell the Cube that you allow all these IP addresses. By the way, these IP addresses are provided by Webex itself. These are Webex calling IP addresses. At any given point of time, the Webex will have an IP address from this particular range. To know that, again, you can go to our documentation link and you will be able to find something called Webex configuration, Webex calling IP addresses. So here you can see all the data center IP of Webex calling, and you need to trust all those IPs inside your cube. So where is it? Come on, guys. Yeah, here. These are the IPs. So I copied everything and I put in my own format, which is this. So trusted IP address inside voice service VoIP, we are adding all the Webex calling IPs. And then what is these IPs? These are Twilio service provider IP. The same way, if you go to the portal and search for Twilio, what is it?
In the production, we will be adding these IP, but just for the sake of lab, we can just disable the trusted list.
Yeah, we can disable it, but I don't recommend disabling that. No IP address trusted list will accept all the call from everywhere. But the configuration I am demonstrating, it's enterprise grade configuration. I'm not using anything
just
for the
lab.
Yeah. Yeah, so even for lab, let us follow the best practice configuration. So these are the Twilio IP address. If you go to Google, I don't have the link here. I was expecting Twilio IP addresses here. No. So just go to Google and then simply type Twilio Elastic SIP trunking IPs. You can see that Twilio originating IP addresses in the Elastic SIP trunking documentation. You will see IP address 54172, that's North Virginia. And then North Oregon, you have this IP. And I copied all the IP address here and then formulated my list. So these are the same IP address you can see there, 127, all those IPs. All right. So from there, I created my voice service list. These are the Webex IPs. These are the Twilio IPs. As a cube, I need to trust all these two guys because I'm integrating these two. So simply I can copy paste this. I hope voice service VoIP is clear. Any doubt in that, guys? By the way, when you use configuration, when you use configuration copy paste, wherever you see the exclamatory, that will not be pasted. See, I added the configuration just like that. Since I have the exclamatory there, Cube understood it's a comment, so it will not add that, but it add the remaining portion, beginning portion of it. So that's how you can clean your
certificate you imported it from the URL.
Yeah.
That will be going to the trust point you created earlier?
Yes. It is not going to the trust point. It is creating a pool of trust inside that it is coming in. I am very well aware about the normal certificate installation, how you create a trust point and how to import that. This particular thing is again new for me. I see the Cisco documentation. I followed that. That's what my understanding about it.
What is the purpose of this Webex calling IPs?
Webex calling IPs, if you see the topology, one moment. So this is the topology diagram we have, right? And as a cube, by default, what cube does is it is not like I don't trust anyone, that kind of attitude. So cube will never trust anyone. So if a call coming from Webex to cube, Cube will say, oh, I don't know, I will reject your call. If the call comes from Twilio side, he'll say, I don't know, I will reject your call. So you need to ask them, hey, Webex, what is your originating IP address? Or Twilio, what is your originating IP address? Give me all those lists. Then I will educate my cube. Okay, you trust all these guys. If the call is coming from that source IP address, you accept it. Rest of the things you reject it. That's what I have done.
So I had one doubt. If we are embedded in a real-time environment, we will use the same Webex IPs for.
Webex IPs will be always same. That's where I copied it from the Webex documentation itself, right?
So once again, instead of Twilio, if you are using Airtel, what would be our configuration?
It's not clear. Instead of using
Twilio in a real-time environment, if we are using Airtel SIP, supposedly things like that.
You are saying different service provider?
Yes.
Okay, you need to talk that service provider, understand, okay, what is your, of course, when you sign up with anything, the provider will give you their own configuration guide. If you see that configuration guide, they will tell you your SBC should trust our IP address. So the way you implement trust inside Cube will be different. If it is an audio code, that is something called trust list is there. So you need to configure that. So depending on the SBC, you can implement the different way. But the vendor has to share that these are the IP address which you're going to be receiving the call. Otherwise, you can enable a debug and see from which IP address the calls are coming in. I will also show you that. Okay. So I built my trust list. I hope you guys are clear with the trust list. I can do a reset of this so that it will come in the beginning. Okay. Now, we have some global SIP commands. Voice service VoIP again, media bulk statistics. This will enable more details about the call. Then RTP port range. If you remember this is the same port range we configured in the Microsoft network security group, 16,384 to 32,767. But 767 will not work here, either 766 or 768, even numbers. So I add this. That will have the SDP port number or the media port number configuration. Then allow connection SIP to SIP will make sure interconnecting those two SIP providers, right? Webex is one SIP entity and Twilio is another SIP entity. I am bridging these two. That's where I have allow connection SIP to SIP. These are optional commands. You can ignore if it is not needed. But as I said, I cannot explain all the commands here because it is huge. Those are what are the important commands I can explain. Fax protocol 38, again, it's for fax machine. If you have local fax configured in analog gateway port, you can use that. But in our case, specific to this example, which is not usable, but I just copied the standard configuration. So we're going to use that. Then trace, it is enabling additional statistics. Media statistics, it is still there. Stun is basically when the cube is like, if you have a internet-based trunking, like cube is sitting in the cloud, to bridge the media, we use a protocol called stun. Stun is another ocean of configuration, so we don't need to get in too much into stun. But wherever through internet media happening, so you need to enable stun. Again, this is purely from the Cisco documentation, including the password. So you can use the same thing. It's only one time we used. But this is needed, otherwise you will have one-way audio issues. Then asymmetric payload full will take care of the some SDP parameters again. SIP header parameters. Early offer force, this is important. When any call comes in, there is something called early offer and delayed offer in SIP, which you guys probably aware about it. So early offer in the sense, in the initial invite itself, you are actually sending the SDP parameters, like what is your connection in IP address and media port numbers. By default, we have to enable that on both sides, in the team side as well as in the Webex side. So that's the reason I have configured in the global configuration, which is voice service VoIP. Then G729 NXB all. G729 will have multiple flavors like G729A, AB8, R8, B8. So let me allow all those things in one configuration that is called G729 NXB all. So nothing to modify here. You can again copy paste those things.
It's a quick question.
Yep.
And earlier you said you can configure and voice and Webex and team in the same device.
Yes.
So as we know, and when you configure the MS team, you have to enable stun. You have to disable stun. So how that will not affect you on the team?
Yeah. So in that case, in that case, if you wanted to do not use early offer forced here, there is a separate configuration called tenant, which is coming in the bottom. At that moment, I can use early offer force there and disable this command from here. This is something global. Whatever I enter here, globally applicable. But all those commands are possible under the tenant as well, which we have coming in. Few things we are using the tenant as well. So in that, if you customize the configuration, it will only applicable for that particular tenants. Okay. So voice service VoIP, again, nothing to modify here. We just copy paste it. Now, this is the place we need to do a lot of changes. Okay, let me just expand this a bit. Okay, voice class SIP profile. SIP profile is nothing but inside the SIP cube. If I say SIP profile, it is for modification of headers. When a call goes out, there are few scenarios, few parameters we need to change. If you look at this one, voice class SIP profile 1, this is rule 9. You can have any number, that's fine. Request any. So in SIP, there are two things like request and responses. Request is like invites. All those things are request. Response are like 200, okay, 180 ringing. All those things are responses. So request any request, SIP header, SIP request URI. So they are modifying the SIP URI. If it is a secure URI, modify that to SIP S, because we are using the registration based trunking, right? So we don't need to have SIP messages also to be in secure SIP. By default, it uses 5060, and these messages will be with the SIP S in the beginning. We need to modify that. And again, going through all these things will be taking a lot of time, but you can utilize, these are regex pattern. I'll explain one command for regex understanding. So here, these are again from the Cisco official documentation. These are the modification Webex is expecting. So they are saying your cube, you should modify your cube call with these parameters, which we will give you as a template. You use it. And if you want to dig deeper into that, these are regular expression. You can refer SIP profile in the same document which I shared. Control F.
Is there a specific reason why Webex doesn't need the secure SIP messages?
Only in
like
registration-based trunks, Webex is saying we don't need SIP S in the beginning. If it is a TLS-based trunking, you of course you don't need to have that modification. Like
okay.
If you wanted to learn more about SIP profile, the document which I have explained, you can go through it. There are some use case examples of SIP profiles and how to implement SIP profiles we have explained there. But this is nothing, it's easy. You just go to the Cisco Webex documentation about local calling, the link that I shared. There you can see this thing for your understanding. Let me also show you that. Yeah, so this is what I used, voice class SIP profile. They use 200, I just used 1. The same thing they are using it here. Okay, but the Cisco official documentation is scattered here and there, but we have everything in one place. So here one important thing which you need to attend here is OTG tag. So this OTG tag is nothing but which is copied from the Webex. If you look at the Webex initially when you add the gateway, right, they gave you something called OTG tag, outbound proxy, and few other things. This is used for registration, which I know, but I don't know more thing about it. As per the documentation, they are also not explaining what is this OTG tag. So all we need to do is copy this OTG tag from the information what you got from the Webex Control Hub, replace here in the OTG section. Here you need to replace that. And there is one more area you need to replace. Let me do that since I have it copied, right? Voice class SIP URI here. I'll explain this command, but let me replace it. So these are the two sections you need to add the OTG tag. These two rules I have specifically created for, sorry, the last rule I have specifically created for Twilio because few of the calls were failing inside Twilio. So I added this to make it work. So this configuration is the combination of Cisco configuration and my own custom tuned configuration. And it's guaranteed that this will be working perfectly because I have tested it. And it's up to you. You can use it or you can customize on your own. So the SIP profile 1, which is used for modifying the SIP messages when the calls are going towards my Webex side. Okay, so I'll copy this again, come back here, exit and paste it. Again, don't say anything about I'm not explaining SIP profile because SIP profile itself another ocean. We need to talk about a lot of SIP headers as well to understand all those parameters. So I added the SIP profile here and then I'll adjust it here. Another SIP profile. This is SIP profile for Twilio PSTN calling. Again, if you refer Twilio's official documentation, they also given their side configuration when you are integrating with the Cisco Cube. So they are saying you need to modify your messages in this particular format. If you see here, there is a parameter which you need to add. This is called termination. So there are multiple areas where you see the termination. Termination is nothing but your Twilio's termination URI. We have seen that, right? If you go to the Twilio, go to the termination and you will get something called termination URI here, AJWX call. So copy that, remaining portion is same, .pstn.twilio.com, you can ignore that. Then the termination you need to replace. Termination, okay, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Okay, 6 places you need to add that termination, I am good. And I added two more commands here. This is my own addition. When the calls are going towards Cube, we need to exchange, going towards Twilio, we should exchange, we should modify our internal public IP address to Cube public IP address. Otherwise, the last 200 OK, you will have a failure. 200 OK will never receive. Acknowledgement will never receive for Cube, which is what I was seeing in the last week troubleshooting session. So when I added this particular modification, it is exchanging proper public IP address for that. So in this case, I modified these two. Okay, if you ask me how about other things, this is same copy paste from Twilio official documentation. These two are my own inputs. So here you need to add your Cube public IP address. So again, to get the Cube public IP address, let us head over to Azure portal and copy this guy. Okay, so Cube IP address, I'll paste it here. Again, paste it here. So this particular SIP profile will be used when the calls are going towards Twilio's PSTN side. So let's go back to the putty session and then paste it there.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Abdul, if you are using some other service provider, what should be the configuration here?
You are like, okay, I need to configure this is for somebody else. So all those things you need to talk to that service provider. Again, you need to understand how to create a SIP profile on your own. The support from that service provider may be good or may not be good. They will say, these are the standard modification we need. And it is up to you that how you define those transformations. So the answer will be you need to study the SIP profiles. But if they offer you some templates, that is good. Yeah.
Can you, distinguish between the commands you added and the commands which is default given by the providers? For example, on the top SIP profile, the last
only
one.
Three things I have added. Only the three things. Okay. The rule number 31.
In the main document as well. It will be
so
useful.
till 30, you can see in the official documentation, 31st I am added. Then here, the last two requests, these two things I have added, rest of the things are there in the documentation. All the documentation links are available here in the helpful link. If you go, you can, I will also add the Twilio. Twilio, this is here. Okay. So if you go to Twilio document, they also offers, but here Twilio does not have a document that refers about Webex calling integration. They have CUCM, CUBE and Twilio. So one portion is still same, right? CUBE and Twilio will be the same. So I have copied it from here. So you can see that similar transformation there. So this is like a CUCM configuration they are talking. Yeah, here we have the trunking options. Yeah, yep. This is voice translation rule. Yeah, these are the transformation they are using. Okay, so I just copied it and then presented it in my own format. So it is easy for me to do for customer deployments as well. So two things I have added, rest of the things were there. Okay, then are we good on these two profiles? Again, answer to the question, when we have a different carrier, what we do, we need to talk to that carrier. If you have any template for CUBE configuration, let them refer. It's up to the carrier that they should have the documentation well formatted. Most of the carriers will send you a format or template configuration. If you're unlucky to have that, then it is up to you. You need to decide, define your own SIP profile. For that, you can refer my other document. There is a document which explains how you build the SIP profile, what are the things you need to know, how you can customize all those things in regular expression-based formats. Okay. So coming back, let me just clean this window.
And also, I think maybe to clear up, when you add the last two, changing the SIP header contact. When you troubleshooting, when you find out that you're sending the local IP addresses of your, then you find out, you should not be sending this.
Yes.
You have to change it to the public one.
Yes.
So I think.
So if you wanted to know that, you can remove these two after you configure everything inside your lab, remove these two and then make a call. Call will work, but when you disconnect the call, the other party will not be getting disconnected. So you will have these kind of small issues, which as an engineer, we need to sit and troubleshoot and identify our own. So these are the two things which I have added. And if you think that, okay, I just got this template on its own, I spent almost 2 months behind this to fine tune all the configuration. So it's a hard work behind it. So it's up to you that when you're deploying for customer, you also need to go through that hard work. It's not like a copy pasting which you get. Anyway. Voice class URI, this is the way you need to identify. So when it comes to the call acceptance method, where is this thing? So inside the CUBE, the call routing algorithm is this way. We'll explain more about that later. When a call comes in from Webex side to CUBE side, you need to inform the CUBE that, okay, a call coming from the Webex side to CUBE, okay, please accept that call. So there is an inbound rule which is kicking in when a call comes from the Webex side. And then you need to extend that call to the Twilio service provider. So there are two call legs in a single call. One is coming from Webex side, another one is you're extending towards Twilio. So while coming in, there are certain conditions. We usually call it as inbound matching. There are 10 matching for inbound. There are 10 conditions which will look for these conditions. If any of the condition matches, which will accept. So the latest configuration what Cisco recommend is that you accept the call based on a URI. So that's why I have it here. Pattern DTG. Any call comes from the Webex will have a DTG equal to field. CUBE 1, this. Okay. So this is what we replaced. We got from the configuration parameters which we copied, right? DTG tag. So when CUBE is initiating a call, that will have a tag of CUBE 1 trunk 08 blah 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 stuff. If you see that on the SIP message, we need to accept that call. First we are defining, but acceptance I will show you later. We are just defining it here. I'll just copy this. I'm creating a tag where to match that particular DTG. That's called voice class URI SIP. Let me copy this, then come back to the configuration thing, paste it here. Okay. Then let's hover to voice class codec. Voice class codec is a codec list. When we talk about the voice, right? The language of voice. When I'm talking to you, you're actually not hearing my voice. You're actually hearing the codec. Codec means the digital form of my voice, and that will be embedded with IP headers and other thing when it delivers to you. So that's how all the voice calling works in the internet. So what are the codecs I should support when a CUBE extends the call? So CUBE will support G7, 11, ALO, ULO, 29. You can keep on adding, but 11 ALO and ULO will be enough for Teams as Webex as well as Twilio. Both sides will accept G7, 11 ALO. So if I would have replaced this command with this fashion, that will still work. But as a best practice, I will add all possible industry standard codecs there. So I'll add this. Again, these are the defining stage. I'll be recalling all those things in the later stage. Okay. So copy this voice class codec and paste it here. Okay. On the encrypted call towards Webex backend, what kind of hashing algorithm I need to use? I will be using that 128 HMAC hash algorithm, which is again for Cisco standard. The Webex backend will support this kind of hashing for the secure calling. So we need to enable that also in the. This is again defining. I'm not calling it. I'm defining it. There are another place where we call all these things which we are defining now. So we are in the defining stage. So copy this.
This is for which leg?
This is from Webex. Only the Webex side we have secure calling. The other side is still 50-60. So most of the configurations are for Webex side, and which will make sense when I explain the next session. This is this. Okay. So let us hold on for the questions now, and then we'll explain that. Then we are talking about the stun usage, right? Stun we configured. Stun is basically used for stun is another ocean. Again, I'm not that expert in stun. Whenever you have an internet-based calling to bridge the media properly, you have to have the stun configured. So again, from the Cisco documentation, I use this. Without this, you will have one-way audio issues most of the time. Now, this thing, voice class E164 pattern map. So what are the numbers which belongs to me? What are my DID numbers? I need to define all my DID numbers here. So I got two DID numbers from Twilio, right? We know that we have two numbers from here. I need to create a pattern that will enclose all, or I can have multiple patterns. So here I have two numbers that's starting with +1 and then 10-digit number. Because of that reason, I have configured voice class E164 pattern map 1 description Webex DID numbers, and it's always good to provide a proper description for configuration. These are the Webex DID number. I just added +1. If I have a number with a different country with another starting, I can add that E164. In the same pattern map itself, I can add additional numbers. So this is again a best practice. Otherwise, in the olden days, we need to configure something called session destination pattern. So destination pattern is just unique command. In that case, you will have multiple dial pairs. It is always a good practice that you need to reduce your dial pairs into 4 number, which I'll be explaining. So for that, this E164 pattern map is required. This is nothing but all your DID numbers or a map towards your DID number dot represent any number. Okay, any number 0 to 9. So this is like a 10-digit number prefixed with the +1. Okay, so those are my Webex numbers. That's it. So I'll define this, copy this, paste it here. Done. Now, voice class DPG2, voice class DPG4. Again, here I am defining it. This DPG and dial pairs are like a chicken or egg situation. Which comes first? We don't know, chicken or egg, the same way. So to define a dial pair, you need to have the DPG. To define a DPG, you need to have the dial pair. So currently I haven't configured any dial pair. So I will define the DPG here. Later, I will remodify the DPG with a dial pair. So this is just a definition stage. Voice class DPG2. I'll explain what is this in a diagram. It is there. DPG2 and DPG4. DPG2 for Webex to Twilio calling, and 4 for Twilio to PSTN calling. When you see the diagram, this will make more sense for you. So let us hold on and then see the diagram. I'll copy this DPGs. Okay, good thing. So at this point, all the definitions are over. Now we actually implement a few other tenant configuration. For again, the Webex tenant configuration, there are a few parameters here. There are 5 things you need to fill in. One is registration domain. Second one is line port. Third one is username. Fourth one is password. And fifth one is your outbound proxy. Again, you will ask me, Abdul, how do I get all these things? That is the same thing you copied in the beginning, right? When you add the gateway, you get this information. So I'm going to copy here this again, put it down so that I can easily copy paste. So wherever I see my dial plan, right? Yeah, here I will copy paste. So let me maximize the screen. let's do this way. So these are the information which I got from Webex when I add the trunk. Based on this templates, I need to fill in. So first thing is your voice class tenant, registrar DNS. So Webex give me a registrar DNS, right? This is one, registrar domain. So here I need to replace that. So what I usually do is I will highlight that so that I will see how many places we have, then start copy paste. So this is my DNS name. So copy your registrar domain. If you mess up any of the values here, your trunk will never come up. You will not have the successful call. So keep in mind, there shouldn't be any extra spaces or typo mistakes or anything when you copy paste. So first thing is over. The second one, line port till LGU. So you can see something called line port, and I'm saying until you here you copy. You don't need that anything that comes after that. So until LGU you configure. So I will highlight the line port, which is just one occurrence, and I'm going to replace that with this value which I got from the control hub. Okay, done. Then username 3 username. So there are this is the third value, and there are 3 occurrences. I will highlight that the different color. Then I need to replace all these username with this username which I got from the control hub. Okay, first thing, second, and third. All right. Now fourth one, password. Again, there are 4 occurrences of password. We'll highlight that and start copy paste. This is my password. So if you wouldn't have encrypted this password in the beginning, at this point when you enter the password, you will get a error message saying that unable to use this password. Since I have encrypted it, I can use it. So that is done. Now the fifth one, outbound proxy, which is the same thing here. So copy this outbound proxy value and then come back here and paste it. Okay, now I will explain what is this tenant. All these things are used for my registration. If you see authentication, username, password, there was a question, right? When I register the CUBE trunk towards Webex, will I use some credential? So these are the credentials that you use. Then SIP server, okay, this is also you need to, we already modified, okay. So these are the credential used for registration. These things are required. Then while registering, we need to use this DNS server. So this is my SIP server inside the Webex backend. This is like my destination session target IP. This is the IP where CUBE will be sending traffic towards. So I'm defining that IP as a SIP server here. So in the configuration, I can send the call to SIP server. That means it will be sending towards the Webex FQDN. Instead of IP, we have FQDN. Connection reuse is one of the recommended command. SRTP crypto 1. So if you go back to SRTP crypto 1, this is what you define the SRTP crypto 1, which will tell you what kind of hashing algorithm you need. So you defined it here and you are calling it here. Then session transport TCP TLS. Of course, the CUBE and Webex will be TLS, which is secure SIP, URL secure SIP. So you are defining the TLS parameters here. Error pass through, it's like if in between, if you get an error, you deal between these two guys like Twilio and pass through. You have pass through in many other places like codec pass through. So CUBE will not be participating to process that particular stuff. And again, few other commands are I copy pasted from the official guide. If you wanted to know more about what each command does, major things I'm explaining here, minor things you can again Google it. You can go to command reference and read more about the command. Then bind control. This is important. When I initiate a call, imagine you have multiple interfaces for your CUBE. In my case, we have only one interface, but in real time, if it is a local CUBE, you will have multiple interfaces. So when I initiate a CUBE signal or a SIP signal from the CUBE, I need to bind all those IP addresses, all those signal, the messages with one IP address, which is gigabit in the Ethernet 1. And I'm binding my signal messages as well as my media messages. So all my RTP stream will be starting from this IP address. All my SIP signaling will be starting from this IP address. So I added it here. No pass-through custom content SDP. If you have this again for tuning an SDP, custom SDP thing. Then SIP profile 1.
Quick question there.
Question. Yeah. So when we are like two interface, one is local, one is having internet. So here we will be calling that interface which has internet access.
Yeah, so let's just answer that in this way. Imagine this is your scenario. Your scenario is totally different. You have a CUBE here, and you have a CUCM here, and a PSTN carrier here. Again, this can be Twilio. In this case, when you integrate, you usually use two interfaces. Cube and call manager will be talking this way, and you will have a DMC interface. This is again private IP address. They will have some public to private mapping based on the PSTN, but you still have another interface. Then this will be shared towards the PSTN. The benefit of having this is because the PSTN will never know what is your internal IP address. This will never be communicated here. And the same way, the call manager will never know what is the PSTN solution IP. It's like a demarcation as a voice firewalling you are doing inside the cube. So this is one of the scenario where you can utilize two interfaces. In this case, any dial peers or any tenant that you configure for this side, you will be attaching bind control and bind media with this interface, maybe faster than at 01. This is faster than 02. So you'll be binding with than at 01. And any dial peers or any tenant for the PSTN side, you will be binding with the second interface. Whereas in our case, we have one cube sitting in Azure, which is having a single IP address. Okay. My Webex will be talking to that. My Twilio will be also talking to that. When Twilio talks, there is a private to public mapping, right? But still, it is coming to the private IP address. So I can very well work with one interface. But if you wanted to have more security, you can add one more additional interface there. And this tenant, when you configure, you bind that second interface gigabit than a 2. But in my example or cloud deployment, we prefer to have one interface because each interface in cloud will are chargeable, like a NIC card will be chargeable. So instead of having two interfaces which is doing the same job, you can do the same thing with one interface. So one bind command with one interface would be enough for both sides. Okay.
So Abdul, one question in the above scenario with CUCM.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that same cube which is handling our CUCM and our carrier, if we want to use it for local gateway as well.
Okay.
So let's say for the PSTN, it is not internet based. Okay. Our PSTN provided us a private link.
A modem.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, they provided us a private link. So we want to enable the WebEx for that same LGW.
Yeah.
So to one interface which is acting with our CUCM, we need to give NAT it, right?
No, CUCM for Cube, this side integration, you don't need any NAT, right? Because as long as you are using registration based, you don't need to modify anything. So you can bind the same interface which you use for Cube, CUCM side. You can buy the same interface for WebEx as well. No problem.
But it needs to go to the internet, it should be NATed, right?
No, that internet is a plain internet, right? You are not NATing because nobody's in it. When do you need a NAT? When others wants to establish a connection directly from their side. In WebEx registration trunk, WebEx will never initiate a new traffic towards your cube. It's the cube that to be initiated. Cube will be initiating the traffic. So to initiate a traffic from the cube need a normal internet. Like it should have a default route towards some firewall or somewhere. It has to go through internet from your cube. You should be able to ping 8.8.8.8 or google.com. As long as that is possible, then you can bind this interface and interconnect with the cube or WebEx. You don't need any NATing there.
Okay, so in this case, no SIP profiling required to convert the public IP to the internal and internal to public.
Yeah,
right?
If you look at this closely, I use that public IP address, private IP address conversion only in this side. WebEx side SIP profile, I didn't do anything. I just modify some other parameters like SIP-S and SIP thing. The public to private conversion I have used in the SIP profile too, which will be used for my Twilio PSTN side.
Okay, and when we will be doing TLS-based trunk with WebEx, that way we need NATing.
That time we need NATing. Yes. We need to do that NATing. Also in the SIP profile 1, you will have to do a lot of configuration for public to private mapping. If you guys are interested, we can consider another webinar for TLS-based cube trunking. That's also interesting. Okay, next question. There was one more question.
No, that was the same question.
Okay. Yeah. Good. You guys have similar overlapping questions, so that will save some time. Okay. So where are we? I missed it. Okay. So SIP profile 1. Yeah, go ahead.
Here the NIC is not in need of NATing.
No.
Means single NIC, dual NIC we are.
No need. We are simply using single NIC. So more about that we can discuss later. Because, try to frame your questions and everything with respect to our specific configuration, because others are getting late. I'm getting one-to-one feedback here that, okay, some questions are coming out of the scope. I'm okay. I'm happy to answer all the questions. There's nothing wrong in that. But try to stick with our configuration, because we are doing CUBE local gateway deployment. Any question in and around you can ask, but asking something other side will take a lot of time to explain. That's the thing. It's okay. So here in the tenant one, I am calling SIP profile one. So what is SIP profile one? We already defined it, right? These are the customization which we need when the calls are going towards WebEx. So if you closely look at here, I don't do any private to public mapping here. That is only for the second one. So that is the tenant configuration. Then outbound proxy address, which we know what is outbound proxy, which WebEx give us, right? Outbound proxy, I added it there. Then privacy policy pass through. These are some SIP headers we will pass through. So I need to add this tenant configuration. Again, this is a tenant definition stage. I need to call this tenant in somewhere else. First, I define some parameters. I call those parameters in tenant definition stage. Then the tenant will be called in dial peer, which I'll show you. Let me copy this. I will move this side by side. So the cloud gateway, what happens if you are not typing anything, this will disconnect the session. So let us create a duplicate session.
It's not copied properly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the first letter is not copied. Let me log in here, then we'll come back. Okay, so go to config T. Now let us copy from here till here. Again, the biggest problem that everybody used to make is the mapping of these parameters, right? So while mapping, you use my template, right? Exactly the way the template is configured, you map it. Then I also added an image for your reference in the documentation section. This is what it is. So when you add a trunk, you get something like this. And based on the color code, you can map. If you see that password encrypt, password, I'll be taking it from here. Then in the trunk group OTG, which is this color, blue color. And again, trunk group OTG, the blue color one. Then the red color one, register domain, which is the red highlighted one. And all other things are color coded. You can use this. Or if you want, this has to be in a PDF format. It is available here to download. You can download this, the entire mapping thing. This is copy pastable thing. Okay, you can copy paste from here. So either you use my notepad based template, or if you are still confused, you can use that image based one. It's all available there. Okay, so yeah.
Abdul, one quick question. The one we are talking here from the WebEx side towards the virtual queue, we are talking about the registration, right? The trunking should be the registration base, not the TLS base.
Yeah, yes.
But if I look at the configuration which you're putting in, I see, let's say you're putting session transport, TLS, that command is there.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's registration based, why are we putting in those
registration-based trunking still uses the self-signed certificate of CUBE when it is establishing a connection, and it is the CUBE is initiating the connection. It is not WebEx is initiating the connection towards CUBE, because when you add a trunk in WebEx registration-based, you are not defining any IP address or public IP address. Then how the WebEx will come to know there is a CUBE which is sitting here? So it is the CUBE has to initiate a traffic and send some authentication and then get it registered. Then the WebEx will understand. They cross-validate these parameters. Then they will do the registration.
In that case, the certificate would be exchanged between the CUBE and the WebEx, right?
Yes, that's why we imported the certificate, right? When a CUBE is initiating the traffic, who will provide the certificate in TLS context?
Okay.
WebEx will be providing, because when I initiate traffic towards you, you are the one giving the certificate to me. For that, we already imported those certificate in the first section, which is where? Here. Import the certificate. If you open the cisco.com security PKI, these are the certificates of WebEx. You can see all those certificate lists there if you open it in Notepad++ file. So that's how I already communicated that part.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the tenant side, which will be used for WebEx side. And I also formulated a tenant for the Twilio side. In the Twilio official documentation, they are not following tenant configuration. But the beauty of tenant is that you can reutilize a tenant in multiple other scenarios. So I just defined my own tenant. But if you refer the official Twilio documentation, they call, by the way, if you look at all these commands are usually configured under the dial peers. To reduce my dial peer size smaller, I use the tenant. So I can just call, it's like a reference variable. I put all the configuration in the tenant, then under the dial peer, I simply call that tenant. So only one parameter which you need to modify for the voice class tenant, which is for Twilio, as a termination URL, which you can again get from the Twilio, go to Twilio, termination, copy that ajwxcall.pstn.twilio.com. Okay, copy this and paste it here. And the transport will be UDP. As I discussed earlier, the Twilio and Webex will be using normal SIP. There is an option to enable secure SIP trunking, but that has to go through another set of configuration of TLS certificate installation. To make it simple, we use 5060, and there are a lot of carriers, they support 5060. It shouldn't be like always 5061. That gives you more flexibility. So other provide more security. Of course, it'll give you more security, but you can still work 5060. That is still fine. So this is SIP server details, which is AJWX call PSTN. This is the Twilio side SBC or Twilio side SIP server. Then I say UDP. Then ignore this command. Even I myself don't know what is the exact meaning of that. Don't count me for that. Bind control source interface gigabyte Ethernet 2. If we have two NIC interface, like one interface is talking to one side, another interface is to the other side, you can have other interface configured here. But it's a cloud-based cube, so it is sitting in the cloud with one NIC card. So I will use the same IP address for binding the signaling and media. Then SIP profiles 2. SIP profiles 2 basically doing the other translation for Twilio-based calling. When the calls are going towards Twilio, there are certain scenarios, certain requirement they are asking. So all those things are added here, including the public IP address to private IP address conversion. Okay. And now, early offer force, yeah, Twilio also require early offer. So I'm forcing that early offer inside the tenant itself. So now I can copy paste a tenant, which is for Twilio. So once you have all these tenant configured, then we will come to a configuration of dial peers. There are 4 dial peers here, which we're gonna deal. I will explain those dial peer with respect to a diagram here.
Quick question there. If you now run show SIP, your register states, can you see that as registered before you put the dial peer for it?
No, you will not be able to see that status. You will see only after the dial peer. So dial peer has the one implementing actual SIP traffic. So dial peer is also required to see the registration in the cloud. Okay. All right. So if you look at this image, this is how we're going to configure the dial peers. This is the routing architecture. And I have used some numbers here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is here in the bottom. Okay. So in the first one, we say that this is, so when we configure the call routing, you need to imagine yourself, you are sitting inside the cube. So I'm saying everything with respect to the cube. At the perspective of cube, you need to start thinking. When I say inbound, usually what is inbound? A call coming from Twilio to Webex is inbound. But in this case, when I'm thinking myself as cube, any call leg coming to the queue will be an inbound. Okay, so Webex is initiating a traffic towards a PSTN network. There will be an inbound leg which is highlighted in the blue color that will be coming towards cube. To accept that call, I need a dial peer. So this is that dial peer voice 1 VoIP, description incoming from Webex, session protocol SIP version 2, destination DPG 2. The moment I see destination DPG 2 here, it will say, what is destination DPG? So in the destination DPG 2, I have written dial peer 2 as the preference. Then it goes to this guy and it sends the call. Here, we are not matching the dialed numbers. Irrespective of what number you dial, as long as it is received in the cube will receive only proper numbers, right? Because you have configured the dial plan in Webex. So any user who dial +91 a number or +1 a number, that call will be taken and extended to the cube. If the cube receives that number, I'm not considering what is the from address and to address. I'll directly take it and send towards the Twilio side using DPGs. That's the use of dial peer group, DPG2. So here in the dial peer 1, I hard coded dial peer 2. So when dial peer 1 matches, you accept it, then you send the call to the PSTN side. So that's where the DPG2 coming in. But for accepting also, I need to satisfy one condition, which is incoming URI request 1. If you go back to the configuration, we have something called incoming URI request 1, right? So what is that? Let me see. Incoming URI, voice class URI 1 SIP. So they are saying you match the call as long as there is a tag name, which is cube01 trunk 08822 blah, 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 blah. If you see that on the SIP message, you take the call, then apply all these configuration inside the dial pair, which is like protocol SIP version 2, map it to destination dial pair, then apply the voice class codec, which is like 4 codecs there, then voice class ton usage 1, voice class tenant 1. So tenant 1, the moment you add tenant 1 there, all the configuration inside the tenant will be applicable to that. So this is the tenant 1, right? All the SIP server details, all those things will be applicable to that. Okay. So this is an inbound, sorry, what is that? This is an inbound dial pair. Yeah, you're hard coding SRTP there because Webex to CUBE, we know that is an SRTP and secure SIP. So this dial pair, the dial pair 1 is used to accept the call from the Webex side. Are we good on that part?
Yeah.
Yes. Now let's go and see. Once I accept the call, accepting what is the condition? My URI, right? The URI will have a specific field, that DTG tag. When that call comes in from the Webex registered IP address, the CUBE will take the call. And then CUBE will see, okay, I have a hard-coded value here, which is destination DPG2. So let me see what is in destination DPG2. I will find there is a dial pair 2. So let's see what is dial pair 2. So inside the dial pair 2, I have a description here. This is outgoing towards Twilio, destination pattern .t. .t means any number. Okay, so I can have any number because in Webex I am filtering it. In the control hub, I am filtering only +91 and +1. So those numbers will be only coming in. If at all it comes, you accept it and send it to Twilio. Don't consider what number it is, what kind of number. But there are a lot of configuration inside CUBE. You can customize it. You can plan this number, all those things. This is the simplest form of integration, implementation. And this is as per the documentation also. Okay, best practice documentation. Then
Webex is dialing E164 with plus.
Yeah.
Does that dot also matches plus?
Yes, it matches. It matches plus. Yeah, it matches plus. Yes. We'll see that. Okay. Yeah. Technically it matches, yes, as per my understanding. Otherwise, you can do something called another E164 pattern map, then put +.t there. This will work, no problem. See. And again, for call routing, we are not considering this, right? Because we are hard coding. You take the call here using DPG2, you bring it up here. Once it is there, you send it to destination SIP servers under tenant 2. Okay. So what is tenant 2? That is our Twilio tenant, right? So let's go back and check what is Twilio tenant. So this is Twilio tenant, and in the Twilio tenants, I have configured AJWS call pstn.twilio.com. So you guys were asking me, will you configure that termination in some of the destination? Of course, this is the place I am configuring it. So inside the dial pair 2, I have session target. So where should I send the call after I accept it? I should send the call to a SIP server. So what is my SIP server? In this case, I have 2 SIP servers, right? In tenant 1 also, I have a SIP server, which is Webex server. Tenant 2, I have a Twilio server. But in this case, I have hard-coded the tenant 2 here. So it will consider the SIP server value inside the tenant 2, which is ajwscall.pstn.twilio.com. All right. Then DTMF relay RTP NT, that is applicable. Means if you have an IVR or something, RTP NT is like an in-band DTMF relay. And I'm not using SRTP here. It is purely normal RTP. All right. So are you guys okay with these 2 dial pairs? I hope it is yes.
Yes.
Yes, Abdul. All good.
Thank you. So let's talk about the call coming from. Yeah.
Abdul, sorry to interrupt you, man.
No worries.
So the leg which is coming in from Webex towards the virtual queue, this side you will have the SRTP.
Yeah.
Now, if I go with your configuration, you are eliminating all the SIP S to SIP, right? The other side of the leg, which is from queue towards your Twilio, right? That will be a normal call without any kind of secure.
No, that SIP profile I'm calling only Webex and CUBE. I'm not using that call for extending the call to Twilio. While going to Twilio, I'm not using that modification. Those SIP S and other thing which I copy pasted from Webex, more about that will be available on the documentation. You can refer that, why they are removing the S and why they are adding the S in that case. But that is only applicable in this area. Nothing to do with the Twilio side.
So if it is applicable in this area, then in the beginning itself, we are disallowing it, right?
That's what I said. There are a lot of documentation which you need to refer. You can refer that and then ask a question post that. So, all right. So this is Cisco's design. I am not designed it. You cannot count me for that. You can shoot the question. I know that you have been shooting the question when I was in TAC as well. Okay. Anyway, that's fine. Let's go to the inbound call. Inbound when I say Twilio to the CUBE side, Webex side. So the call will be landing on Twilio. How the call will land on Twilio? If I am sitting here with my mobile, I can call the DID number, which is that +1 So of course, call will land on Twilio because the DID number owned by Twilio. So Twilio have a telecommunication network connection with all other carriers, and they say if anyone call this number, it should be there. It should go there. So from your mobile network, the GSM or the LTE network will route the call to the Twilio, which you don't need to worry. That's a telecommunication network. They will take care of that. Once you receive that within Twilio, I said, okay, if you get this call, send to the public IP address of the CUBE. That also we have done in the Twilio itself. When the call comes to the CUBE as an inbound leg, which is dial peer 3, incoming from Twilio PSTN, you are adding SIP version 2 protocol, then destination DPG4. So you are hard coding a DPG here. So when that DPG hard coded, the call will be going towards this DPG4, and the DPG4 you have a preference of dial peer 4. So what is dial peer 4? This is your dial peer 4. So this is another way of easily mapping the numbers. If you don't want to consider about the called number and calling number, just bring these two entities. This is the easiest way of configuration. Dial peers can be configured with the DPGs so that one will be accepting it, and irrespective of what number, what kind of pattern, it will be extending that call to the other leg. The same way, other leg will be accepting that, and then it will be extending towards the Webex side. Then inside this, again, I am applying voice class codec. Then voice class 10 and 2. So whatever application configurations are under the 10 and 2, that will be applied on the dial peer. Then I'm just using voice class, DTMF relay, RTP, NTE. Then it matches this and it goes to the Webex. So when it goes to the Webex, you can see this will be another question from Shamsi, right? Bad. Why are you using destination pattern as bad? It looks like an improper syntax, but if you refer the Cisco official documentation, you will see the same thing configured there. So I just copied it. Where is the documentation? Webex calling. Yeah. Go to my reference here. Webex calling local gateway. And if you expand the registration based trunk, local gateway PBX, Control F. Yeah, so this is the dial pair I have copied. So destination bad, they are saying when you hard code that DPG values there, it will not consider what is the destination. Irrespective of what destination coming in, they will forward everything to the Webex, and Webex is the one they are deciding, okay, let us accept this call because we have those numbers are available in the backend. So in this command, there is no relevant for the destination pattern bad, so you can ignore that. But I just copied it from the Webex official guide itself. And they have explanation for that. It is there. Then SIP version 2, I added SIP version 2 there. Session target SIP server. So what is session target SIP server? There are two SIP servers, but this particular dial pair is pointing towards my tenant 1. So whatever is there in the tenant 1, let me go back to the tenant 1, which is this. I have a SIP server, which is my Webex FQDN. This is the Webex calling FQDN. So of course, will be forwarded to that. Then these are two commands again, which I copied from the official documentation. That is still okay. And DTMF relay RTP NT, and you are using SRTP, no WAD. WAD means no voice activity detection. It's an optional. You can ignore that. Things will work. So in this case, you are accepting the call using a dial peer 3, matching a DPG tag, and then sending the call towards dial peer 4. On the other side, matching the call with dial peer 1, a DPG 2, extending towards PSTN side. All right. Are we good about all these 4 dial peers and DPGs?
AJ, can you please explain the command, this voice class stun usage 1?
Yes, voice class stun usage. This is what I have seen. Stun is basically used for internet-based media bridging. Stun itself is another ocean. I'm not that much expert in stun, but it is required for this configuration. Otherwise, you will have one-way audio issue. This is what I have seen. More about that, we can refer later. I'm not an expert inside stun, but stun is an area, interesting area to be explored. But I don't know much about stun. I have seen that in the dial pairs of the Webex configuration, then I used it.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I can answer those things maybe after the webinar.
Sure, buddy.
All right. Okay, so I have all 4 dial pairs here. I'll copy paste in one go. Then DPG2, right? DPG2 actually we defined here. Okay, DPG2 and thing. DPG2 and 4 we defined, but we don't have any dial pairs inside because we don't have it. Now we configure the dial pair. Then later we also add under DPG2 which dial pair should come, under DPG4 which dial pair should come. So if I copy paste all these, things will be good. Let me copy this. Copy. Where is my gone? Yeah. Yeah, session is terminated. Okay. Config T, paste it. So once I apply the dial pairs, the registration process will happen. Of course, the Webex will see the cube, means the trunk as registered. We can see that. Okay, let me save all the configuration. We saved. We are good. And somebody who is so much interested to make that call. I'm getting the call. Who is this? Hello. Disconnected. Somebody was there eagerly waiting for that DID to be called. I was about to demonstrate that. You called. Who is that? Who is this number? +1 4068. I'll find out who is that anyway. Okay, so I don't need to demonstrate. You guys called. Now, this is the truth moment. We need to call, but you just broken that truth moment. All right, so let me pick my phone. Then I'm going to dial that DID number. Okay, I'll try an internal call now. So from Teams client, which is Tom Cruise, I'll go to the dial pad and I'll dial my mobile number +91 9495860708. Hit call. The call will be going towards
the number you have dialed is not in service.
It says
Please
the number you have dialed not in service. Okay, we'll troubleshoot that. We'll see what is the problem. And when I try an inbound call, what is the number? Don't worry about that number you called not in service. We'll fix that. When I call, that is what I got. +1 21 214 888 3759. Okay, call this. Also coming in, I can hear the ring back. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I have the 2-directional network.
I have the 2-directional network.
It's a valid DID. Anybody can call. You guys wanted to try, you can call. I can answer that. Now we have one problem here. When I call from the team side to the PSTN, sorry, Webex side to the PSTN.
I'm just trying now. Okay, the below one is mine.
Yeah, I answered the mobile number. Hello.
Hello, I believe everyone can hear.
Yeah, we have the echo. Those are getting recorded in the session. Guys, enough of call. I'm getting multiple calls. I'll decline anyway. That was a US number anyway. I've answered that. Okay. Anyway, so it is implemented. It's working fine. Now let us talk about why the outgoing. Actually, this is done. I was expecting this is to be completed, but I'll show you a few things. Let's go to the Webex and the control hub. We'll see the cube status now. So it was offline before, right? Now we will see how that is looking like.
One quick question. While I'm coming up on a cube configuration under CUA. Are you not configuring anything for the certificate crypto? That's not maybe the reason why you don't need that.
We have used that in the Webex tenant, so that will take care of that. But in the Twilio side, we haven't configured.
So you don't need any CBU configuration at all?
No.
Not even enable in CBA.
Right. So go to Cube trunk, and if you go to the Cube info, you can see that the Cube status is online. If you configure any values, the value that you copied from here to the template, right? If you miss any of those values, the status will never come up. Of course, the call will not be happening. But now when I call outside, the calls are getting failed. So there are few possibilities there. One, your CUBE public IP address should be there in the Twilio, which we added, but just for safer side, I will double check that. Otherwise, Twilio will reject the call. In that case, you will say the call cannot be completed as dialed. So let's quickly go to Twilio and make sure we added the trust list well. And we'll also debug the CUBE. We can debug. I'll also show you the debugs. Okay, so this is the IP access control list. And inside the IP access control list, you should have that CUBE public IP address so that it is there. Okay, so that is nothing to do with that. So let us do one thing. Let us troubleshoot this thing. Hopefully this would not take
that
much
one
time.
that copy paste in the CUBE, right? That is from the, maybe there's some mistake or space or something like that.
Yeah, we'll see. It shouldn't be the case. It should work. Maybe we have done some mistake. Anyway, let's see. We'll quickly debug it. So since it's not in a production stage, I can easily collect the debug just like this. Terminal monitor and debug CC SIP messages. Then initiate a call from the team side. And I will call my mobile number itself, +9191. Yeah. See, the calls are hitting here.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
It's hitting
Please
here.
check the number and try your
You
call.
cannot hear that. It is saying the number you are dialed is not in service. Usually that is rejected by Twilio. Let's see. So I got the debugs here. Let me copy all the debug. Select copy all. You all, undebug all, terminal, no monitor. Now, if I open Translator X, it's a software to go through the SIP logs. Translator X, I can paste the logs there and, okay, generate call list. Okay, no call list are there. It's fine. I can generate this. Okay. Now it says the call is coming from Webex side. Okay. All right. I got it. So that
404 not found.
Okay. So it is responded by the CUBE private IP address saying that we are not extending that to Webex. It is coming from Webex and it has to go to the team side. So let us quickly compare the dial pairs. The only thing we'll be messing in the dial pairs.
Something with the pattern, I think.
I'm sorry?
Something with the pattern looks like.
So we'll do one thing. Where is the...
Can we try the plus with the .t now?
Okay, but this was working when I tested before. Yeah, well, true.
.t will match everything.
Yeah.
.t is matching everything.
Config T, is on dial pair voice 2. Then destination pattern.
Well, can you try changing in dot to 0?
Dot to 0? That is not the case, guys. It's okay. Let us try. I will quickly implement few things here. Then +919495860708.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
This number you have dialed not in service. 1 second. Let me check the pattern first. Our Webex pattern should be correct, right? The dial plan. Yeah, it's calling +91 exclamatory. And 1 second. How about the? Did I close the Translator X? Okay.
CUBE is getting the call from Webex, so Webex should be good.
Yeah, we are getting the call from Webex. Webex is good. Only problem would be extending that call towards the Twilio side. So we'll quickly check that. It's okay. Copy all to clipboard, paste it. Let me see how the call is coming in. So its call is from Tom Cruise and towards correct mobile number. Okay, but somehow it is matching the Webex dial pair itself. So it comes, hits there. So we have that incoming call. Okay. It is not hitting the second dial pair. Okay. Did we copy this?
Add the debug for dial pair as well, right?
Okay.
Wipe cap in and out.
Yeah, 1 second. Void cap in out will tell you which dial pair is getting mapped to match, right? So
we'll get to know whether the incoming is getting matched, outgoing is not getting matched. We'll get to see that.
Yeah, just a second. TPG2, and then the incomings anyway, it's working fine.
The number you have dialed is not.
Okay.
Can you try to make a call through other user, because we were having issues with Tom Cruise earlier? Maybe the cache.
No, nothing. It's fine. It's reaching here, right? It's only changing the user will not help us. It is reaching here. We have seen that debugs, right? It is reaching here, but it is finding and resending back to the same dial pair. So it's only with the destination stuff here. We need to play around.
Something with the destination.
Yeah.
So, Abdul, so recently I was tested on C380 Catalyst router. 30 it is not accepting. So I modified to 0T pattern. Then calls landed.
0T. The reason I am not taking that 0T because this dial pair stuff, right? The what do you call? Where is that dial pair? Which is going to Twilio. Second dial pair. It does not have any relevance here because we actually push that dial pair based on DPG2. The moment we use DPG2, whatever tenant you have it there, it will forward to that. So I'll do one thing. I'll just quickly remove and copy paste those dial pair one more time. Okay. Config T, dial pair. No dial pair. Voice 1, 2, 3, 4. What else would be missing?
Could you try the destination pattern plus T instead of dot T?
I said that, right? There is no relevance for this. Even if I remove this, it will still work. So no use for that. That is not causing the problem. Yeah, now the call is working. I can see the call. I would have missed something while copy pasting. The calls are coming in on my mobile number. I can answer. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have the echo.
Okay.
So dot T or plus T does not matter because the reason I'm saying because as long as you have DPG2, it will never consider. Here I can use the bad thing. So we see in the Webex side, right?
It's required like the deep. First we need to create it, and after then we require the dial pair.
No, I would have done some mistake, but this is a template I have tested multiple times. It's not only the first time I'm testing.
No. I'm not talking that one. I am talking like DPP. Just first DPG, we need to paste it first, and after then we require the dial pair because we implement after that, right?
Yeah. So
that is the point of that one. First you create it, then implement in the dial pair. The pasting is first required. Maybe because here what you did it first, you did it last moment. You put it the DPP first, and after you pasted dial pair.
No, the order I have tuned this configuration in such a way that I define the DPG in the beginning itself. Then after I configure all the dial pairs, I am updating those DPGs here. It's the last two configuration there. And in the dial pairs, if I need to call that DPG2 or DPG4, it has to be defined the first. So it's like a chicken or egg situation, right? So you first define the DPG. I have done that correctly. I call that DPG in the dial pair because to call that, it has to be defined first. Then update the DPG with the proper dial pair. Not sure I would have missed this or something, but I just removed it and copy pasted. Things started working. For the last testing, you guys can call me. Somebody can call me. I will answer it. And I'll also call their number just for our proper understanding. And we'll also collect one complete set of debugs for a Webex call. Then I will share it with you guys. Who is there to call me?
So the problem was from the dial pair 1, the call was not going to dial pair 2.
Yes, right. Exactly.
My number is there.
And it's rerouting the call back to dial pair 1.
Webex itself, yes. Yeah. Okay. One call is enough, guys. Okay, I got it.
I'm calling. I'm calling from Canada.
You're calling, yeah. Yeah, answered. This is a UK number. Is it UK or Canada?
Canada.
Okay.
Oh, that one I don't know. 9930 is
Germany, I think. The Germany.
Oh, okay. We have all guys from the globe here today. Okay, so since we are here, it's always good to have a reference configuration when you are dealing with customers, right? If you're troubleshooting something, you have to have a working scenario. So that will be your take of this call. I'll do one thing. I will do a proper set of debug CC messages. And the reason I was confident on the .t and other things, because this was tested multiple times. I configured, thoroughly tested. There is no chance this wouldn't be not working unless you change some of the other scenarios. Okay. So with this setup, I will do a complete debug of an inbound call, an outbound call. Then I will also share those debugs in the portal. So when you guys implement the same solution for customers, when you call, it fails, of course, you will be easily able to correlate, okay, where exactly the problem is coming in. So that will be our last section. Then we will wind up the call. Okay. So
AJ, you have the old sessions open, the inactive sessions for the putty sessions?
Yes.
Because I saw an, can you check there is, when you copy that dial pair, right, there is some error message came up. Can you go
okay,
up?
okay. Yeah, we can.
Can you go up?
Oh, till here I can go. Till here I can't.
Oh, this is the new one.
Yeah.
But
no, old one. No.
If you have the, okay, I saw some error message coming up when you open that the binding is some already in place or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, there could be something, I don't exactly recall, but these videos are getting recorded. If we need to dissect that into that in the video, we can go and check what exactly failed. Anyway, now both of the inbound and outbound working. So I'm going to debug everything one more time. So I'll change the settings, save all to a file, which is in my Webex Calling webinar. Webex to PSTN mobile.txt. Terminal monitor, debug CC zip messages. All right, so let me pick my sample user and dial. I can see that call is ringing. The answer. Hello.
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 Done. Disconnected from my mobile side. So I will have all those configuration here. Change settings, logging, none. Now, if I open my TranslatorX and put that file, we will be able to see the debugs. Just a moment. Webinar. New folder. Webex to PSTN mobile. Okay. So where is my TranslatorX? By the way, it's a free tool. You can download that from internet, and then so I dragged all those files. This is the file I have, Webex PSTN mobile. I will send you those files. I will attach it there in the portal. Then go to call list, and you can clearly, if you have a successful call, you can clearly see that calls there. Generate a filter. Of course, in this, there is nothing to apply filter because you have only one call. And close it out. Generate the diagram. This will clearly tell you the diagram. And this is the Webex side. It is coming from the Webex side. And this side, it is not actually the Webex side. It's a CUBE configuration, right? This will be, the TranslatorX will not read that properly sometimes. This is your CUBE public IP address. You got the call hit, and then it is extending towards AJWX PSTN call. All right. This is the proper call setup within the, by the way, this IP address is another load balancing IP address from the Twilio side. So you can see the entire call here. This is your reference point. You can do that. And I can also do one more inbound call. So let us.
So AJ, in the ANI calling number, what is showing extension?
Yeah, initially it is showing extension. If you look at the final called party, it was showing the full number. When it comes to the cubes, I'll show you that. 1 second. Let me just finish this. PSTN mobile to Webex. So this is another debug. Debug is already running, so I can simply dial the number and reach. It's ringing there. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
It's connected. And we will have the debugs here. I can change settings, logging, none. Then if you open Translator X, what is this one? PSTN mobile to Webex. So you can create call list here and then generate filter, generate diagram. So this is your Twilio site. Twilio is 54254. If you have seen that, we have added that number in the Webex trust list. So first, when the call goes to the Webex site, it will always say 401 unauthorized because it will need to send the authentication information. This is what you have seen. This is the Webex site. When the call is initially going as an invite, it got 100 trying, it says 401 unauthorized. Then again, another invite will be generated by the cube. This is the expected behavior when you have a registration trunk. It will send the credential here. If you look at that, you can see the credential parameters also here. Somewhere they have written here as password. It's an encrypted password. They will send somewhere here. You can copy paste to a notepad file. You can see that. So in that invite, you will have a proper user ID and password. For that, you will get a proper responses. So this is how a registered SIP trunk. The 401 unauthorized will be always common in the registered SIP trunking, which is Cisco also addressed in their documentation. You can see that first there will be a 401 redirect. Then you will be sending the real actual user ID and password, and then call will be working fine. So these two files, I will add it in the webinar document, probably somewhere here, maybe after all the section. The debug files, which you can refer after the class. So we have successfully completed the session. And if you guys have any question, you can ask. Before that, let me quickly short summarize the entire stuff what we have done. Then we'll go to a quick Q&A session and then we'll finish it there. So first thing, we started with deploying a cube in Azure. We deployed the cube in Azure Cube. We went to Marketplace, deployed the cube. Then we configure the network security group. By the way, all those network security group configurations are also addressed here. You can see that in the documentation. Then we added the network security group ports like SSH and media support numbers. We were able to log into the cube and we left it there. Then we went back to the Webex Control Hub. Initially, we added a site, which is the location. We haven't added any PSTN there. We just added the location. Then we went to calling. We added call routing, trunk, route group, and dial plan. So trunk is basically the cube. And at the moment when you add the trunk, you will get all the information, which is the template which I used, this particular thing, which is given by the control hub, which will be used in future. Then I added a route group and the dial plan. Then in the dial plan, I configured, okay, any pattern comes with +91, send it to this one. So that way I was able to extend that call. Then in the location, I came here and I reconfigured the calling. And I also added premise-based PSTN and a mainline number for the site. Then I added the license and a DID number for those two users along with extension. There are two users configured. That is done. So Webex part is done. Within the Twilio, again, the Twilio part is not actually the Webex calling configuration component. This is the PSTN side, which you need to deal with your PSTN side. Just to replicate for this scenario, this is the easiest PSTN which I can get so that you get a real feel, right? You actually called from your mobile. I was just finished the configuration, somebody dialed my DID number. So with that to happen, the real time has to happen. You have to have proper DID setup from a carrier. There are other carriers as well, like Twilio, but this one is easy. In the SIP trunking, we just added a trunk. Then we configured an IP access control list. IP access control list is here. You added that, the public IP address of the cube. Then you went to the trunk, and inside the trunk, you configured, you disabled that secure RTP because you are not integrated with secure RTP. Termination, we added a URI, termination URI. Also, we added the access control list. Origination, we added SIP colon, then the IP address of the cube. Then numbers, we bought two numbers and added it here. So anyone who calls these two numbers, they will extend that call to the public IP address of the cube. Then again, we came back to the cube when we have the configuration templates available. We configured that line by line properly based on the configuration template. And we have seen that finally the calls have started working. And another thing, if you guys wanted to go through any of the classes of mine, which is Cisco collaboration or cloud collaboration, you can reach out to me after the class. Those classes are available here. The details of those classes are available in the portal, which is here. You can go through this advanced cloud collaboration. It's a video training. Syllabus is here. Topic summary is here. Cloud Contact Center, which is happen to be in future. That will be a live class like this. In the live class, what you gain is the live interaction. But in recorded class, you can interact to me over the WhatsApp call or normal call. I'll be always available as long as you're a student. Then Cisco Advanced Collaboration, if you guys wanted to learn what is Cisco, how to do things inside Cisco, this is your training. These are the three trainings which I handle. And I'll be available on LinkedIn. And if you guys can do that, please subscribe my YouTube channel. There is a YouTube link here. The same webinar content will be also available on the YouTube by tomorrow. You can watch that. And these are some additional references. This is my previous webinar, CUCM and MS Teams integration. There are 2 parts, 1 and 2. It is also available. You can watch that if you are integrating those inside your organization. Few of other helpful topics. Few questions which I was unable to answer. Those things will be answered here after the webinar, and this link will be always accessible. So if you want to study something new, you can reach out to me. Now it's a question section. If you have anything to ask, you can ask, guys.
Yes, I give one question. So in the patterns, we configured, let's say, multiple numbers. Okay. So it could be like national, it could be international within that location.
Yeah.
So we cannot restrict any user once they all will be dialed to those numbers.
There are some restrictions available, but I haven't tested that for this particular scenario. But that can be a future answer I can give you. If you go to the user and calling, in the user you have some restriction. Let me show you that. Tom Cruise. But I haven't implemented that particular thing, which I'll be doing it. So we can, okay, go to calling and calling behavior. Where is it? Call notify. User call experience. I don't recall exactly it is, but there is a place.
There was a permission. There was a call permission, something like that.
What is it?
Call permission, I think.
The problem is these guys, these guys will keep on changing the interface. Today you see the setup here, right? After a few days it'll be here. And this location was actually inside the call routing. Yeah, I see that.
There.
Outgoing calling permission. Default settings based on this. Custom setting, manually set users outgoing call. Internal, allow. Toll-free, allow. National, block. But how do you define the block? Means national pattern. I'm not sure. You need to implement that, right? You should categorize that as a national call. If it is a +1 followed by the US number, if it is a +91, it will be categorized an international number. So I don't know how to implement that. I haven't tested it, but we can do that. I can probably update you in the group how you implement this restriction. But it is available. It is possible.
Okay.
Hey, Jesse, one question.
Yeah.
Somebody was telling that without a dial plan, he was able to route the calls, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I heard that Cisco has that feature that if you now all the calls will be routed by the trunk or route group, so which is associated with the location.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, we don't need any dial plan, right? Did you test that anytime?
Oh, okay. So without a dial plan, this was one question.
Yeah.
Anyway, let us test it. Yeah.
Can we delete it and try that?
Yeah. Anyway, we have the setup, right? So I'll. Okay. So where is my calling? The question is this: without the dial plan, the call will. Yeah, there was a question asked by somebody else also in the past. I didn't test that. So what he needs to do is he need to delete this one. Okay. Delete this dial plan. Then call the number. Inbound will work because the gateway is still there. It can accept the call. But how about the outbound? We'll see. If it works, it's new information for me.
You are not able to make this call.
It says you are not able to make this call. So it will not work. But when you call inbound, can someone dial my number? Oh, sorry. I can myself dial.
And I think there is a setting, a checkbox like.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you say that again?
There is a setting. I don't remember where.
Okay.
There is a checkbox, unknown extension.
Okay.
I think that can bypass the.
Okay, so there could be some settings which I'm not aware, but there could be some settings to say that all the users when they call pick up that gateway associated with that particular location. Yeah, that's a good thing. I will also check that out. Currently, I don't know the answer, but I will find out that answer for you. But inbound is still working as long as the gateway is active. The inbound still work. It is not looking into any pattern while coming inbound. Only when dial outside, you need to have that pattern. If you don't want that pattern to be, like I said, there could be some settings sitting somewhere, which I don't know, but we can Google it and find out. Good question.
Okay, thank you.
Next one. All right, looks like no question. So here is the end of our webinar. I'm really glad that. Yeah, go ahead.
Not related to our topic now. So let's say, does Webex provide the native voicemail feature?
Yes, Webex, if you are using the, Webex provides a native voicemail. They have cloud voicemail, which you can set up at the location stage itself. Where is it? In the location, if you go, there is a voicemail. By the way, if you dial that main ID number, currently it is assigned to a user. Otherwise, it will be hitting the, you need to configure something here called voice portal. Okay, what is voice portal?
It was at the bottom, my side.
Yeah. So you need to customize the voice portal, which is like your voicemail pilot number. You need to attach a number and then set up an administrator user ID and password. It is not the user's admin user ID and password. Only for the voice admin can log in there and customize it. That will be acting as your voice mailbox as well. So they offers cloud voicemail, which is like Microsoft Teams. They also offers cloud voicemail. You don't need any extra server for that.
And once we enable the voice portal, it will be a link where they can manage something. Then they need to, on that portal, they need to sign the users who will be having voicemail or not.
Exactly. Yeah, by the way, all those topics are discussed in the detailed classes as well. And okay, anything else, guys?
Abdul, one question.
Yeah.
Normal question. Suppose if any organization has like 1,000+ phone, Cisco phone, IP phone, right? So what do you suggest? The Microsoft direct routing would be better, or Webex is better?
I shouldn't demotivate Cisco or Microsoft, right? So I cannot say that answer. But the thing is, as long both vendors are similar, right? Microsoft is a cloud calling solution. Teams, Webex is also a cloud calling solution.
Correct.
But the decision is based on how your company, if you are already having invested setup on the IP phone, Cisco IP phone work very well with the Webex Teams calling, because that is like native integration. If it is Microsoft, it will work, but we don't know how far it can work and what are the issues we don't see that. So I would prefer this, but of course, if you have a solution like 365 E5 license, which covers your Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and also Microsoft Teams, in that case, you don't invest extra license for Webex Calling Professional. So it's up to the management who need to decide, okay, which one is cost effective,
So
need to go for that.
So we have E5 licenses, we have direct routing licenses.
Yeah. So in that case, you have a E5, you are already paying for the collaboration. Then Cisco Webex Professional also another costly product, right? So you have to pay for this. If you have these two, you decide which one I need to take. You can either pick Cisco or Microsoft Teams. But if you take Cisco, how about your Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and other solution, 365 offerings, all will be gone. So then you go to Teams and you take that. So you get Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Office productivity tools, plus Microsoft Teams and Teams calling. So in that case, I would prefer that. So it's based on your current situation and the money thing which you have.
Right. And suppose like we have a smart licensing in COCM side. So, I mean, can we use these licenses in Webex calling, or that will not gonna work?
No, the COCM license will not work. You need to have specifically Webex Calling Professional license for Webex to work.
Abdul, one question here. As you were suggesting, Kamal, of moving his phones because of the investment on the team side, I only see one drawback on the Webex side, which would be that they don't have the chat feature, right, as of now?
Chat feature on which side?
So on the Webex, like the way we have on the Microsoft Teams, right? The way we can do chat, we can look for the present status, all that thing on the Teams. Do we have the same feature on the Webex? We do. We did have this on the Jabber, but
like
do we have it?
One-to-one chat, you're saying?
Yeah, the chat between the two users.
That is there, right? Webex Teams is actually used for that. So, for example, if I need to chat Yuvraj, I can go there and chat with him. Hello.
Okay. And what about the present status and all? We can see that.
Yeah, I can see his presence as well. I can see all this presence. Webex Teams and Microsoft Teams, these are equal products. So there is no difference in that. Just that two babies of two different parents. That's it. It has same thing, same features, but few features will be different. But natively, it is used for messaging, meeting, and calling. So Webex support all these three. Microsoft Teams also support the same three.
And we don't have to buy any specific additional licenses for that, right?
No. right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So regarding WebEx licenses, we have three kind of licenses, right? Meetings, messaging, and
calling. Yeah,
calling, right?
the one we are currently discussed about the calling license here. If you go to a user and edit the user license, you can see other section. My session was specifically on the calling part, right? That's the reason I did not discuss about messaging and meeting. Messaging basically, basic messaging means you can do one-to-one message in the WebEx chat. Advanced means you can have external messaging and all of that. Then meeting means, basic meeting means you can have a one-to-one video call. It's basically a meeting itself. Or the WebEx meeting suite means you can have a meeting like this with 1,000 users and all those things there. The meeting suite kind of license. We were focused on the calling section. That's why I did not touch base on this thing. Okay.
AJ, just a question. How we register the endpoints in the control hub?
Yeah, so if you go to, let me answer this and I'll come to you. 1 second. So if you go to the devices, you can add a device here. Say, for example, if you look at here, I have a WebEx device there. I can add that WebEx device directly here. If it is a personal use, add it here. And then search for the user, Tom Cruise, and Tom Cruise, and click next, which will give me an activation code. I just need to power on that and enter the activation code so that the device will be registered. The same way, you can also use the normal IP phone, 886 series of IP phone, which is like these kind of phones, but provided this has to be, the firmware has to be converted to Webex calling firmware, MPP firmware. This is enterprise, but I do have few other phones with MPP, but I don't have time, or this is not the scope to show that. So you can register those. Then the device will be assigned here. You can see those devices in the device section. Then based on the user license, if you assign a license calling to the user, same thing applicable to the IP phone. You don't assign anything directly on the phone.
So on the phone, you must log in with the user email address and password, right?
When I add the device, you see here, right? I'm mentioning a user here. So I need to pick a user, and there is another option called workspaces. But let's imagine if you're adding it for a user, you are adding a user, and the code that is generated, it's tied up with the user. So when I onboard a phone, when I power on the phone, I don't mention anything here. I'll just enter that activation ID. This will be directly registered for the user. And if the user is having a DID, when someone calls a DID, his application will be ringing. This phone will be ringing. This is just like another extended application. That's it.
So not like Teams. On the Teams, you don't need to log into the phone.
Teams also having this option.
Same option. Okay.
Yeah, Teams offers another option where you can log into the phone, but Teams also offers these kind of URI based. You need to log into a browser. There's no activation code stuff, but you should generate.
Yeah, but it's a remote login, right? It's a remote login.
Yes, yes.
But not like this.
Not like this. Yeah.
This is just like the CMS kind of room invite, right?
Yeah. So that device is basically a CMS kind of room device. So we can register that. So like,
and who is a guest in that is joined on that meeting and particular. After then we need to remove guest and done.
Yes. Right.
So this authorization code which you showed, right?
Yeah.
We will enter the same authorization code on the device itself.
Yes.
And let's say if I have that IP phone, so under where I would enter it, like where should I get that screen?
When you reboot the IP phone with an MPP firmware, the only thing which gonna ask is the activation code when you power it on. You don't see any other thing. So it'll say enter the activation code. You just enter it, it will be registered. So if you want to explore more about the WebEx stuff, like all these menus and other things, also the Teams Admin Center, I also need to touch base on that, right? The Teams Admin Center, we can set up the lab. You don't need to pay anything for the labs, right? That's the beauty of cloud calling solutions. So you can set up everything. This is the Teams Admin Center. Whatever things you do on the Control Hub stuff, right? You can do the almost similar thing in the Teams Admin Center. If you wanted to explore more about a cloud calling expert, I would invite you for my classes, which is cloud collaboration that covers Azure, Microsoft Teams, and WebEx, including WebEx calling with Cisco SBC, which is CUBE, and audio codes for the direct routing. So we implement the calling here. This is Teams admin interface where you can add the direct routing stuff here. I was testing few things out here with the same CUBE. You can do the similar setup can be possible here as well. So those are all available in the dedicated training. This is just I took one session because I have seen in the group there was a lot of guys asking about WebEx calling. It was a group handled by Chiki. So I just joined recently there. I thought I spoke to him. I'll say, okay, I'll cover one end session for the Webex calling. I hope you guys are okay with Webex calling solution. What are the solutions available inside the Webex? And yeah, I would like to finish now because it's almost 1:54. If you guys have any other questions, we will talk through online. I'm really thankful to you. Yeah.
Abdul, just one question. In Genesis support, like you will be teaching the Genesis or somebody else will teach?
All training handled by AJ Labs is myself. I don't have any partners for that. And all the students who comes to my class, they are all one or the other way. They will be my ex-students. So they prefer I to be a trainer. I tried to have another trainer to train that, but nothing worked out. So I will be the trainer. I'll be covering things, and all the classes will be based on the hands-on lab. So I give you literally the labs. Now I give you a lab option, right, which you can set up. So I'll find out the loopholes where we can set up a complete lab, including Genesis, which you get the hands-on. It's not like a theory, you listen and then go back and forget. It's not like that. And I'll also maintain a continuous relation. If you see that group, we have a specific group for the students. So we will be active in that. We help each other. And most of those students are actually present in this webinar as well.
AJ, the cloud classes you mentioned are video based, or like you keep continuing conducting those classes?
No, only my policy is that every year I conduct one training. So the 2023 is over. That was cloud collaboration. 2024 will be cloud contact center, which is coming up. The existing class, whatever is completed, those are available as videos. Plus, you get access to a portal I was talking about, right? This is a kind of portal you get access to. Here, you can download all the videos. If you go to the recording links, you can see the module 1, 2, and 3 based recordings. Let me show you. Yeah. So module 2, we have almost 80 hours of recording in this one. So you get access to this. Plus, you get access to all other things, like if you wanted to have a remote lab, because we are starting with VMware, which I support the VMware lab, you can access it remotely. Then whatever things related to is ISO file, OVA file, anything else, any documents, everything will be available in this portal. So you will get access to this portal. From here, you can download those videos. Keep in mind, those videos are MAC encrypted. You can play that video only on one device, or I can give you multiple devices, but it's not like you share that file to anyone that will be playing on their system. They have to contact me. There is a specific MAC binded encryption for those files. All right. So,
and if after watching videos, you need have questions that can be discussed.
That's what I said, right?
You
will be get added to a WhatsApp group where I am a part of. Plus, you can always reach out to me. By now itself, you know how to catch me. So you can reach out to me as long as you are a student. We will be the support will be a different way. So I can support you if you're stuck at one point. I have a dedicated guy also to support, but I'll also myself come into a Zoom meeting or a Webex meeting like this, and we can fix the issues. And Olu, are you present in this call? Okay, he's not. Yeah, so there are a couple of students. I think few guys are already there. They are going through that, and you can ask them how I usually deal with them. I support them whenever they have an issue.
We know this one without we pay and we learn lots. I told you, like the Webex, I have never worked.
Okay.
And today I feel like 60-70% I know about that.
And this is the complicated topic in Webex. Yeah, this is the complicated topic in Webex. All other things like you do something small stuff. This is the highly complicated one. If you are mastering this, then everything will be easy. And once you learn Webex, the teams will be, Microsoft Teams will be also easy. It is more or less the same. Even the interface is also same. Look at this, right? If I keep this one here and Webex here, where is it? Okay, I need to have a smaller window here. Yeah. It is almost equal. You have some settings here, some settings there. It's up to you how you tune it and configure. All right, guys. So shall we stop the question here? Remaining question.
Sure. Definitely you take rest and definitely I will connect to you, but not this week, maybe next week.
Yeah. So the WhatsApp group is always open. Reach out your questions related to the webinar. You can post it there. So the unanswered question, I'll be also collaborating in that group. I will also plan a future webinar like this. Some interesting market trending topic. I can come up with a webinar. And thank you for all your support. I really appreciate that. It's almost 5 hours we are in this webinar. Webinar will be available in my YouTube channel. Yeah.
It's 6, AJ, not 5.
Okay.
And AJ, if someone wanted to purchase the course, how they can purchase it?
You just need to message me. I'll send you the account details. Then I will create access. I show you a portal, right? I will create access for you. Now you have seen how I teach. The same level of expectation you can keep, and you can always reach.
I know
you can always reach out to other students and get their feedback. And always, if you go to Google and
don't need the feedback. We already know about that.
Thank you guys for that. Okay, so keep connected. I always believe in learn and earn together. Whatever I learn, I'll teach others, and we earn together. Thank you for connecting. Thank you for your trust.
Thank you. And wonderful night.
Thank you, Abdul. Same there.
Thank you, Thank you very much.
Bye.
Catch you later.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, AJ.